What has been your biggest I have to get the fuck out of here as soon as possible life moment? I had been sleep deprived for a few weeks during a very stressful summer. To pass the time, I'd go for long walks late at night, sometimes stopping at a gas station or supermarket to buy a snack. One night, at about 3 AM, I had a sudden urge to walk to a 24-hour diner at the edge of my neighborhood. I was hungry and needed the exercise. I walk in, and the place is largely empty. The waitress comes, takes my order and pours my coffee, then disappears into the kitchen. About 2 minutes later, the door opens, and a man in a trench coat walks in, pacing nervously by the register. I see him pull out a gun, and immediately my mind starts racing. I quickly conclude that there are a few possibilities. He is going to rob the diner and leave us unharmed. He is going to rob the diner and shoot everyone inside. He is just going to shoot everyone inside, just because. The waitress emerges from the kitchen, unable to see the gun from behind the counter. I'm the only customer who knows what's coming, and the weight of the world is on my shoulders. Table for one, she asks. The man shakes his head. I'm here to see Jeremy. Okay, I figure. He is here to kill Jeremy. Although I wasn't a target, it was horrifying to be sitting so close to what was about to become a murder scene. I braced myself as best as I could for the sound of the gunshot as I sunk deep into my seat. I knew there was a good chance I'd be getting blood, skull, brain and hair all over my clothing. I was too close not to. What if he shoots me too for being a witness? Complete terror. There was nowhere for me to go. Should I remain silent when he kills this guy? Should I yell out a warning to Jeremy and risk getting killed myself? I clutched a very sharp steak knife on the table and went with my gut instinct. I was probably going to die, but I had to do this. I had to rush the shooter and stab him before he took the life of the cook. As I prepare to kill someone, Jeremy emerges from the kitchen with a wide grin on his face. You must be frank. Out comes a wad of cash, and up comes the gun, which is placed right on the counter. Looks even nicer than the pictures. Turns out they had met to purchase a gun from a Craigslist ad. Most terrifying moment of my life. Edit. Judging from the many people I've talked to since, gun owners included, this was a very unusual event in every respect. I'm sure that the transaction was illegal, due to the weird and highly unprofessional way in which it occurred. If the gun had been in a holster or container, I wouldn't have panicked. Although his finger wasn't on the trigger, I felt uneasy seeing the firearm in his hand when it didn't need to be. My ex and I have been divorced for 7 years. When she came clean and admitted she'd been seeing another guy for almost a year, had been sleeping with said guy in our bed while I was at work for a year, I noped out of there as fast as I could. It was no longer my house as far as I was concerned. My son is now 10. He was 3 at the time. When birthdays or other celebratory events come around, there's always one on mom's side and one on my side. He has cousins and friends and relatives on each side. But I still always get an invite to a birthday party or whatnot from the ex. Why? I dunno. And every single time I accepted, and I sucked it up, and showed up, and sat around, and made small talk with Mr. New Boyfriend and all of their friends, because I'll be damned if I'd be the parent that triggered the how come daddy didn't come to my birthday party conversation. But every single one of these events was agonizing. Nails on blackboard, water torture agonizing. I mean, all I want to do is punch the guy, yet here I'm talking about the weather and go local sports team. Usually, I figured if I made it past the cake to the presents and my son is running around shooting Nerf guns at the other kids, that's good enough. Time to make my escape. My son thankfully, and at the same time sadly, put me out of my misery. Last summer, coming over the weekend before his birthday, he said to me, "Dad, here's mom's invite to my birthday party. It's going to be small, but I get it. If you have other plans, I'll see you next weekend at." That's the one I'm looking forward to. Edit. Gold. Thanks. Yes, my son is pretty cool. He'll be glad to know me made some of you smile just by doing what he does. As for Mr. New Boyfriend, yeah, it's really my ex who should be the target of my bitterness, but the same emotional camouflage that blinded me from how our marriage was failing still lingers and makes it hard for me to get mad or stay mad at her. It's unfortunate and mostly undeserved, but he's simply a convenient proxy. When I was 12, my next door neighbor invited me to summer camp. Parents dropped me off. Realized immediately that the camp was odd, because the cabin counselor took away my copy of Jane magazine. Then there was a camp-wide assembly where we prayed over a photo of George Bush and spoke in tongues. Turned out it was a Pentecostal sleepaway camp. I walked to town and called my parents from a gas station. Edit. Sorry, for anyone wondering, Pentecostalism. Basically it's a very rigid Christian movement that emphasizes all sorts of weirdness, including speaking in tongues, faith healing, water baptism, personal testament, and these very emotional services where people cry and weep and scream. Edit. This exploded while I was sleeping. Answers. This was not the Camp in Jesus camp, but it was remarkably similar. It was in Coal Country, PA. I'm not really familiar with much about Pentecostals, honestly, but a major component seemed to be this baptismal pool dunking tank they had, in which everyone was expected to be publicly baptized in a service, with the whole church attending. I remember the church leader, pastor, also led a yearly retreat to Israel for public baptisms in some famous river there. She would always kind of gesture knowingly to me when she said, "And then we went to Israel. And I'm about as Jewish as a Dunkin' Donuts bagel." In general, there was a lot of emphasis on saving, being saved, and the Holy Spirit entering you, which I had never heard of before this. The praying was done with a photo of George W. Bush set on a chair. This was right around the time of some anti-abortion legislation in the early 2000s, and we were praying for his strength. Pro tip, do not bring your half-Jew to a Pentecostal sleepaway camp. They will be very confused. I was waiting at a train stop downtown. It was daytime, but it was particularly quiet, and not a lot of people were on that street at the time. A few minutes before the train was supposed to arrive, I glanced to my right and saw that a homeless man was halfway hiding behind the large train schedule sign, watching me and master/dating. The signs look like this: http://imga.com/xvoxw9v. So while part of his face and upper body was hidden behind the sign, his pelvis and what he was doing with it were not at all obstructed from my view. I remember snapping my head back around and getting really tense and panicky. I picked up my bag and speed walked away from him to the next train station. Edit. Actually, I thought of a better one. A girlfriend of mine invited me to a business dinner. We were going to sit down with her coworker and a potential investor. The coworker had an ambition to start a fashion and beauty related company, and my friend organized the dinner to introduce the two of them and allow her coworker to pitch to this guy. She asked me to join because she thought that I'd be interested in becoming a partner with the business also. Dinner is nice. Talk is mostly on message about the idea. Everyone is feeling pretty good. Then, after dinner, my friend suggests we go back to the investor man's house for coffee because he lives like a mile from the restaurant. I thought it was odd, but I didn't want to dampen the rapport we had going. So we get back to his house and it's, "Who wants some wine? Take off your shoes. I'll put on some music. We can dance." "Oh, you're taking selfies." "No, let me take the camera and I'll tell you girls how to pose." When the music and dancing started, I asked my friend why this business dinner had become so informal, and then she finally told me, "Well, I'm trying to set them up so he'll be her sugar daddy." Turns out my friend met this guy through a sugar daddy finder website. They'd met and talked, but my friend didn't really click with him. So she was introducing the coworker as a potential sugar baby, and he would fund her business idea in exchange for basically being his girlfriend. My "I need to get the fuck out of here" moment was after like the 15th picture that the coworker said, "Oh my god, no, I still look like so bad. Can you take one more?" This 40-something dude casually says we should take some kissing pictures, trying to mask his excitement. I stone-faced replied that's not happening and pulled out my phone to call an Uber. My work recently. I worked for a small family-owned business, and it was a mother and son operated store. They owned it together and ran it for 30 years. A month ago, the mother passed away. My boss, the son, didn't close the store and has cried in the lobby with other customers every single day since she passed away. He still tells everyone about it and is rude to the people that didn't play into his pity party. We even had new customers and he scared them off by telling them within 5 minutes of being in the store. Anyways, over the last 2 weeks, he's also been micromanaging like crazy and is starting to progressively yell when talking to me or other employees. However, last week he started wearing his mom's shop apron, started saying her euphemisms, and started eating her exact lunch. It's eerie because he's even starting to look like her. Yesterday, I walked into the office, and there's an urn in her desk chair. He said he placed her urn in her office, so that way it's not like she ever left. The urn, full of her ashes, in her desk chair. He then said, now we can say hi to her. I walked out yesterday after that happened, and didn't look back. Edit I obviously can't spell urn. Edit 2, there are a few comments calling me insensitive. In some aspects I can see why some of you think so. As much as I care for this boss, there's only so many ways I can try and help him. Hell, we've all been trying to help him, and he's not being receptive to it. I know he's going through a rough time, but this is a professional workspace. His emotions were causing him to be unprofessional, and he was starting to become hostile, such as his yelling. The situation was showing signs of getting worse, and for my own safety, I thought it was best to leave. It's a sad situation, but I don't regret it. Edit 2, I'm posting this at the top, because if you were to find yourself in 2003, and you knew very little about the forces at work pushing the US toward an Iraq invasion, you would understand my frame of mind. When I re-enlisted, flash forward a few months and the truth has started to trickle out. I was in the army and my unit was about to deploy to Iraq. This was after 1. We found out there were no WMDs. 2. Colin Powell called the Bush team faking crazes, prompting me to look into what would make him say something like this. 3. The army decided that they might want me to go from my new MOs, medical, back to being an artilleryman, where I would be infinitely more likely to end up killing people. 4. I took the time to look into the insane amount of corruption at the highest levels of our political system. Basically, the first chance I had to get the fuck out, I did. Sorry to anyone who might have felt like they needed me to go over there, but there was no faking way I was going to be comfortable killing anyone for a total faking bullshit fiasco. Edit, this has gotten some attention and I wanted to answer a few questions and clarify a few things. I was not going to disobey a direct order. If I had no choice but to go, I would have went and possibly killed people for something I didn't believe in. Point before you deploy, the army will do a pre-deployment screening. This is your faking chance to be honest about how you feel. Don't hold back. The army is counting on peer pressure to get you to STFU. It's how the army works. By speaking up, you are like a faking chicken bone stuck in their throat and they will expel you. The system is not designed to handle brutal, relentless honesty. Point I was older and honestly, a little more aware of what was going on in the world. I had insight that 99% of soldiers did not have, so I'm not judging that 99% for ending up in a situation that I nearly ended up in. I felt guilty for leaving as a matter of fact, but like I said, I would not be comfortable killing people for what I saw as a bullshit train wreck, unsustainable, based on lies, preemptive, disaster. 4. Anyone who has an emotional investment for some reason, you/your family served, you voted for W/ECT. I'm not going to argue with you. Both of us have moved forward and now we share a world about to ruled by an orange reality star. The only thing I ask of you is this: please guide young people into making better decisions than the previous generation made. 5. I learned from my dad's Vietnam experience and the experiences of the people who seemed to come out of nowhere just before I deployed. The old Korean War vet that gave me a ride home from Deception Pass when my truck broke down, and a homeless Vietnam guy who wandered up to me out from nowhere at a bus stop just to tell me not to go because he saw my haircut and knew I was military. 6. So what I'm getting at is this: unless there's a war going on that you really want to take part in, don't sign up. Don't sign up in peacetime because you have few job options and the recruiter looks cool in his fancy uniform. Don't sign up because your parents can't afford college. Don't sign up because you have a family to feed and you faked up somehow and it looks like a way to fix things. Don't sign up unless there's a war going on that you want to take part in. Even then, it might be one of several wars. I really wanted to go to Afghanistan, but the army will do what it wants to with you, and you might end up killing people for things you don't believe in. And thank you for the gold, kind stranger. I'm a wedding photographer. One wedding was taking place at a historical village. It consisted of 100-plus-year-old houses which were once disassembled, moved to their current location, then painstakingly reassembled inch by inch, in order to maintain this piece of history. The groom's mother was the president of the venue organization. She, of course, was very proud to host her son's wedding at the same place she volunteered at. The wedding was great, laid back and non-traditional. I stayed even a little bit longer than scheduled, since things were so easy. Things finally started winding down around 11 or so, and everyone was drunk. But they had one thing left in store, lanterns. The kind that you light, and then they fly away into the night. Nothing quite as romantic as lanterns. However, alcohol plus floating fire plus tall trees plus historical village are not a recipe for success. While everyone tried to light their lanterns, the groom's mother caught wind of what was happening. She ran out into the village screaming for everyone to stop. Drunk and distracted by the challenge, no one listened. Everyone kept trying to get their lanterns to take off, and one finally did, right into a lush tree that sprawled out approximately 20 feet above the village. This is when I thought it would be a good idea to leave. The lantern was stuck between some branches, burning ferociously. Groom's mother literally crying watching what she thought would be her beloved historical village going up in flames. Walking out, I saw the lantern narrowly drift through an opening in the branches and fly off into the distance. I was visiting my girlfriend who lived in another country. We had been dating for a few months after I met her on a vacation there. Things were rocky in the long distance relationship. I was really unsure about our relationship since she was showing signs of being really unstable. But she promised that if I just went to visit her she would show me how much our relationship worked and how good we are together. Well, from the instance I got there on a Friday evening, she was just pissed for no apparent reason. She kept talking about not having showered because she didn't want to please me or something. I don't know, man. I genuinely just wanted to spend time with her and try to see if there was some love there. But that was just the start. On Saturday, we had a good time in the morning. But that quickly changed, and when we got home from our activities she wanted to check my phone, because she was sure I was cheating on her. Why else would I be unsure about my feelings towards her? I gave her my phone, and went to take a shower. She kept my phone quietly for 2 hours and just went through everything, sporadically asking me questions like who's Beth. I answered everything truthfully, and calm and watched TV, to let her do her thing. It was really weird, and I was getting to the point where I wanted to get the fuck out of there. But I couldn't leave until Sunday, which is also why I just took everything. I didn't want to aggravate her, so I could actually stay there until I could leave. After those 2 hours, climax came. She started screaming at me for not caring about us, and she also has a 3-year-old, by the way. The 3-year-old had peed in the couch and had to take a shower and was also nagging on her really badly. So, she went from me, in the living room, screaming, to the son, in the bathroom, also screaming at him. This was the most awkward and fucky hour of my entire life. I just put my face in my hands and all I could do was stare at her. I couldn't muster a word. I also felt really bad for the kid, and I didn't want to escalate anything because of him. Eventually her mom came and picked up the kid. When she was outside talking to her mom, I ran to our room, got all my things packed in like 1 minute, and I thought to myself I had to run as soon as possible. She came back in and kept screaming at me for another hour. It was screaming of the character that made me look really closely every time she went into the kitchen to check if she was getting a knife or something. Eventually she had to take a walk to think. She said she was gonna go to a friend's house and stay there for a while. As soon as she went outside, I gathered my things and ran the fuck out of the house to the nearest train station and went to another city. I stayed at a hotel and left the next day. Never looked back. She exposed herself as a real psycho that weekend and afterwards. It took a long time, even after that weekend, but I've managed to cut all ties, finally now. It was faking awful. TLDR, woman I was dating in another country screamed at me and her son all my visit one weekend. Packed my sheet and ran. Halloween 2015. Standing at a bus stop downtown when I hear yelling coming from down the street. No biggie, it's Halloween. Yelling gets louder, so I look over and there's a guy walking toward me with two guys following him. The guys behind him are screaming at him and he's trying to ignore them. They don't like this, so one of them punches him in the back of the head. He just keeps walking. The two start getting really aggressive, kicking and shoving him, throwing punches. He's doing everything he can to avoid a confrontation. He tries to get on a bus that's pulled up, but the driver closes the door. Doesn't want sheet going down near his passengers. I guess sheet is getting really serious now. People are noticing and yelling, including myself. Guy 1 is standing in the street now, while the other two are yelling at him and telling each other to attack him more. I'm maybe 10 feet away and yelling at them to calm down, asking the guy next to me to call 911. Guy being attacked decides he's in a bad spot and pulls a knife out. A big knife. I wanted to get the fuck out of there but didn't, not sure why. Guy with the knife is just standing there, not waving it around or anything. The other two geniuses decide it's no big deal, and one of them tackles Guy 1 to the ground. The next bit happened fast. One attacker starts kicking the dude in the head. The second one was on top of him and starts punching his face. Guy being attacked finally has had enough and starts stabbing the guy on top of him over and over. Me and a couple bystanders rush in and shove the attackers off. Guy drops the knife, gets up and runs off. One attacker runs off as well. Guy that got stabbed tries to run away and makes it maybe 10 feet before collapsing. I just wanted to go to the mall to buy a damned video game and now I'm giving first aid to a dude with a massive arm laceration and a sucking chest wound. He lived but had a punctured lung. All three were arrested eventually. Both attackers were charged and pled guilty eventually, so I didn't have to go to court to testify. Guy who was attacked wasn't charged with anything, though he had warrants I heard. Crazy faking day. I bought that video game eventually and spent the next few days inside hiding from the world. TLDR, watched a guy get stabbed 10 feet away from me. Do not recommend. I was in a funicular in Naples, Italy. Like a metro or tram up the hill. Basically just stop at the top and the bottom. I was an exchange student at the time on the way back to my host family's house around evening time. It should be noted that I don't stand out as a foreigner in Italy. I have an appearance of an Italian to some extent. Anyways, I sit down and wait for the journey to the top. A middle-aged man, a bit portly and grubby looking, sits down next to me. No bother, I'm not exactly a picture of class myself. The funicular starts off, and with it, the creep factor. I can feel this guy looking at me, can see it out of the corner of my eye. And it came to the point where subtlety had gone out the window. He was blatantly eyeing me up and down as I did my best to pretend I didn't notice. The ride isn't fast to the top, and this made it a much longer one. So we get to the top and I devised a plan to rid myself of the creep. I would let him leave and get swept into the exiting crowd. It starts off well and dandy. He gets up, since I'm being all slow, looks back at me, and moves to the door to leave, where he straight up stops, turns around and waits for me. My plan being a failure, I jumped up, rushed past him, and weaved my way through the crowd as fast as an Italian can weave through a queue. Did not take long to slip away through alternative routes and lose him. As a guy, that sort of experience was completely foreign to me, as women who hear the story often inform me now you know what it feels like. TLDR funicular ride. Creepy guy sits next to me and begins blatantly ogling me. Waits for me at the exit door. Rush past to escape in the crowd. Worked in installing alarms and CCTV. It was a domestic install. Woman had already been asked by local gov to remove barbed wire from her fence line. So she wanted an alarm and CCTV on her house. Yes, she had mental health problems. Installed as per request. Paid. No worries. Then a few weeks later she called up. I need you to service my system. I think they are tampering with it. Her evidence was in the CCTV footage. You could see some bushes moving. Wind was blowing some branches. Boss was a nice guy and sent me out, no charge. I did a full walk test. Check system, top to bottom. All good. Lady is happy. Few weeks later. Happens again. Different tech. Boss again let this slide. Free of charge. He knew he was dealing with mental health issue. No drama. Nothing for a few months. All good. Turns out she'd been admitted to hospital because they had hidden bugs in the walls and she scrubbed the walls with so many different chemicals that she chemically burned herself and needed skin grafts. Then the call came again. This time boss says it's out of warranty now, so the service will cost $X no problems. She agrees. And I'm not sure if this was a trigger for her, but regardless, I got the job. I turned up. I started servicing the system. Usual deal. Check sensors. Walk test. Check cameras etc etc. She was very jovial when I got there. Then, they watch. I found bugs everywhere. I've had to pull apart the dishwasher. It had to be hidden there. The bug had to be there. Unless you're one of them. She ran towards the kitchen counter where the knife block was, and I just ran. I have an FI whether she was going for a knife. I was just getting nervous with her behavior and that was the direction she moved. Boss didn't charge for that one. Reported to police and local health and all that. I have no idea what happened after that. I got interviewed by police, but that's all I can say. I recently moved to a new town in the city I grew up in. There's a village with a dead end, and my friend from out of state is renting a room from a slumlord in one of the 2 houses that are on this street. This strange street has a highway off-ramp at the end of it. This is a short street. Recently, I was sitting outside of the house that my friend Eric is renting, drawing a picture in my sketchbook. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a guy, and he's approaching me. The guy is friendly but a bit off-putting. He wants to know what my business is on this street. I told him I was waiting for my friend Eric. This guy never met Eric, so he doesn't believe me and tries proving me wrong. He tells me about how his son was murdered not long ago in a drug feud and how his daughter died of an odd afterward. I'm trying to get out of this situation because I'm stoned. Then, a vehicle pulls into the driveway of the house I'm sitting in front. I think it was probably the landlady's son. The guy who is talking to me takes this opportunity to beckon the stranger over. Guy convinces the stranger that I'm looking for him, but of course the stranger doesn't recognize me. This is when their demeanor changed profoundly. The guy grabbed my car door and told me to get out. I talked calmly and complied for a moment before hitting the gas in reverse. The second guy followed me down the street while I continued to reason with him. I left and thought he and his mom might be following me. Edit. Another quick story. I was visiting a college campus about an hour away from home. My friend invited me to go because this is a campus where a lot of parties occur. Unfortunately, the campus is situated next to a rather bad neighborhood, which I did not realize. So it is nighttime and we are walking around looking for parties when I got separated from my friend. I walked down a side street into a bad neighborhood without realizing it. I was a bit tipsy and turned around. On the corner was a group of guys. I walked by them and they called at me, "What's up white boy?" and called me over. It was like a couple of white guys and a couple of black guys, if it matters. They said, "Do you know where you are? We are going to jump you." I said, "Can you not? I got separated from my friend and I'm trying to find my way back to campus. If you guys were to attack me, it would ruin my whole night, so I'm asking that you please not." They were like, "Go that way and find your friend quickly." I left in a hurry and everything turned out a-okay. At 18 I got catfished by a transvestite and ended up making lifelong friends with 2 strangers who saved me. If there is interest, I will recount the whole story. Edit. Holy cow, wasn't expecting such a huge response. I'm just starting my day, gonna make it to work, and will post the full story. Edit. The story. I have no issues with people who choose or are trans. It is just not my preference. This goes back over 10 years ago, is rather long, so some details have been lost to history. I also just got fired from my job in the middle of writing this, so hope you enjoy it. Advanced apologies for horrific errors that I was too lazy to proofread and correct. In my junior year of high school, I had grown tired of how ignorant the faculty at my school and decided to opt for the independent study program, which is basically work from home, so I could finish school and get my diploma while working a part-time job. About halfway through my senior year, I had become quite isolated from the social world my peers enjoyed at school, so to fill the void I turned to Yahoo chat rooms. My father had recently purchased a webcam, so I set it up and began chatting with randos. A few weeks into it, I began chatting with this person, let's call them Pat, from a town close to me who was close to my age, who also had a webcam. Now mind you, this is in 2002, so the webcam experience was jumpy even at low resolution. So all I could really see was this person had long hair, makeup and what looked like an amazing rack, so 18-year-old me was pumped. We had pretty average conversation and found similarities like musical tastes and normal teenage shit, so I felt like this was headed in a good direction. Shortly after Thanksgiving that year, my parents suggested that I go up to my grandparents' house to help put up their Christmas lights, which just so happened to be the next town over from where Pat lived. That's when I came up with the stupid idea of trying to meet an internet person in real life. I had heard the stories about how these things ended before, but the webcam gave me a false sense of assurance and we decided to meet up. My plan was to tell my parents I was staying with friends who I had been visiting up there the night before I would meet up with my grandparents, so I had the whole night to go and party. We picked a location in a college town close by that we both knew, and Pat assured me we would be attending a huge party, so I locked it in and off I went. The whole drive, I had this tiny feeling of doubt, but my positive attitude assured me I would have fun. This is adventurous, and I thought for sure I was gonna get laid, no time to worry about bad things. After a 2-hour drive up, I finally make it to the meetup point, text Pat to let them know I had made, and they replied saying they were on the way, but 15 minutes passed, then 30, then an hour, then the worry kicks in. After an hour and a half of waiting, a car pulls up, and out pops Pat, drunk as fuck, stumbling towards me with arms open for a hug. It was this instant that I knew this shit was all bad. I have a very keen sense of smell, and Pat's breath smelled like a drunk man. Hands were as big as mine, deepish voice and wearing a scarf. Pat was really excited to see me, touching my arms, and saying I can't believe you made it. Immediately my brain was in overdrive, trying desperately to figure out how to get out of this mess, but before I knew it, Pat had her friends take off to the party, so I could follow them with Pat in my car. After an uneventful car ride, we reached the party, and it was humongous, biggest party I had ever been to, and I was a high schooler at a college party. I used this to help me feel better, and tried to hide from Pat, so I could figure out how I was going to ditch out. I did think about just giving the old Irish goodbye and sleeping in my car for the night, but I was young, dumb and completely unprepared for this situation. I failed miserably at hiding from Pat. They found me sitting and chatting with some other people smoking outside and told me we are going to another party in the same complex to smoke weed out of a vaporizer, which was new at the time, so I decided I would go with and figure out my exit at the next party. This is where I get introduced to who would become my eventual saviors. Let's call them Harold and Kuma. They knew the person with the vaporizer as well, and we all met, shook hands and made our way to the next house. Now up until this point, I wasn't positive that Pat was a man, but all the signs were pointing that direction. But what happened at the next party was when my panic set in. Pat was extremely sloppy at this point and we all sat down at the table, poured some drinks, and started getting to know everyone. Sitting in the warm comfortable house getting high, Pat decided to take off their coat and the scarf, and I will never forget the feeling of my stomach dropping when I saw Pat's humongous Adam's apple. Inside, I died a little, my faith in humanity ruined with the drop of a scarf, and now I was in full freak out mode. Apparently, Harold had picked up on my vibes, but I was too distracted with my own racing thoughts to notice that he had also seen Pat's neck. When we made eye contact, he pointed at his Adam's apple and then at Pat, and I acknowledged with a nod and a shrug. At this point I knew that I was not alone and Harold seemed determined to find out for sure. After a few more minutes of chatter, I moved to the couch to try and plan my exit when Harold came out from the back of the apartment where the bedroom and bathroom was and came straight up to me and whispered in my ear, "Dude, it's a dude. Dude, it's a dude. We need to get the fuck out of here." Apparently while I was deep in thought, Harold had gone to use the restroom and found Pat had already occupied it. Pat had given him the come hither signal, so Harold took it upon himself to reach out with his thumb and rub Pat's Adam's apple. This was immediately before he ran out to tell me and humor the news. They were both ready to bounce, but had no car, so I enthusiastically volunteered to be their chauffeur. We all left immediately, but when we reached the bottom of the stairs in front of the apartment, Pat's friend came out screaming at the top of her lungs, "I will faking haunt you in your faking nightmares, you faking asshole." Harold and Kuma got the whole story in the car, and they made jokes about how they saved Mars that night, and we all had a great laugh about it. Kuma was kind enough to let me crash at his place and invited me to another party the following night where we got to talk to real girls. We all three still talk and hang out together and have this interesting story to share. Whoa, I might have a good one here. About 3 years ago, I went to a party with 2 girls I knew. The party was in a super bad area, but I went because one of the girls was very pretty. It was worse than I imagined. I'm a nerdy as white kid. I stand out pretty bad, but as it turns out Charlo gangbangers like me because they know that I'm not going to do stupid shit. The only other white guy there is well known at the party as Crazy Craig. Crazy Craig and his pregnant girlfriend love to smoke meth and get into fights. I'm playing beer pong with a cute girl when I see my blonde friend, who has a leg cast by the way, trying to fight Crazy Craig. Craig won't have it, but his girlfriend decides now is her time to shine, walks up to my friend, kicks her in the leg cast, then starts kicking and stomping on her arm cast. I try to split them up, but some guy picks me up and tells me they are adults, it ain't your fight, mind your own business. I was going to disagree, but then I see Craig pull out his gun and take his shorts off. So he is standing there as naked, holding a gun. When I say gun, the guy whips around and pulls out his own gun, followed by about 5 other guys. This is when it really struck me. What the fuck am I doing here? I like to paint miniatures, I like beer pong, but this is some shit that I can't hang with. I just walked out to my car, drove home, turned off my phone, made a whole new set of friends. My friends and I were sophomores in high school and were really into skateboarding at the time. One day, we are out skating and decide to get some drinks at a nearby store. We cut through a somewhat ghetto neighborhood that we rarely ever go through and are about 3 minutes from our destination. Then, 3 dudes and 1 girl come out of one of the shitty houses. One of the dudes stumbles and almost falls coming out the door. They immediately see us, and the black kid asks if we want to play a game of skate. My friend politely says no, I'm fine, and we continue walking. A few seconds later, they start walking right behind us. At this moment, I knew what was going on. I remembered hearing shit about some guys jumping several kids at my school, hospitalizing 2 of them. These were the guys that did it, and we were about to get jumped. The albino one asks what size board you got. Despite knowing these guys were gonna try to mug us, I didn't take it seriously. I responded with 6.969 joke. The albino kid doesn't take this lightly and immediately starts some shit over it, saying, "You wanna say that to my face?" At this point, all 3 of us are slightly more tensed up and are expecting some shit to happen. We keep walking and the fakers keep following. One of them says, "Which board do you want?" to his friend, and they pretty much decided who was gonna take what at that point. Then in an instant, the black kid punches one of my friends right in the cheek. My friend instantly drops his board and runs. My other friend sees him take off and does the same. I'm the only one left, and this is where shit gets weird. Despite all that had happened, I wasn't scared. My dumbass literally started slowly skipping away for some reun. This quickly ended when the albino kid ran as fast as he could and swung at the back of my head. For a second, I was phased and actually realized how serious this shit was. I turn around and see a white as face, barely visible eyebrows, and an ugly as black beanie to top it all off. Immediately after, I started dipping out of there. I ran faster than I had ever ran in my entire life. The dude is still chasing me, and I easily outrun him thanks to the crazy amount of adrenaline in my body. I catch up to my friends, and we run into the closest store in sight. We run to the very back, and the black dude tries to follow, but turns around when he sees the big store clerk. Less than a minute later, the clerk calls us to the front to find out what the fuck just happened. We explain the situation, call the police, and then the store manager gets involved. The manager is an older white man and looks to be in his 50s 60s. He goes outside and finds the hooligans not too far away. He tries to catch them, but they somehow found a bike and threw it at him. After this, he calls it quits and runs into the store. At this time, the police finally come through. 223 squad cars pull up, and they catch the kids who tried to jump us. An officer said he thought it was 4 guys, but it turns out the 4th person was just an ugly girl. All of them get handcuffed and are eventually taken away. After this huge mess, one of the officers drives us to a better area, and we end our day by getting junk food at 7-Eleven. TLDR, skateboarding with friends turns into a shit show after hood rats try to jump us. Cut to summer camp, 2006. I was 16, put in charge of the 15-year-olds. It was awful. I knew them all and it out me in a super awkward position ethically. Anyway, point is, I was in the showers one day and ducked into a stall to cry, as I did many times that week. As I do so, I hear the voices of the most obnoxious 15-year-olds come in and they're laughing, joking. I look off to my left and see 2 valve handles. I touch one pipe and it's very cold. The other, scalding hot. I turn the knob on the cold water line all the way off. I immediately hear yelling and screaming. Satisfied, and having dealt my dose of revenge, I barely notice that the voices had stopped talking altogether. I left the stall, and the camp was a ghost town. No one was there, even the lunch ladies were gone. In the distance, I see people congregating on a hill. As I walk toward the mass of humans, I realize that the entire camp had been meeting on this hill. Everyone seemed confused, and there was a buzz in the air. I find my campers, and as I start talking to a friend of mine, the camp counselor walks up with a megaphone. "Attention campers, the water pump has exploded. We do not know why or how, but the camp will be without running water for the next week." The entire crowd of people began chanting, "Boo. Who did this?" I of course realized I was responsible for somehow altering the status of the pump, and although every fiber of my being said get the fuck out of there, I simply raised my fist and yelled boo, with everybody else. To date, no one knows it was me. Had to. After I was done with the army I stayed in Germany for a girl. Went to work in a furniture warehouse, because it was the only work I could get. Worked my butt off for 2 years. One of the few advantages was 30 days of vacation a year, and I spent half of that at a low-budget vacation resort in Tunisia. The day I got back to work I remember the crushing feeling of walking into that warehouse. In every direction I looked there was work. On the shelves there were pallets that needed to be brought down and sent out, but before you could get to them, you needed to clear out the hall that was stuffed full of a delivery of chairs. Before you could clear them out you needed to move stuff out of and reorganize the hall where the chairs belonged, and so on and so on. I started looking for ways to go to college that day after work. The other one was after I graduated school and moved back to DC to work. I had something close to a worst case scenario boss situation. She was taking credit for everything I did and trying to hand off all blame for things that went wrong to me. I was able to keep myself above water by insisting that everything be communicated with ML, which made it harder for her to go after me. Which does not mean she didn't try, but one day I saw her goals list for the year, and it was entirely composed of goals that she'd assigned to me. I applied for and got a transfer back to Germany with a company. 6 months later the entire department in North America was outsourced. I'll try to shorten this story as much as I can. Wanted to tell it for a while. Edit. Very long. My bad. Worked as a line cook as a 20-year-old at the time in a somewhat famous restaurant kitchen based in my fairly small hometown. Was working there for about a year and was very comfortable with all roles in the kitchen and helping out co-workers as much as possible, cause you know. People working in a restaurant kitchen usually got some issues. This new server, age 30, starts working there. We kick it off because we have the same name and start becoming decent work friends. One night we had a lot of snow and I had a pretty snazzy Jeep that was more than capable. He asked for a ride home a mile or two south of town to his apartment. Sure bud. We get there and he invites me inside for some local brew that was out of season so kinda hard to get. I happily accepted and we went inside where I met his wife. Total hottie 9/10. She goes to put his kids in bed. I sat down on the couch facing away from the kitchen. His wife comes back after opening my beer and pours it in a glass for me. Fancy craft beer in a fancy glass. Cool. Thought nothing of it. I glugged 2 of the 12.1% beers down and knowing I'm probably past my limit try to take off. He insists that I stay and smoke some weed to mellow out. Once again, I happily accepted. His wife comes and sits on his lap and rolls some joints and I was thinking this guy is literally the king in his house. Pretty cool dude. I'm already drunk by the time I smoke the first joint with them and start feeling really strange. We were halfway through a deep conversation about religion when he reveals to me he is some form of Christian where they believe all sorts of strange things like Santa being the devil and we should be able to beat our women, also hurting himself to prove his love for Jesus. I was kinda blown away as a comfortable atheist, but as a polite guest I just rolled with it. He starts implying anyone who isn't a Christian should be killed and taken to hell. Now at this point I'm like let's do TFO, but he knows I don't believe in what he does and he tries reading me verses out of the Bible to sway me. I respectfully listen, but am feeling very uncomfortable after this and still very drunk /high/. I try to leave and he sits next to me and puts his arm around me really hard and tries having a heart-to-heart about divorce and random weird shit. I'm a skinny guy and he was a really big tall guy. His wife left at this point and he starts getting really serious. At this point I'm tripping harder than ever and realize something isn't right with something I drank/smoked. I instantly assume she dropped something in my drinks because she poured them out of sight in a dark kitchen. I push him off of me and go for the door and he stands in front of it for a few minutes holding my arm really tight. My thought process wasn't clear at the time, but I remember thinking about a movie I saw where some kids went to lay the pipe on a MILF who would buy them beer and she kidnapped them and sacrificed them to the devil over some extreme religious views. I think that I'm being drugged so that I can be taken to some compound and tortured for being a heathen who accepts this drug lifestyle. Fuck, I'm freaking out. Paranoia is extreme at the moment. I literally shoved him to the ground and ran out the door. I knew I was too messed up to drive, even the few miles on the other side of town on some back roads to my house, so I left my Jeep there in the lot and ran the few miles home. Well, I thought I did. Turns out I kept running south for a few miles until I ended up at a golf course where I somehow managed to text some gibberish to my friend telling him where I was and that I need help. Sat in the snow on hole 18 under some trees for what felt like a long time until he picked me up and took me home. I swear I sat there shivering for what felt like a whole day. Missed work the next day and the guy ended up quitting a week later and moving down south somewhere. TLDR, smoked PCP laced weed when drunk in an unfamiliar place and thought I was being groomed to be kidnapped/wrapped and converted/sacrificed to a Christian extremist cult. I was 14 and went on vacation for a week. Came back and my best friend had new friends. These friends seemed cool. One was old enough to buy cigarettes. Another always had booze to share. In my head I'm thinking this is badass. No more fake kids. No more stealing. No more sneaking around mom and dad. One night they drive by and ask if we want to party. Hell yeah. Get to the party and I feel out of place but everyone is real nice. Couple hours later, and I'm feeling good and have this badass hot girl sitting on my lap talking dirty to me making out. Next thing I know we are going to make a beer run, and guess who can drive? Alarms start going off, mainly because I'm faked up and this is the last thing I need to do. So my best friend says he will drive. I pull him aside and say don't do this. Now I'm a bussy and the girl tells me that she thought I was cool and gets in the front and kisses my friend. Last chance she says. I'll regret doing this by another, and she really likes me. Next day I found out that the same group robbed and killed a 64-year-old convenience store clerk. So here I'm 31 and successful, wondering how fake my life could have been. My friend, who I saw as a brother to my, went to jail till he was 18. He was in and out of the system several times. He called a few years back and talked about when we did stupid shit as kids and said he was happy that I did not go that night. I still don't know how he had my number. Fast forward a week later and I'm told he killed himself that night. Still gets to me every time. Some part of me feels like I didn't try hard enough to stop him. Or three-way that could well have ended in myself and my friend going to jail. So I'm languishing on my bed one Saturday and I get a call from a friend with benefits. Let's call her Fakshiv, asking if I wanted to make plans for that day. Specifically, if I'd be interested in faking some guy she just met. I ask for photos and I'm not attracted to him remotely, but I ask if she wants me to do it and she does. So I turf it in the fact bucket and say sure, why not? Personal growth and pushing my limits, right? Anyway, this guy has something of a submissive fetish and has agreed to open the gate for us and then sit blindfolded and naked in his bedroom for when we get to his apartment. He sends us some images of his place and instructions. Through the gate, first foyer on the right, up the stairs until you see the open door on the landing point. Through the door, turn left and his room is next to his kid's room. Note, his kid was not in the house and was spending time with the mother, divorced, I assumed. On the kid's door was a picture of an angel with googly eyes that haunts me to this day. So I swing by to pick up Fakshiv and she gets into the car with this bag. What's in the bag? I ask. SE7N Ashley. She shows me. This motherfucker is packed with dildos, lubricant, handcuffs, a strap-on, the works. I point to a spool of rope I have in the back seat and she bundles it in with the rest of them. We arrive at the guy's apartment complex, park the car and get out. Fakshiv rings the gate and after a second, it opens up. We hit the stairs, #1, until we come across an open door, #2. We step into the apartment and look around. The door opens directly into the kitchen and I'm hunting for that terrifying angel poster to guide me in #3. I can't see it anywhere, so I shrug to Fakshiv and we step through into the living room. As I look around, Fakshiv raises her hand. We look at each other and realize we can hear someone talking. I look at Fakshiv and mouth, what is he saying? She raises her hands in confusion. We take another step through the living room, trying to hear better, and suddenly we hear the worst possible thing. We stare at each other with horror washing over our faces. It's a second voice. We are in the wrong house. To recap, my friend and I are standing, not in someone's doorway, but fully into their living room. We are uninvited. We have not announced ourselves. We have not knocked. In fact, we have very silently entered this residence. And my friend is carrying a literal Gamora of sex toys and bondage equipment. Did I mention that she has a very unhinged Lisbeth Salander vibe to her, while I hardly look like Metropolis model citizen myself? Some gestures from both of us, predominantly stabbing fingers towards the door and doing the slashing throat motion, and we stealthily start to backtrack out of there. Fortunately, we make it out without incident, while the voices continue to argue. If we'd been caught, who the fuck knows what would have gone down. I imagine police involvement at the very least. We worked it out like the Desert BSDM team from Mad Maximum. We had enough rope to tie down King Kong and enough other equipment to give him a night that Peter would definitely raise some inquiries about. The literal only way that would possibly have ended well was how it did. Fortunately, a stealthy, albeit shocked, exit. We get outside, lock eyes and burst out laughing before recalibrating and finding out the guy's actual house. Fun Saturday. Maybe too late to this party, but here goes. Some dude's oak tree story just reminded me. I was riding a bike by the Mission in Santa Barbara. As I was directly underneath this massive oak tree, I heard this crackling noise, and I remember thinking that kind of sounds like a tree falling over. Then whammo. I turned around, and I cleared this massive branch by a couple of seconds that fell across both lanes of a very wide street. Couldn't believe my luck. It was like a Final Destination moment. So I was lucky, but about 3 cars were not. Some red minivan took the brunt of this behemoth branch and was pretty well caved in. A couple other cars were damaged as well. Looked like a giant clusterfuck. And of course I'm worried about the occupants, so I click-clack over. I borrowed someone's bike that had those click-in shoes to check on everyone. By this time a decent crowd is starting to gather, and it's quickly apparent that the vehicle occupants are all okay, but dazed and confused as fuck. Which is also about the time I hear someone yell bees. Bees. Suddenly I become aware of this buzzing sound. So I look up, and right where the branch fell off the tree is this giant faking bee's nest and a sheet load of really surprised and pissed off bees. Must have structurally weakened the branch joined with their nest. The people from the cars start waving their arms over their heads and running away, serpentine style. Poor bastards just got slammed by a branch, got out to check in a daze, and we are greeted by a bunch of pissed off bees. That's right when I decided everyone is okay, and I need to get the fuck out of here, and click-clacketed my way to the bike double time, clicked in, and rode off. Was in the paper a few days later. Maybe someone can find it. Happened to me this past Saturday. I'm gonna be in a wedding, so Saturday the groom and the rest of his groomsmen went to have our tuxes fitted for the wedding at the Fashion District in downtown LA. We all paid for parking. You have to pay for parking pretty much everywhere in DTLA. So afterward we decided to go eat and have a few beers. None of us wanted to pay for parking again. And since the place was just under a mile away we decided not to Uber. We thought it would be good to walk. Bad idea. Very bad idea. The navigator ended up taking us through the worst possible part of Skid Row. Skid Row is about 30 blocks of homeless people. Many of whom are mentally ill and or drug addicts. Many of whom have strong racial prejudices against white people. And here we were strolling through looking for a place to eat. 2 blocks into the walk we knew we had faked up. But, as the streets filled with more and more human waste and trash, the racial slurs and threats became more and more aggressive. We were called out to fight on multiple occasions. We were threatened with violence. We were propositioned by prostitutes while they were in the middle of shooting up. Told many times we didn't belong there and we were pretty far from home. The smell was tantamount to sticking your head into a well-used outhouse bowl and filling your nostrils. It was bad and honestly I have never feared for my life more. Thankfully there were 6 of us which probably prevented any of the threats from coming to fruition. I can't imagine how it would have gone if there were fewer of us. We made it out safe, physically, but emotionally I think we all took a hit. No one should have to live like that. It opened my eyes that I'm a pretty scummy person for taking for granted as much as I do. I have so much to be thankful for, and this experience has made me realize I should be giving back to the community. I want to get involved in charity works. Edit. I should clarify that we did not walk all 30 blocks. Probably between 6 to 8. Sunday, October 21st, 2007 I nearly got suicide bombed ! 11 wasn't even supposed to be at the scene. 3 PM October 18th 2007 whole city's shut down. Ex-Premier Benazir Bhutto's plane has landed. She's returning to Karachi after 8 years in exile. She's supposed to board this truck with a stage on top and ride it slowly to her house in the south of the city. She's scheduled to deliver a speech at some museum along the way. There's around 3 million people lining the streets welcoming her, therefore her journey's supposed to take 10 to 15 hours, about 20 plus miles. Some would say she was inviting an attack by being in public for that duration of time, moving at a snail's pace. 8:30 PM October 18th 2007 was at a mate's house. Now I'd been watching the telly on and off all day and the whole thing seemed very peaceful. Decided to go out to eat, but my mate jokingly suggests, let's go take a look at this malarkey. I didn't mind, having never witnessed anything like this. So we meet up with a few of his friends and decide it's best going on motorbikes since cars could get stuck in traffic. 10:30 PM October 18th 2007 we reach the Casas intersection. Ms. Bhutto's convoy is a fair distance to our left, couple of kilometers, but the roads in that direction are blocked. Meanwhile there's a huge street party going on at this intersection. Huge speakers set up on trucks, people dancing and singing. We join in. 10:50 p.m. October 18th 2007. One of the blokes dancing in the crowd pulls out a weapon and fires 4 shots in the air, in full view of everyone, and then tucks his gun back in his trousers with a beaming smile. Music stops, guy on microphone tells him off, and warns others not to repeat firing shots in the air, to celebrate something as tradition in these parts. Music starts again. 11:20 p.m. October 18th 2007. Just as we decide to make a move, we could see floodlights and cars, including the big BHUTTO truck in the distance, to our left. The street lights on the stretch of road between us and where the truck is are switched off, which we didn't think was unusual, strangely. 11:50 p.m. October 18th 2007. The convoy reached where we were, with me among the bystanders just feet away from the police cars surrounding the big truck. No sign on Ms. Butto on the truck. Apparently she had gone inside into the bomb-proof room below to rest/prepare for her speech. The whole convoy is moving at an extremely slow pace. You could walk faster. 12:05 a.m. October 19th 2007. The convoy has just passed us, still only about 10 yards from us though. My mate spots this fit politician bird on the back of the truck with a mic and starts walking towards her to get a closer look/say hello. The other guys who were with us, 10 to 12 in total, start getting their motorbikes out to head home. Just then there's a bang. Not too loud, but enough to feel a gust of air/dust in me face. When the bombs went off, there were people blocking my view, but I could still make out sparks/debris flying into the air. People started running in all directions. I'm looking around bemused, thinking there's no way that was a real bomb. Must have gone wrong, I thought, cause it wasn't that loud. Heard someone say it was a generator that exploded. My mate who had gone after the fit politician bird came running back and started his bike. I told him not to worry, it wasn't a bomb. Just at that moment there's a big fuck off bang. Never heard anything like that in me life. The sound was earth shattering. Everything around me shook. I jump onto the bike and we sped off with people/cars/bikes running in all directions. 12:10 a.m. October 19th 2007. An ambulance went past us, sirens blaring, and I could see people inside covered in blood. We were just behind said ambulance when all of a sudden it comes to a halt on a bridge about 200 yards from the bombing scene. The back door opens and everyone starts jumping out shouting that there's a bomb in the ambulance. Someone then threw out a black metallic object. All I saw was the light on it, which broke/went off on hitting the ground. Now, I was okay up until that point, thinking that we were safe and getting away from the scene. Seeing this unfold in front of me eyes less than 5 yards away was something else though. I didn't know how many more bombs there were. Every car going past us was suspect. I jumped off the bike and ran. Never ran so fast in me life, jumping over cars and motorbikes, and eventually off the railing off the end of the bridge onto the road. I was waiting for the bomb to go off, but it never did. Turned out to be a false alarm. My mate had by then turned round and gotten off the same end of the bridge that I'd run towards. He was on the other side of the road and I didn't know how to cross, as there were ambulances/cars/bikes rushing out. Just then I get a bit of space between the traffic to cross, but I hear this screaming behind me. One of the injured from the ambulance was trying to get off the bridge by climbing the railing. He saw me and goes, "Save me, help me, muj bachalo, muj con bache gab." His clothes were soaked in blood and it looked like he had a massive head injury to the left of his head/shoulder. I helped him off the railing and luckily some bloke on a bike stopped to help. I helped this guy onto the bike with the other bloke and off they went towards some hospital nearby. I did eventually cross the road and was at me mate's house 15 minutes later. Flew back to Dubai the next day. My prayers are with those who suffered. They were just ordinary people welcoming a political leader home in the hope of a stable and, ironically, secure democratic future for their country. There were a few women and children too. We were the cowardly ones, I admit. There were many who stayed behind/went back to help the injured and put them into ambulances/rush them to hospitals in their cars. 138 people died in total. People that I may have shook hands with. People who we joined in the crazy Cindy style dancing. People that we nicked a flag from. May their souls rest in peace. I was 24 and had just spent the last 7 months living at my parents' house in a rented hospital bed in the family room in between trips to Seattle for reconstructive surgeries on my leg as I'd been in a car crash the summer before. It was my first night back in my apartment. I was still on a wheelchair, but I was able to get around shorter stretches with crutches and the skin was healed up, so living at home with my cats was no longer an infection risk, even though we were still waiting for the transplanted bone. Some of my living bone from a different spot and some donor bone matrix for it to grow on, to be dense enough to put weight on. I was at the point where I was supposed to be putting about 10% of my weight on it while using crutches to start strengthening it, so we felt comfortable with me being home. So first thing I did after my mom dropped me and my stuff at home was wheel myself over to the public transit hub half a mile away and ride the train to the stop right by my favorite local grocery store. I got myself restocked on basic stuff and had it hanging off my chair handles, and I took myself to a nice dinner on the patio of a restaurant I liked and read a book for a bit and was headed home, feeling like a real person again after feeling so dependent and stuck for months. As I wheeled home from the train in the almost dark, I saw 3 guys loitering on a corner in front of me. I got a shiver, one of those tingles that travels the length of your body and makes the hair on the back of your neck stand on end, and for me is accompanied with a flood of warmth when the shiver is panic/danger related. There was something about their mannerism that was just not quite right, and it was a weird spot to be hanging out. I thought quickly, but there was no good way to turn around and head back to the train without rousing suspicion. The sidewalk was narrow and had a fence on one side, so turning around with a bunch of stuff hanging off the back and expanding the chair's dimensions, and one of the footrests was up so my injured leg was elevated, further expanding the dimensions, so I'd have made quite a scene maneuvering everything to get turned around. And even if I did get turned around and not attacked for it, I'd have been a bit stuck and would still need to get home. It seemed like my best bet was to try to pass through the corner quietly and unobtrusively and hope I was just being paranoid. Passing them went fine, but then I could hear them following me, and I knew they were following me and not just walking down the street, because I was moving slowly and they were clearly walking much slower than they normally would have to keep pace about 30 feet behind me. Then I got to the gate to my apartment complex, and as I was reaching to pull out my key, they rushed over and surrounded me. One put a gun a little under a foot from my face, another out a knife against my throat, and the third was behind me, blocking any hope of retreat. What they thought a 5'3" woman with an obviously injured leg in a wheelchair was going to do that required such a strong attack, I'm not sure. At that point, I thought to myself, well, you don't have any actual control of whether you live or die at this point. Your best option is to be as polite and cooperative as possible and not give them any reason to be angry with you. They demanded my wallet and had me reach into my purse to get it. They asked for my ATM pin and said they'd come back and kill me if I gave them the wrong one or if I called the cops. After maybe a minute or two that felt very long, they left and I was able to open the gate and wheel towards my apartment. As I wheeled, I was still calm, was figuring out the course of action, who to call first, etc. But I wheeled past my apartment because my adoptive uncle and aunt, a coworker of dad's from 15 years before that who'd become part of our family, and his wife were at that point living 2 doors down from me, since I'd told them there was a pet-friendly vacancy when they were looking. My calm lasted through getting to the door and knocking on it, but as soon as I heard my uncle moving around inside to get to the door, I burst into tears because I knew there was someone else to help be rational. So as he was opening the door, the sound of panicked bawling was starting up, and I had a hard time getting any words out, but managed to choke gun and gate out, at which point his hand reached out, grabbed my shirt, and yanked me fully into the apartment, and tossed me onto their sofa, before he took a very quick peek outside, and also yanked my chair in, and was on the phone to the police within 30 seconds of opening his door. I was working a job I had been in for years, in the place where I did my apprenticeship. I had never worked anywhere else, and 15 years on I still felt like I owed them for where I was. The company had grown in size in terms of orders and turnover, but they were cheapskates and didn't expand staff numbers in kind. This put everyone under endlessly increasing amounts of pressure whilst the company directors enjoyed more and more profit. It got to a point where it didn't matter how hard you worked. There was not enough time to get things done. Turning up at 6 am, leaving at 7 pm, and working Saturday morning was expected despite not being contracted, and there was no overtime. Everyone was cutting corners to try and cope, which resulted in more mistakes being made. So everyone was stressed and angry at everyone else. You were never thanked for anything when it did go right, and then I was told that I wasn't getting even a rate of inflation pay rise for the 4th year in a row because of mistakes and work not getting done on time. I was drinking excessively at the weekends and, in hindsight, showing signs of depression. Then I became a father and the wife got postnatal depression. One morning I was carrying my 3-month-old son in a baby carrier into the office, into a side meeting room, so I could carry on with my work, when my director had a pop at me for being late in. I was off the following day for an interview. Didn't even tell them I was going. Just didn't show up for work in the morning. I got back into the office just after lunch. I had to stop them beaching up at me to answer my phone which started ringing. I had gotten the job. My notice was printed off and signed within 5 minutes. They spent the next 2 weeks throwing money and titles at me to get me to stay. Nope. Bye. August 2016. The state fair was going on in my city, and I woke up with an overwhelming craving for deep fried cheese curds. I decided I would walk to the fair, find a cheese curd vendor, and leave, since nothing else about the fair interested me. However, I had forgotten that Black Lives Matter had plans to stage a protest on the fairgrounds, and as soon as I stepped out of my apartment, there they were, hundreds of them, chanting and waving signs and a giant papier-mâché sculpture. They had taken over the entire highway, and police were routing traffic. I figured, okay, they still have a good mile or so to cover. I can get into the back of the protest, shoulder my way to the front, and jog on ahead of them. I can buy cheese curds and find a different route home before they even reach the fair. I stopped at the gas station to buy a coffee first and then ducked into the crowd. At the exact moment that I reached the middle of the protest, they decided to stage a die-in. Somebody shouted a command and they all dropped to the ground, pretending to be dead. I was now the sole person standing in a crowd of hundreds. There were mounted police on either end of the protest watching my every move. I continued to step gingerly over the protesters' arms and legs, coffee in hand, trying not to spill. Then I heard the whap 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 of helicopter blades and looked up to see the local news chopper getting aerial footage of the incident. I remember thinking, this ain't good. I stopped walking and stood frozen in place until everyone else got to their feet. I made it to the front of the crowd as fast as humanly possible. I couldn't even get into the fair to buy cheese curds, but a few Somali girls had a booth set up outside the fairgrounds, and they gave me some naan for free. I also got a quran. 2 for the price of 1. Soon after I moved to Philly, I was trying to find my way on bike through North Philly to Temple University. There were a bunch of middle-aged guys sitting outside of a subway station on Broad. Guy shouts, "Nice bike." I say thanks. He says, "Yeah, I know, if this were a couple hours later, I'd steal it." Hey, at least he was honest. A few years later, I was in Istanbul, by myself. I'm walking on Icicle Street on a Sunday night, doing the tourist thing, and looking for a bar. A guy walks up to me, and starts talking to me in Turkish. I say, "Sorry, I don't speak Turkish." He lights up and says, "Oh, are you British or American?" I tell him American. He starts talking up this bar around the corner, which has live music, just 1 block over off Icicle. I say, "Sure," because I'm a dumbass and trust strangers too much. He leads me to a totally normal bar, but takes me upstairs behind a giant metal door. Once he opens it, there are dozens of women in lingerie. Now, I'd heard of this scam before. They charge exorbitant amounts for alcohol as a front for prostitution. The manager greets the guy who brought me in with a huge smile and shakes my hand. On either side of us, they sit down 2 girls. The girl beside me is really attractive and from Moscow. I buy her 1 drink and intend to take off after that. When the first drink is gone, the guy who brought me in tells me he'll get the next one. During the second drink, the girl misinterprets something I said as, "Is your father in the Russian mafia?" The correct answer was yes, and she started bawling. So, I buy her a third drink. And a fourth. After the fourth, I call for the check and the waiter and the guy who brought me in do a little fake conversation in Turkish. The guy who brought me in leans over and says, "I don't know why the bill is so much. Can you pay your half?" My half comes to 1080 lira, about $540 at the time. I give them my credit card, thinking I can call my bank the next day. They say, "Sorry, we don't take cards. Ahmed will walk you to the ATM." After going down the steps and leading me in disorienting circles through back alleys for 10 minutes, Ahmed shows me where the ATM is. As I walk past him, I take off sprinting around people. Probably ran for 10 minutes. Never went back to Istiklal Street. I was a kid probably around 10 years old hanging out with a friend of mine just down the street from where we lived. We both lived in the same apartment building when this older kid who was probably in his teens walked up to us and started talking to us. I remember feeling uneasy. Even though he seemed friendly, there was something not right about this guy. After a few minutes passed, he says he has something really cool in his car he wanted to show us and turns to lead us towards his car. When he turned away, me and my friend looked at each other and silently agreed to run for it. We got to my apartment and told my mom, who immediately called the cops. An hour later they caught the guy and found a gun and a couple knives in his car. He later admitted to trying to abduct us. Another one happened when I was 12 and at the lake during summer break. I was swimming around and decided to swim past the edge of the beach to see what was over there, since you couldn't really get past the edge from the shore without going through thick brush. As I'm swimming along, these two girls swam up to me and stopped me. They started making conversation, and as we were talking they asked me how old I was. So I told them I was 12, and they just kind of smiled and looked at each other, and the one said old enough. Of course my innocent child mind didn't know what that meant, and when I asked them they just giggled and said nothing, don't worry about it. Confused I asked how old they were, and one responded that she was 19 and the other said she was 18, and they asked if I wanted to go back to their campsite, and again my innocent child mind didn't know what they were up to, and I just said no, because I was at the beach with my family, but they were persistent and insisted that I go with them and that I wouldn't be gone for long, which made me uneasy. And just as I was about to try swimming away, my uncle saw me and told me it was time to go back to our campsite, so the girls let me go. My uncle asked me who the girls were, and I said I didn't know, and I explained to him what they said. He asked me if I agreed, or if they touched me, and I said no, but that they were making me uneasy, so I kept my distance. He explained to me what they wanted, and that was the day I lost my innocence. Luckily only mentally and not physically. I grew up Mormon, and if you know anything about Mormons, you know, when they turn 18 years old they are required to pay to leave their homes and spend 2 years as missionaries, spending 15 hours a day knocking on doors selling Mormonism. When you grow up, the Mormon mission is advertised as a glorious war campaign for Jesus to spread the truth of God on the earth. It was with this in mind that I saved up money working jobs in high schools to save $6,000 and leave my home and family for 2 years to become a missionary. All LDS missionaries begin their mission at what is called the MTC, or Missionary Training Center, in Provo, Utah. My family came with me, and after a brief inspirational message were ripped away from me, not to be seen nor spoken to for the next 2 years. What happened over the next few hours, days and weeks was the most traumatic thing I have ever been through. What is marketed as a happy glorious Jesus campaign is literal living hell. The MTC is a strictly regimented and disciplinary prison where every aspect of your life is controlled. You work from 5 in the morning to 11 at night. You get 1 day off a week, which you spend cleaning the bathrooms and going to the temple, where you are indoctrinated and brainwashed and sleep deprived and worked to exhaustion, so that you enter a sort of spiritual delirium where you can be convinced of anything. I knew the second day I had to get out, but didn't know how. Leaving the MTC or the mission at all is strictly forbidden, and anyone who does is shamed, shunned, and ostracized by his community. I spent 2 weeks devising a plan. If there is further interest in the story, I'll share what I did. When I was like 18 or 19, my pals and I were hanging out at the disc golf course slash public parks parking lot. It was near our homes and was pretty much our hangout spot. We were known for always being there. It was pretty much still my high school clique. We were all white boys who drove trucks and dabbled in the occasional questionable activity while bored in our borderline rural slash suburban city when we weren't fishing at the lake or playing disc golf. It was the late 1990s. Our group culture was like one half near 90s hippie and one half redneck. It was near dusk and we were hanging out in the parking lot by our trucks like we normally do. And this large white truck that had passed slowly a couple times pulls up and these two guys jump out and strike up a conversation with us. They claim that they were in town to build a new nearby Walmart. Next thing we know we are hanging out at their extended stay hotel suite watching dirt bike videos that would occasionally cut into little neo-Nazi clips or whatever when suddenly someone looks down at the coffee table and sees some neo-Nazi book or something and he points out to everyone while the two hosts out of the room. Without words we all looked at each other. Something is wrong here. Next thing we know we are getting questioned. Do you know anything about the swastikas that were spray painted on that church or something along those lines? We all knew that the Catholic church near us got tagged a few days prior. We all looked at each other and our hive mind decided to nope out. The group consensus after we got the fuck out of there was that they were probably cops and we were in a sting. We weren't as racist or Nazis and didn't associate with anyone who was. So we were pretty freaked out about the whole ordeal. Sitting in jail over parking tickets I never took care of for 2 months. It was the shitest time of my life. The food is subpar, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, it's boring as shit, it's uncomfortable, everything is flat, square and boxy and made of aluminum. You can't be comfortable just sitting at the tables for more than an hour. Watching TV hurts your ass. The only thing to do is watch TV all day and that is pretty much ruined by the fact that there's nowhere decent to sit and relax. Then you're constantly aware of the fact that you can't leave and have no free will. I've seen people starve themselves for days because eating was the only thing the gods couldn't force you to do. It was the only choice you made for yourself. Speaking of food, meal times sucked. One meal every 4 hours or so. Can't take it to your cell, can't save for later. You get an hour to eat what's on your plate and that's it. I decided when I got out I wasn't going to give the asshole cops another reason to arrest me. So I don't drive a car, I don't handle guns or money, I don't do anything that could get me sent back to that hellhole. If jail does anything for you, it makes you take stock of your life and you eventually realize what you need to do to move forward. It's not easy, but jail teaches you how to deal with shit you don't want to deal with. When you need to take a shit and 40 other guys can see into your cell and can see you on the toilet, it makes you not want to take a shit. But eventually you man up and do it anyways because you have to. Jail teaches you how to dig deep and make it through rough shit. In jail you don't get to say no or say I can't do it or cry when shit gets rough. There's no way out but to do your time. You can't whine and cry cause jail is hard. You suck it up and take it one day at a time. It's the only way. If you got shit you need to handle, do it before you end up in jail cause everything becomes a beach to do behind bars. I finally can tell this story. I was in the Navy for 10 years. I have been around the world a few times, literally, and my favorite nope moment comes from Thailand. TLDR, I was forced to buy a tank top at knife point and was threatened by a breastfeeding woman. My friend and I were walking through the town trying to figure out the best course of action for the night's activities when a street vendor looks me in the eye and say calmly, "Hey Obama, you wanna see some chicken born?" Me being a 6'3", 225 pound white male, I was intrigued by the new name I had apparently earned, and extra intrigued by something I have never seen before. Chicken born. In our half-drunken stupor we decided to follow this man through the streets of Patton where he led us into a t-shirt shop. He nods at the clerk and proceeds to open a hidden door in the back wall of the shop revealing a bootleg DVD warehouse. This place was incredible. It was easily 10,000 movies and TV shows, all of them arranged alphabetically and by genre. We browsed and settled on the complete series of Top Gear. I think it cost us $5 total. As we were leaving I asked the man about the chicken born. He laughed and told me it was the only way we would stop and listen. On our way back out the man running the t-shirt shack asks us to buy a shirt. We politely decline and he proceeds to get loud, really loud. He is basically screaming at us, and we start to notice a crowd gathering at the front of the store. He then reaches in his pocket and pulls a knife. I decided that I did in fact need a new Red Bull tank top and a couple other shirts. He smiled, put away his knife and let us go. As we were walking out of the alley we had been led down a top/less woman breastfeeding a child waved a taser at us. We got out of there quickly. Once, while I was on a lone road trip around the United States, I started in Washington State, and the furthest away I got was New Orleans. Just before I got to New Orleans, I told Google Maps to give me directions to the French Quarter. Once I got there, I just started to drive around and sightsee for a half hour. I still needed to arrange a place to sleep and get some breakfast. Just then, I saw a hotel a block away from a gas station. Perfect. I'll get out of my car, reserve a spot at the hotel, and grab a snack from the gas station. When I get out of my car, I realize that I'm in the sketchiest neighborhood I have ever been in. I was even wearing Ray-Bans, Dr. Martens, and a plaid button-up shirt. Anyways, I walk up to a guy in a small booth attached to the hotel and ask him how much for a night. He says $60. I ask if it is non-smoking. The man behind the bulletproof glass laughs at me. I start walking to the gas station for a snack before I leave. I'm still not scared. Candy bars are literally just a block away. Halfway down the block, a scrawny black meth head steps into my path. I try to step around him. He does it again. He smiles, I laugh, and he shakes my hand. He tells me that for $5, he will draw a picture of me. I say sure, thinking that this will be a great souvenir. He pulls out an ad for a liqueur on printer paper and starts drawing on the back. Only then do I realize there is a third person. She is a shadow of a person. An expert of not being noticed. My artist jumps right in. He starts asking about what type of women that I'm interested in. Black, white, etc. I tell him that I don't have a preference. All women are great. I just want to emphasize how much of an unprepared lanky white teen tourist I am. He then starts asking me about what type of drugs I like. I'm starting to feel scared, so I just tell him none today. He asks where I'm going. I say the gas station. He asks for $10 instead of $5. I say okay. I hear a loud noise and feel an impact on my shoulder. On the unmarked building I was standing in the shadow of, someone had flung open a door and clipped me. I legitimately thought I had been shot for at least a whole second. This huge man steps out of a black room with sunglasses on. Between the New Orleans accent and some tension, the conversation my artist and this man have is more like growing. To solve the issue, we just step in front of the next unmarked building. My artist continues to draw, and just as he starts asking about what type of mustache I would like, I don't have one, a cop walks up to us. He asks what's going on. My artist says nothing. I shrug, and the woman shrugs. The cop turns and walks away. As soon as he turns his back, I pull out $10, give it to the artist meth head, take the sketch, walk back to my car, get in, look for the skyscrapers, and drive towards them with a pounding heart. I stop at the first fairly nice hotel I get to, and that's the story of how I made a deal with a meth head behind the back of a cop in a very bad neighborhood in New Orleans. Here is my souvenir. I was at the underground train station. It was bustling with people waiting for the train. I heard the train entering the station, but couldn't yet see it. Then I heard the brakes. Then I heard a blood-curdling scream, still out of view. Then I smelled the brakes. Then I heard more moan screaming. My mouth had gone dry. My heart was racing. My eyes were wildly darting around, and I felt a desperate need to help. I heard a woman behind me make some remark about being inconvenienced by jumpers. Anger welled up inside me. I was impotently incredulous. I walked toward the moan screaming, wanting to help, but hesitant to see. There were tons of people standing around, looking. The power to the tracks had been shut off, so it was silent except for the moaning and train workers mumbling together, trying to do something. I wanted to help, but there were already so many people there. So many people. That's when I started to feel the panic rising up inside me. the terror of what had just happened, plus so many people made me acutely aware that I was underground with the horror of what just happened, and so many people I needed to get out. While other people were still craning to get a glimpse, worried looks on their faces, I made my way to the stairs and climbed them, feeling guilty for leaving that poor woman. As I topped the stairs, the announcement came that they were shutting down the station and that everyone had to leave. Thank goodness I felt that desperate imperative to leave. If I'd been stuck in a crowd underground with those feelings, I would have come apart at the seams. Coming out into the world, I remember the feeling of the fresh air, the complete juxtaposition of the calmness of outside vs the chaos I'd just left. Then I sat in a park near the station and cried, the sound of sirens getting closer. Okay, so this was many years ago when I was a single man. This young lady that I was into, but who had a boyfriend, called me up one night and invited me over and asked me to pick up a bottle of something on the way over. She liked cognac, so, not wanting to disappoint, I picked up 750 milliliters of Remy Martin, a 12-pack of IPA, and took my happiest to her place. She told me how she and the boyfriend broke up, and that I was the only person she wanted to see in the aftermath. Quick background info, we worked together in a restaurant, and earlier that week, I was doing some deep cleaning. I was in a grubby t-shirt and was covered in cleaning product, grease, and sweat. Not my best look. Anyway, I was scrubbing out some shelves when I heard a female voice say, "God, that is so faking hot." She was standing in the doorway just watching and basically purring, so the call to come over was not exactly out of the blue. Anyway, so now I'm there. She has a snifter. I have 2 beers. We do a shot of rumpy, and we smoke a little. Then she just jumps on me, and good times were had by all. So, if the story ended here, or approximately 2.5 minutes and inches later, this would just be a good time. However, shit got weird. So, we eventually go to sleep together, spooning, but I eventually drag my dead arm out from under her and roll over, as I kind of wake up in the middle of the night, because she is moving around. I do not say anything, not sure why, but I notice that my butt and back of my legs are all soaked, and the bed is soaked behind me. So, I realize that she wet the bed, not a huge deal, just handle it right. So, I'm laying there, a little unsure what to do, when she comes back to bed, and I just fake sleep, again, don't know why. She proceeds to strip her half of the bed, by which I mean, she meticulously, carefully, so as not to wake me, folds the blanket and sheet over top of me. She pulls the fitted sheet off, and folds that kind of over me as well. So, what the fuck? Now, I'm laying in peace with her pussy sheets and blankets covering me. Meanwhile, my mind is racing. I don't have any clue what to do. She proceeds to lay a towel, fresh sheet and blanket down for herself, while I'm a freaked out urine burrito laying there, afraid that if I do, let on that I'm awake, that I'm going to just go crazy. So, I just lay there plotting my escape. Fortunately, she was back asleep quickly, and I was able to make a dash for it. Needless to say, the remaining IPA and Remy went home with me. I don't even like cognac, but damn. We worked together the next day. I thought she might ask why I left in the middle of the night, or something. Nope, crickets and avoidance that whole shift. The next day, she quit. Never heard from her again. TLDR, was unwilling golden shower recipient. This happened when I was studying abroad in China a few years ago. Me and another friend, both girls, were out partying. I think we had gone out with a bigger group of people, but everyone had sort of wandered off by the end, the usual. So me and this friend were just hanging out with these 2 local guys we had met at the club. They had booked a table at the club and there were bottles of liquor and snacks, etc. Wanted to buy us drinks too, but we declined. I was at the water drinking stage by then, not super drunk, but not wanting to drink more either. So we hang for a bit, casually chatting until we decide that it's time to go home. We tell the guys we are gonna head out. They insist on escorting us out of the club. Fine, whatever. So me and my friend get in a taxi right out of the club and those guys just get in the taxi with us. We are like, guys, we told you we are going to go back to the dorms now. We tell the taxi driver, to go to our dorms in standard Mandarin, but the Chinese guys talk to him in the local dialect, and we can't understand shit. Well, still hoping for the best. But then we notice the taxi is going opposite of the usual direction. We start freaking out, telling the taxi driver to stop and take us to the dorms or let us out of the car. He completely ignores us. We might as well not even exist in his world. The guys say let's just go after party at this massage parlor while me and my friend are like no faking way. Seriously considering jumping out of a moving car at this point. So we arrive at this shady massage parlor at the edge of town. Me and my friend refuse to get out of the car. The guys pay the driver and finally leave. The taxi driver takes us to the dorms at last, faking terrifying. This could have gone so much worse, and that bastard was totally complicit. As a preface, for some inexplicable reason, my brain is particularly attracted to girls with bright, neon hair. For less inexplicable reasons, the apparently vast majority of these girls are unreasonably far outside the acceptable hot/crazy ratio. Colored hair should immediately throw up a red flag, because it's the first indicator of many more flags. With colored hair, proceed cautiously and use the head on your shoulders instead of the one between your legs. A couple months ago it was family weekend at my college in Tucson. My family was visiting on this Saturday and they took me out to eat at an Outback steakhouse with some friends of theirs, because I could hardly afford such luxuries on my own. After the meal I got up to use the bathroom, and on the way I spotted a girl with bright pink hair. As I passed her table she calls out, "NASA NASA, hey NASA." I realize this declaration is meant for me. I was wearing a NASA shirt that I had just bought the previous day at Target. I turn to the girl and she's about as typically punk as you could expect. Other than the colored hair, red flag 1, which was cut fairly short, she had snakebite piercings, red flag 2, and a tattoo of some type peeking out on her upper arm. I say hello and almost instantly she tells me to add her on Snapchat. She pulls up the scanning code on her phone as I pull mine out of my pocket, and I see her display name, changed slightly to convey the same thing but protect anonymity. Miss Smokey McPot, red flag 3. I lightly make a joke at her name, and she very sarcastically reassures me that she does not do any illegal activities. Red flag 4. I awkwardly eject myself from the conversation, because I actually did need to go to the bathroom. As I walk back to my table I pass her again, and we make eye contact and she slyly smiles at me. Our tables are not visible from each other, and as I sit back down at the table and pull out my phone, I message her, "Hey, do you live on campus?" As I lived in the dorms, I felt much more comfortable visiting another student on campus for a hookup. Plus, it would mean that I wouldn't have to spend money on an Uber for a ride home. "No, I live with my mama," she replies. There are 3 things my brain immediately tells me are wrong. She is a native of Tucson. If you have never been, much of the Tucson area surrounding campus is fairly sketchy. By the transitive property, this girl was sketchy. Red flag 5. If I had to go to her house it would be in some sketchy place, and I was hoping on avoiding that. She might be in high school still. I was 17 at the time, so age wasn't a problem, but I really would like to stay in the college range. The use of mama was deeply disturbing. Red flag 6. In hopes of resolving concern number 2, I asked if she was a student of my university. "Yes," is the reply. Probably the best one I cold gotten. She sends another message, "Hey, you wanna go to a party after this?" I declined the offer because I had just offered that my younger brother spend the night in my dorm just for fun. I explain the situation and leave with my family. She doesn't open the message for several minutes, and by the time she does I've already been dropped off at my dorm. She is persistent, however. "You doing anything tonight?" I say that I am, because I already left the restaurant and didn't want to abandon my brother at the dorm. After explaining this fun encounter to my friends, they encourage me to send an offer, explaining that I'm free tomorrow night. 45 minutes later I see that she opened the message. She doesn't respond. I'm bummed that I blew my chance with this pink-haired punk, because she really appeared to be my type, at least as far as looks go. I distract myself by playing games with my friends. That night we decided to do Mad Libs, but when we read them back we have to fill our mouths with water and not laugh. Great fun. My friends tease over my struggles with talking to a girl. They are only mostly right. But 1 AM rolls around and my phone buzzes. At this point it had been 3 hours since she opened the message, so I had given up hope of her messaging me back. I open the message and it's a phone number. I call it and she answers. "Wanna go to IHOP with me?" I graciously accept and she asks where she can pick me up. I tell her my dorm address and she says she'll be there in 5 minutes. I hang up the phone, tell my friends about the new update to the situation, and rush down to my room so I can shove a condom in my back pocket. My brother had gotten to know some of my friends, so at this point I was okay with leaving him at my dorm. I get a call from her that she arrived, and I pop out of the front of my building. I see her car, a red 2016 Ford Focus. I'm somewhat relieved to see a new car instead of an old, beat up junker. I walk up to the passenger side and put my hand on the handle before I see that there is someone sitting there already. Hopes slightly dashed that we'd be alone. I take a step back to get in the back seat. There's someone there too. I trek around to the other side of the car to find the empty seat and I climb in. I get no greeting from anyone in the car and everyone just seems to ignore me. Red flag 7. I close the door and before I can put on my seatbelt, she floors it and the car lurches forward, tire screeching. Red flag 8. As I finally click in my belt, we are on the major road bordering campus and are accelerating very quickly. I take a glance around the car. She has a Zelda sticker on her back windshield. It's the Triforce with wings, and I'm struck by the fact that I know someone else with the same sticker. It was another girl that I met in school who I was into before I realized she was more crazy than she was hot. Coincidentally, she also had colored hair and was as similarly punk as Miss Smokey McPot. Red flag 9. There was another, more normal looking girl sitting in the passenger seat and a relatively nerdy looking guy to my right in the back seat. He is on his phone, occasionally injecting himself into the conversation that the girls are having. We are tearing down the streets, going 65 in a 45, red flag 10, and all the while weaving between the cars that are out this late. Twice she tries challenging neighboring cars to a race, red flag 11. Luckily for me, they didn't accept. We hit a red light and there are no cars going in any direction. She tells her friend to look right and check for cops. Miss Smokey McPot checks the left. After they agree that the coast is clear, we make a wide left, turn across the intersection, running straight through this red light, red flag 12. At this point I was starting to get sketched out. The warning signs at this point were very obvious, and I was beginning to wonder if the promise of pancakes was worth risking my life in the car of this street racer Warnabe. I'm listening to the conversation the others are having and learn that, in fact, we were not yet going to IHOP. Instead, we were going to pick up someone else. Red flag 13. We drive through the foothills of Tucson, going much faster down the windy road than we had reason to. Eventually we pull up to a house with red lights in front. Red flag 14. I'm not sure what the red lights mean, but what I do know is that they are not innocuous. While we wait for the occupant of the house to come outside, Miss Smokey McPot starts talking about her car. I cannot afford another $10,000 accident. It's only been a month. Red flag 15. Although I'm caught off guard by the statement, analysis of the driving she has demonstrated shows that the accident was kind of expected. I'm just left wondering how she has enough money to pay off something like that. Eventually the kid in the house walks out and saunters over to the opposite side of the car. He opens the door next to the guy and pokes his head in. As the lights in the car turn on, I see a larger kid in his late teens that is more faded than any person I had ever seen in my life. I'm actually surprised that he was able to talk. That being said, the other kid in the car scoots over to make room for Mr. Faded. Miss Smokey McPot then requests that Mr. Faded guide her to IHOP. He somehow manages to, and she only tries to race one other person on the way there. Part 2 in the next comment. It couldn't all fit in one. Was raised Mormon. Spent my whole life hearing how magical the Mormon temple was. Finally, my day comes, and I'm there with my parents and relatives while I get my endowment, special Mormon ceremony that you have to get to be a righteous Mormon. I was 19 and fairly naive. It was faking. Weird. Like, old guy blessed my body in a booth beforehand, anointed head, chest, knees, stomach with like a touch of oil. I was naked with a white poncho on, as is tradition. Then we move to the room, where they play a movie. Before it all starts everybody gets really serious. They say if you're there against your will, you need to leave. Obviously, I'm sitting next to my dad. Women and men are separate, so mom was across the aisle. What followed was 2 hours of Masonic rituals mixed with classically 80s portrayals of the Garden of Eden and a sequined and bedazzled god in all his luminescent finery in a video which reminded me of Star Trek TNG. I learned a bunch of secret signs and handshakes, and at the end, gathered in a circle, where a priest said a prayer, like normal bless our country and anyone having a hard time type of stuff, but we had to chant his words back to him. Then you go to a white curtain and a dude on the other side pretending to be God has you repeat all the secret signs and handshakes through holes in the curtain. Then you get pulled through into a special room, called the Celestial Room, which is like Mormon heaven on earth. So I come through the curtain, eyes wide, heart racing, keyed up as shit, because this is the weirdest, cultist, most insane thing I'd ever seen. And there were my parents, asking me if I felt the spirit, and telling me how special it was. I practically ran to the locker room to GTFO of that place. I stayed Mormon another 7 years. But the temple always weirded me the fuck out. My junior year of high school I went with some friends and their girlfriends to Warped Tour in Dallas. When we got there they all ended up arguing with their girlfriends about what they wanted to do that night. Since the trip was basically a vacation for me, I ended up leaving them at the hotel, the Hyatt Regency for anyone familiar with Dallas, to bicker and decided to go look for some fun on my own. I left the hotel and walked for a few blocks toward the Bank of America Plaza, the skyscraper with the green lights. About 3/4 of the way there a crackhead, at least he looked like a crackhead, so that's how I'll refer to him, came up and tried to sell me some amateur Bond DVDs that, no joke, smelled like dirty bussy. Figuring that it would make a good souvenir of the trip I threw him $10 and got 2. As soon as that happened another crackhead, again, he looked like one, comes up and starts speaking some serious slang to the other crackhead. I couldn't tell what they were saying, but judging by the tone it didn't seem like the second one was all that happy with the first. The second crackhead turns to me, mumbles something about his name, and puts out his hand. Like the young dumb kid I was, I shook his hand. He tightened his grip, pulled me in, and told me to give him all my money. Now I had bailed hay all summer to afford that trip, and there wasn't a saint's chance in hell that I was going to willingly give those two my money so they could go blow it all on a rock. Fortunately it was raining that night, and I was holding my umbrella. I threw it into their faces and hightailed miles out to there. Truly I don't think I'd ever run that fast in my life. They chased me down 2 streets until I rounded a corner and ran into 4 Dallas police officers just shooting the shit. I told them some guys were trying to mug me, and we all walked back around the corner, where the 2 crackheads were maybe 25 feet away still coming for me. As soon as they saw the cops they bolted in opposite directions, and much to my frustration the Dallas officers did not give chase. The cops got onto me for being out alone, then eventually one drove me back to the Hyatt where my friends were pretty puzzled to see me getting dropped off by Dallas PD. The night did end well though. I found a way onto the roof of the Hyatt Regency and we all got super baked up there overlooking the Dallas nighttime skyline. All in all, not a bad day. My biggest get the fuck out of here moment happened while I was backpacking through Asia in the summer of 2002. I decided to stay a few days in Georgetown/Penang, Malaysia. While taking in the sights, I was approached by a middle-aged man who asked me how I was enjoying my visit to Malaysia, where I was from, etc. When I mentioned that I was from Canada, his eyes perked up quite a bit. He indicated that his daughter was just about to go to school in Canada, Vancouver, I believe, but she was a little apprehensive about studying abroad. He asked if I could come to their home, speak with his daughter, and reassure her that Canada was safe, and that she'd have a good time. At the time, I didn't think much of the request, or find it odd, hate being a naive Canadian lol. So, we jumped in a cab, and traveled a few minutes to his apartment. When we arrived, his daughter was nowhere to be found. I think they said she was playing with her friends. Now this is where it gets weird. The guy proceeds to explain to me that he's a car dealer aboard a cruise ship which operates between Thailand and Malaysia. While working aboard this cruise ship, he's become quite friendly with a wealthy businesswoman, widow, who's a bit of a whale. Coincidentally, this woman is on her way over to his apartment at that very moment to say hi. So, this gentleman and a few of friends, which have arrived throughout my visit, proceed to explain to me that they want to con this woman out of some money. They want for me to pose as a gambler of sorts, in order to entice this woman to play with me. I guess gambling with someone from NAD is a rare treat. I wasn't familiar with the game they played, but it didn't matter as the professional dealer would stack the deck in my favor. So, this woman arrives, and we proceed to the bedroom. They have a small card table in one of the corners of the room, and they direct me to sit at a chair opposite the door. It would make my exit awkward and cumbersome. Everyone starts to chit-chat, but there was something about the way in which the people in this room communicated. It was almost as though they were reading lines from a script. Their English was perfect, no one spoke over one another and the lines were spoken slowly and deliberately. It dawned on me that maybe I was the whale or the victim of the intended scam. I started to worry that they were going to take a kidney, or my money. I found subtle ways to indicate that I was a poor student and didn't have much money on me. That I couldn't pay if I lost during the card game. Everyone seemed to be nervously watching me. I decided I had to make my move and get the fuck out of there. I gave them some excuse about having plans to meet up with a travel companion, grabbed my day pack, and made my way to the front door in an unhurried manner. I didn't want to rush as I thought this may provoke them into preventing me from leaving. I managed to make it out the door and jumped on the first bus I saw. Suddenly, the guy who invited me back to his apartment jumped on the bus as well. He said he wanted to ensure that I got back to my hotel safe and sound. Throughout the bus trip, he proceeded to tell me about some sick relatives and how's desperate for money. Just as I'm about to get off the bus, he asks me for some money. I threw some riggets at him and jumped off the bus. To this day, I'm still curious to know what would have become of me if I hadn't got the fuck out of there. I was at an airport in Costa Rica, about to fly home to the States. There is an exit fee to leave this country, so I was standing in a very long, slowly moving line waiting to pay this fee, then head to security. The European American woman in front of me in line started looking around frantically, then she set her large bag down on the ground and left. And she left in a hurry. I immediately start thinking negative thoughts. I try to follow her with my eyes, hoping that maybe she just wants to ask an employee a question and come right back, but no, she walks all the way down the terminal and out of sight. I have no clue what to do in this situation. I ask the people in front and in back of me if they saw what happened. None seem to be worried. I tell them I'm going to go tell someone, and I find the nearest employees, who seem to have no idea what I'm talking about. Mind you, I knew enough Spanish to get through a month in this country, but they seem to not care at all that a woman came in with luggage, put it down, and ran away. I leave. I go outside and get to what I feel is a safe distance, but who really knows? After about 5 minutes I see the woman heading back through the glass towards where we were standing. I go back in to find her standing in line like nothing happened. The line had moved a little, but everything was fine. I get behind her again and ask what the fuck were you thinking? She tells me that she has IBS and needed to find a bathroom immediately and sorry for making us save her spot in line. Oh man, I laid into her. I still had quite a bit of adrenaline pumping through my body and I did not mince words with her. I could not believe that I had to explain to a 50-year-old woman why it was not a smart idea to drop a bag in an airport and run away without saying a word to anyone around her. Just take your freaking bag with you and start back at the end of the line. A jewelry store I worked at as a teenager was robbed at gunpoint. The gun was not pointed at me, but I was blocked from the 2 exits by the gunman. Thankfully, I was behind a one-way mirror, and he didn't know I was back there. I called the police and hit our silent alarm. Standard procedure was to give the gunman whatever they wanted. Well, seems we had a real jittery fellow that didn't know what he wanted. One moment he wanted diamonds, next he wanted watches, next he wanted in the safe. Thankfully he never actually followed to the safe, as that's where I was in the back room. I couldn't believe the police response though. SWAT was on site within 3 minutes, and we're a good 3 miles from the police station. I could see on security cameras several police approaching from the sides of the building, to not be directly visible. At this point, the salesperson who had the gun drawn on her had the good presence of mind to keep his attention on her. SWAT quietly entered the building through the back with a plainclothes officer and started quietly escorting people out the back beyond the gunman's line of sight until, after about 4 minutes, it was just the gunman, the salesperson he had the gun pointed at, and me trapped in the corner of the store. About that time SWAT descended like all hell into the store and yelled at him to drop the weapon and get on the ground. The gunman whipped around and realized that all he had left was her, and in that moment of distraction, she ducked under the counter while SWAT charged the guy. Whole thing was over in less than 10 minutes. Couldn't believe it. Oh yeah, and it was on my birthday, constantly telling myself, I'm 19 today and going to die at work. I was tripping on LSD with some friends one night, hard. We were in a generally assumed to be nicer part of town with $1 million waterfront homes, ritzy downtown plaza, and one of the most dense police to citizen ratio cities in the United States. This was around 1 AM. We finished gazing across the water at the city lights across the lake, and were on our way back to our car. The sober one of us who was driving got a call from his girlfriend. We waited by some statues and proceeded to make jokes with them and amuse ourselves. All of a sudden we hear a, yo. This dude approached us dressed in his pajamas and I'm not cheating you, looked exactly like Carl from Workaholics, but with long hair, same color too, and the same beard. He proceeded to ask us why we were here, to which we kinda alluded to the fact we were intoxicated, but hesitated to divulge exactly what on. He probably could tell, just by looking in our faking eyes, we were lit. The guy instantly gave off a weird vibe, asked us if we wanted to try his vape, asked if we knew where to find coke, then, after we told him no, asked if we wanted some. The whole time the sober guy's off a few feet away on the phone with his girlfriend still not paying attention, and we are trying to talk with this guy. I will never forget what happened next. The guy nods his head after we tell him we don't want coke. Then proceeds to pull a pistol out and wave it around asking, how about a gun? I was instantly shocked, but I was forcing myself to keep cool as to not make him want to do something stupid. My other friend that was tripping had the same idea and tried to act like nothing was up. The third guy tripping though was freaking out and tried to push the gun down and ask him to, please, put it away. Sober guy's still chatting, but he is now fully aware of what's up. The guy then pulled the gun away from my friend's hand and tried to show us how to use it. Said it was a combat pistol that you could quickly draw and put to someone's throat. Luckily he did not try to demonstrate on one of us. The guy then started unloading shells to show it was real and bent over to pick them up. The whole time I was convinced I was getting robbed. I had my hand on my wallet ready to give it to him the second he asked. Strangely enough, at this point I had accepted the situation in my head. I was totally cool with giving him my wallet. I kept saying to myself, this is how it goes, and everyone walks away. He then reloaded the gun and asked once more, you sure you guys don't want a gun? We all said no, and he then said what I did not expect he was going to say, okay then, have a nice night guys. Then put the gun away and turned to walk away, to which we did the exact same, but the fastest speed walk we ever did is to not freak him out or do anything suspicious. We got in our car and the sober driver threw that thing into gear, peeled out, and ran the faking curb over screaming, I am a privileged white kid. I have never had anything like that happen to me before. What the fuck guys? We now all laugh about the experience, referring to the strange coke dealer as aggressive Carl. Different context than most posts in here, but when I was 21, I was in college for computers, but was fortunate enough to get a job at the head office of major bank working help desk. I had money, and with a 9-5, 5 days a week, I could finance my hobbies and interests, had time for a social life. I hated the office politics and thought all office jobs were that way. Our department got outsourced, and I was out of a job. Didn't care. Office politics and environment wasn't for me. A year later I started working construction, thinking that's what I wanted to do. It was fun at first not having to give a shit what you looked or how you talked. Bunch of faking sailors it was like working with. Fast forward 3 years. I was working 6 to 7 days a week, getting paid under the table, sometimes not getting paid by my shady boss for 3 to 4 weeks, working on average 13 to 16 hour days, lost a ton of friends, because I was always working, body always so faking sore, shitty health from manual labor and exhaustion, broke. No money or time for hobbies, living in a small-as basement apartment with mice. None of that really settled in until one night working on a job site installing flooring tiles in a brand new hotel that hasn't opened yet. It was Christmas Eve, and it was just me and my boss there who was supposed to drop me off at home after work so I could catch a bus back home to my parents in the next major city over. He just upped and dropped $15 in front of me and said, "Shit, I'm late for a Christmas party. Here, take a cab home with this." Mind you, I was almost 1 hour away from home, which would cost more than $15. While he was walking away he said, "Oh, and someone spilled glue on the carpet on the 5th floor. Go clean it before you leave." I'm exhausted, pissed, and faking tired. I go down to the 5th floor, get on my knees, and start scrubbing the glue that won't come off, and the faking lights shut off, because it's so late and the generators are timed, since the site was officially closed. All I had was the light from the emergency exit sign and a street lamp outside. That's when it hit me. I started thinking about my family and how I probably won't get to see them this holidays because of this. I lost friends because of this job. I'm broke. Drugs. I'm on my knees scrubbing glue off a carpet all alone and don't know how to get home. I used to dress up in collared shirts and pleated khakis for work, groom myself, eat a steak once or twice a week. I almost cried because of where I ended up from where I started right out of college. I told myself, fuck this shit, I'm getting out of this hellhole. I called a cabbie and seriously told him my story before leaving because I only had $15, half teary-eyed, and he gave me a free ride home as long as I promised not to bussy out of my grind to get out of that shitty situation. I got a legit job working overnight that only paid barely $200 a week and enrolled in school for the courses during the day when I wasn't working that I needed to graduate using money I borrowed from my mom's friend. I was so tired, but it was assuring to know I was taking steps, still struggling but felt better. Again, before I graduated I got another office job and decided to give it another shot again, which I have been here for 4 years in an awesome environment making more than I was at the bank. TLDR, worked in an office making coin young, switched to construction, became depressed, drugs, broke, lost friends, no time, aching body and always so sick. Grinded to get out of that life, and back in an office again. I lived on a private lake as a kid. I was about 10 years old or so. My girlfriend and I had walked down to the lake, which was about 4 blocks from my house. We went barefoot and walked in the ditch. My house was the only one on the street and we passed only one other house on the way to the lake. It was the middle of the afternoon, in summer, in southern Texas, hot as fuck. So we are walking and notice this shitty sub drive by at the intersection we were close to. Then it goes by again and again very slowly. I see it do a sharp U-turn through the trees headed back for our street and yelled at my friend to run. We heard the tire screeching to make the turn onto the street we were on. Both of us were struggling to run in the ditch. It was mud and there were rocks and sticks. So I grabbed my friend's hand, pulled her out of the ditch and we took off on the asphalt yelling at each other to keep running. We had a secret shortcut through the woods close to my house that we liked to walk along. She yelled shortcut and we both turned off and ran through the woods. I heard men yelling and remember hearing the car doors slamming, wondering how many there were. My friend was pretty far ahead of me, so I just kept running and she kept yelling, "Are you coming?" We finally got to my house. As I was running up to the garage I could hear men yelling and lots of rustling in the woods. We ran inside, closed the garage door, made sure the driveway gate was closed and grabbed the cordless phone. We sat hidden in the window for 2 hours watching a group of 4 men wandering around in the woods saying, "Where'd you go, girls? Let us help you." In hindsight, we should have called 911 immediately, but we were scared we'd get into trouble because we were home alone. I still have a scar on my foot from running in the woods. She has one on her stomach, and our feet were torn up for almost a week. Thinking about it makes me feel like I'm going to throw up. It was terrifying. When I was 13, a new family in town was coming for dinner, and since they were vegan it was going to be a lot more work than our usual fare. I offered to stay home from school to help my mom, which I figured was a win for both of us. My mother was a real estate agent, and she had a showing that day, so since I was home anyway I went with her, something I've done several other times. Love seeing the houses. This one was in a very quiet neighborhood, dead-end street. House was lived in, but family wasn't home. Prospective buyer walked in the door and I have never in my entire life had my entire body light up with the we need to get out feeling as I did in that moment. I have no idea why. He was an average looking 20-something guy. I was pants on fire terrified of him. I didn't want to alarm my mom with my completely irrational fear, so I just took her cell phone and loudly pretended to have a conversation with my dad, telling him where we were and how soon we would be home. Not sure how I knew to do this. My mother showed the guy around the house. Then in the basement he asked to use the bathroom. She showed him where it was, came back upstairs, and told me quietly that if anything happened I should call 911. I looked at her you too, and turned. She also had the immediate something is very wrong feeling about this guy, but hadn't wanted to alarm me. I begged her to just leave right then, but she said she had to bring the guy out and lock up the house. She couldn't just leave. So I stayed on my phone call, with the guy throwing me increasingly annoyed looks, almost like he was waiting for me to hang up. He asked my mom to show him the backyard, and she said he could go ahead and check it out himself, not wanting to go out there with him. He asked her if she smelled gas out there, and could she come check. She stayed inside and just said I don't smell anything. He says fine, he'll go out himself. My mom says she's locking up, and he can leave through the backyard fence when he's done. We finally leave. My entire body is shaking. My mother gets a call later from the home owners, who said that when they got home their dog, who had been chained up in the backyard, was running around in front of the house dragging the broken chain. Turned out the friendly family dog didn't like the prospective buyer either, so much so that he broke his chain to bite the guy on the arm. To this day I can't comprehend what might have happened if I hadn't stayed home from school that day, but I know in my bones it would have been horrible. I'm not sure if this is going to be seen, but here goes. I was staying in my vehicle in Virginia City, Nevada. I slept at the rest stop at the top of town in the back of my beat-up 1997 Jeep Cherokee. I cooked at the Red Dog Saloon with 3 other dudes that had the same name. One of the dudes, let's call him Stan, is talking about his mouse problem. They are running out and throwing gang signs and shit, bro. I grew up on a ranch and a easy, cheap trick to get mice is with a peanut butter bucket. You take a 5-gallon bucket and punch nails through each end connecting a small board in the middle. Put peanut butter on said board and they fall in the water-filled bucket and drown. Anyways, I told him that I would build him some and come down to his house if he smoked me out. Cool, sounds great. I'm 23 and this dude is about 37, which wasn't a problem in my mind because my good friend that I was vagabonding with at the time, this was earlier this year, was 38. We were trying to flirt and hook up with these young and cute bartending chicks, so I was a little hesitant, but I thought one night couldn't hurt and maybe he will feed me. I get there and it's a double wide in shambles. Dryers out in front of the house, trash everywhere. We walk in and an ocean of mice scurry away in all directions. I'm like, fuck dude. Bad choice. I need to leave. No car and we just driven 30 minutes down the mountain and the sun had set. There is an inch thick layer of dust over everything and the entire house is a wreck. The stench was hard to overcome. His father was lying next to me on a futon, dementia bound and deaf. He was telling me stories of how his ex-wife just died in a car accident with him and they hit wild horses but weren't drunk. A redhead tweaker lady shows up and is trying to convince me that Aldous Huxley's cousin gave her the acid she had. I didn't buy any. I was sitting on a chair, smoked out on some gross weed, with my head in my lap, while I waited for him to offer me a place to sleep. He led me back to a mat and a room with holes in the walls and mice scurrying around me while I slept. He took me back to work, and we never spoke again. My friend got laid and laughed at me. Nevada is a weird place. I used to live in Atlanta in my late teens and early 20s. I was into drugs pretty bad: weed, cocaine, ecstasy, heavy drinker. Also I was getting involved with some shady types. We used to go out and target illegals in Northeast Atlanta in bars. We would get them to come out back under the pretense of selling them coke and then knock them out and take their things. We were starting to deal as well and were feuding with another dealer who had sold us bad coke. Guns were drawn. We got shot at. We shot at them. Luckily no one was hurt. All around just in a bad place and steadily getting worse. You would think all of this on its own would be enough to make a person realize they need to change. But when you're in it, you can't see any other way to be. What finally happened was a bender. I got loaded up on coke and ecstasy and didn't sleep for a week. I started to hallucinate. First auditory, voices just out of earshot, people calling my name, gunshot, and thunder. Then visual, flashes of light, shadows moving, walls bending. The paranoia was intense. I locked everyone out of my room for 2 days. As I was coming down I had a moment of clarity. I realized what I was doing could only end with me dead or in prison. I had a very intense vision of my mother crying at my funeral, right before I passed out. After I woke up I never touched coke or ecstasy ever again. Within a month I had moved home to Arkansas. It's been almost 10 years now. I don't smoke anymore, not even cigarettes. I'm married and have a 2-year-old son. I couldn't be happier. Yay, happy ending. One time I got a contract job at an airline as a software developer. It reminded me of Tom Hanks' job in Joe vs. the Volcano. My manager, though not a bad guy, was what I've learned is called taciturn. When he drove me over to the nearby corporate HQ, which was in a much nicer building, to get my photo ID made, I tried to make friendly conversation on the way and get to know him a little, but his contribution was yeps and nopes. The entrance was in a remote corner of the building. Inside the door was a little empty room, bare except for an ever-manned security desk and a phone. The first few days I had no card key, so I had to call my manager and wait a few minutes for him to trudge through the building to let me in. That was about the only time I ever encountered anyone in the halls. Half the building was empty because there had been layoffs. Half the lights in the ceiling had been removed to save electricity, giving the place an overall gloom. There was a seemingly abandoned eating area whose lights were always off. It was lit only by windows at one end, so the back regions were murky. Nobody was ever in there. Next to that was a row of vending machines, in a corridor so narrow that you had to stand sideways to remove an item from a machine. Most of the software they used was stuff I had never heard of, and everything had some weird annoying quirk. There's always some tool like that everywhere, but here it was pretty much everything. With some tools, if you did things in the wrong order you couldn't undo it. You had to go talk to Bob in the corner who would type in some arcane command and fix it. Bob was the only person there who knew how to do any of this. The email client looked like a high school student's VB program from the 90s, with the giant green check mark and red X. Remember that? You couldn't delete mail. You could put it in a trash folder, but not actually delete it. The reason for this, like the reason for everything else there, was security. No actual explanation, just that one word. The standard reply, when I asked about anything I thought was kind of odd, was along the lines of, heh, yeah, it does that, with a vague smile and resigned shrug. Dress code was the usual business casual, but Friday was Hawaiian shirt day. In most jobs I wore aloha shirts all the time, so I have a ton of them. My manager hadn't introduced me around, so on the first Friday I was hoping Hawaiian shirt day would be a good icebreaker. Besides me, exactly one other person had an aloha shirt. He turned out to be a bass player who took a couple months leave every summer to tour Europe with a German death metal band. So at least he was interesting. After 3 weeks of feeling like I had teleported back to my first job in the late 70s, I finally told the manager that I really wasn't all that happy. It was a contract to hire position, and if they offered me FTE I wouldn't accept. I said I would talk to my agency to get somebody else in there and would stay around as long as necessary. He said okay. Then since I had just wrapped up a little project he said, why don't we just call it a day? And that was the end of that. I handed him my card key and walked out, driving away from that building, Felt like I had crawled out from under an enormous boulder. A couple of years ago on New Year's Day I was living on my own. I decided I would pop around to the shop a couple of streets away to get some dinner. It was dark out, street lights dimly lit the street. Went to the shop, picked up a couple of things, and left with some change in my pocket. Started walking down the dimly lit street to my flat when this big Turkish guy approaches me and says Happy New Year and moves in for a handshake. At this time I was getting really scared, in the skinny nerd type, and also walk with a limp. I held out my automatically by mistake and he grabbed it firmly with a big smile on his face. He moved his body closer and said, "Can you give me 50p as I need money for a cab?" 50p isn't much, and I only wanted to get away from this man, so I grabbed the change in my pocket and gave him 50p. He said give me all of that money, so I just handed it all over to him, about 3 quid, but it was the only money I had to last a week. At this stage I knew I was getting robbed, and almost in tears, that this was happening to me. The guy started asking for more money, and told me to go to the ATM to withdraw more. As he did, another guy walked down the street and he looked over to him. I took this opportunity, said I had no more money and ran home, which hurt a lot due to the issues with my feet. When I got home I cried, and never felt safe going out at night for months. It never even crossed my mind that someone would attempt to rob someone like that. I'm late to the party on this one, but here goes. I went out to Joshua Tree earlier this year and got an Airbnb in 29 Palms. The Airbnb was just a small one-room shack on what was basically a dirt path through the desert. There were a few of these roads out there and all had small, shack-looking houses with no trespassing signs. Basically it was a bunch of desert dwellers who wanted to be as far from people as possible. So I'm going to the address of the Airbnb on this dirt road and I come to one of these houses that has built a barricade to stop people from going through and continuing on the road. The house is surrounded by a makeshift fence made of basically whatever metal scraps the owner could find. The house was a rundown shanty with old refrigerators and furniture scattered about. As I'm turning around, an old Asian man walks out to direct me back to the main road. As he's giving me directions out of the house, walks an old grey-haired woman, completely naked. She had no teeth, long grey hair, long grey pubes, and her skin was tan and leathery, like she just walks around in the desert naked all the time. He looks up and sees her and continues to give me directions as if this is completely normal. I had the top down, so she starts leaning in, trying to touch me and ask if I'm going to town by the hospital because her mother is there and she wants to go see her. She's rambling and jumping between topics, all the while trying to climb over the side of my car into the back seat. She smells absolutely rancid, like she just pees and sheets on herself and bakes in the sun. The guy continues to try to give me directions and half trying to keep the crazy naked woman from climbing in. I've let my foot of the brake and I'm rolling slowly, trying to say thank you, I'm fine. He keeps talking as I'm rolling, and as soon as I can tell the woman is safely back from my car, I peel out and fly down this empty desert road back to the main drag. Weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. On September of 2014, a criminal group working with corrupted state police detained, killed and burnt the corpses of 43 students of a rural teacher school that were trying to get to the capital city of my country. Riots and protests exploded throughout the entire country in support of the killed students and against the government. One of the biggest protests took place a couple of months after, on a Sunday. That week, on Thursday, my 16-year-old brain had the idea to go and see the discontent of a country that's had enough in its most raw form, walk with them, and even take some pictures. It wasn't that I didn't support the protest, but I wanted to be there, not yell at the government, but to live what a protest truly was. Thousands, and I say, thousands of people gathered in all points of the city. I met with a specific group that announced itself on Twitter and that had a safe and clear organization and had the objective of sticking together the entire time from point A to point B being the city center where the official government buildings are located. What followed were some of the most intense hours of my life. People peacefully chanting, supporting each other, sharing opinions, motivating others to be better citizens. I had never experienced such a thing. Around 7:30 p.m. we got to the city center and rivers of people were getting to the main square where lots of ceremonies are held. The square is this massive, empty plaza surrounded by a cathedral, the government palace and plenty of old buildings. A couple of streets before, while taking pictures, I noticed some people started acting uneasy, mainly from my group. I asked what was wrong, and one of the girls in the group told me they are starting to kettle us. I responded, but I can't see policemen anywhere. She replied, exactly. Disguised/infiltrated people were getting to us. I started panicking quickly, and that was the moment I told myself my name. You have to go home. This is scary, dangerous, and you could be hurt, and even taken to prison. Plus, my parents thought I was playing video games at my friend's house. A part of me wanted to cry, and a part of me wanted to be loyal to this group and entire protest. In a certain way, I was already flooded with the patriotic feeling of doing things right for my country. Seconds later, the leader of the group tells me, my name, you did good. But this is going to get worse. I can't have blood of minor in my hands. Share those pictures, be a good adult and go home. I immediately said, I can't leave you here. He grabbed my shoulder, scared, just as I was, and said, it's okay. You'll be okay. But you really have to go. I stared at his eyes and those of others in the group smiling at me, as if I was a hero, considering the fact I was indeed among the youngest in the entire protest. I turned around, dodged rivers of people trying to get to the nearest subway station, before a man held my arm, and said, you're not going anywhere. The area is enclosed. I cried, I was just here to take pictures. I haven't done anything bad, please let me go. It was during these moments that the riot was getting a bit more aggressive, and the turmoil in the main plaza was starting. The man, disguised policeman, said, you shouldn't have come this far then, brave dipshit. Get back in there. I responded again, I'm a kid. I'm not here to fight. I just came to see what was going on. The man turned to another woman, disguised policewoman, and she said in the coldest of ways, take the camera. I felt as every muscle in my body engulfed with rage, and before I could say no, he ripped it off my hands. I pleaded, even kneeled for the SD card, but got nothing in return. And the thought of getting pushed inside again without a second chance got more terrifying with each second. So they let me go, and I ran. I got into the subway and bolted home, covered in sweat, dirt and camera-less. Just so you have an idea of how bad things got in the main city plaza, hordes of policemen with water cannons and rubber bullet guns faced an army of angry citizens. The wooden door of the government palace was set on fire. Hundreds, allegedly, of people were arrested. Surrounding businesses were damaged to a point of total loss, and hundreds were seriously hurt. I went to my friend's house, who was of course part of the plan, where I had left some clothes and my keys. I took a shower and headed home, where I told my parents I had to shower because they pulled a prank on me. To this day, I don't know if they know the truth. That day remains as one of the most influential, scary, and important days of my life, where I realized that this is indeed a scary world, and I was no longer a child. But at the same time, I felt pretty proud of having the balls to see beyond what one can see on the morning news. I've had a few moments, but one that my mother told me has always stuck with me. My mother was once in a car with a serial killer. She went to college in Utah in the early 1970s. She was a self-described hippie chick in those days, and her favorite item of clothing to wear was her dad, my grandfather's, Air Force jacket. She said it had a patch on the back, or the arm, I don't quite remember, that was the American flag. She was walking across campus one day in the rain, and a car pulled up. The guy was laughing about the rain, and offered her a ride, so she hopped in. She said he was cheerful, and funny, and really sweet. She told him to keep driving straight, and they chatted while he drove her home. He missed the first time she told him to turn, and laughed it off. Then he missed the second turn. She told me that warning bells went off in her head, and her sense got a little hyped up. She reached for the door thinking that maybe if she opened it, he'd pull over, and that's when she realized the door lock had been shaved off, and she couldn't pop it up. She started begging him to stop the car, to let her out, and he, still super friendly and laughing, said that wasn't going to work. She started kicking the door. That damn jacket with the American flag patch that was too big for her had gotten caught in the door when she got in the car, and so the car didn't latch properly. She was able to kick it open and got out of the car. He drove away. She called the police and they told her that getting into a car with a stranger is an incredibly stupid thing to do. They took the man's description and the information, and basically she never heard another word about him again. Until he was on the news for being a serial killer years later. Anyway, that story has always stuck with me, and the emotional distress she was in when she told me the story really freaked me out. I'll be honest here, I've never fact checked her story because it's just not like my mom to make that kind of thing up, and it fits with the very little I've read about the dude. All I can say after hearing it from her, there have been times in my life when strangers have asked me for a ride and I've turned them down because I get a creeping feeling that it's not the right decision. In my first real college experience, I felt like I was in the one take scene from True Detective. I took a gap year, was living with my parents, working at a company doing data entry. In the late fall, a friend, Margaret, invited me to visit her at school, Odo, a few hours away. I barely had enough money for cigarettes, let alone the gas to get down there. Margaret and I had a big crush on each other in high school, but it never turned into anything. This was an opportunity to see if there was something between us. I snuck an extra $20 out of my mom's purse, told Margaret to stay put, and headed up on a Friday after work. Odo is in Newport News, Virginia, a military town. The school's campus mirrored that motif, with dorms set up like barracks. Margaret was waiting for me in the lobby of her building. She was studying dentistry. She always had the whitest teeth. We hugged, and she took me through the dimly lit corridors up to her single room. The soiled red carpeting in the hallways reminded me of the hotel from The Shining. After catching up for a bit, Margaret told me about an off-campus party at a friend's house. We decided to pre-game with her friends in the dorm, then head to the party as a group. My drinking experience before that night was trying one beer. So 3 beers into pre-gaming, I was ready for the post-game wrap-up. But the night was just beginning. The house party was a mile away from Margaret's dorm. I was in no shape to drive. Well, none of us were. But one guy was dumb enough to offer, and we were all dumb enough to accept. The 5 of us, and a 6-pack, piled into the guy's standard cab Chevy S10 pickup, and we started off to our destination. We turned into the party house's neighborhood. The streets were lined with homes that look more like vacants. Peeling paint, exposed wiring, no street lights. The alcohol was really setting in. The world outside the truck's windows was spinning, and I felt like I was hanging on for dear life. We suddenly noticed flashing red and blue lights a couple blocks away. Cops. People at various house parties were scattering. I started to sweat. We had beer in the truck. The driver was drunk. None of us were wearing seatbelts. The cop was going to notice there were too many people in the truck. I was underage. The world started spinning more. The driver told us to play it cool and kept rolling towards the flashing lights. I didn't want to go to jail. I announced to the 2 people sitting underneath me that I was going to walk. I shimmied to the passenger door and popped it open as the truck rolled to a stop. Margaret, confused, asked where I was going, and I told her over here. Before Margaret could respond, the driver angrily closed the passenger door and continued driving. I was on my own. In my drunken stupor, I started to retrace the route back to Margaret's dorm. I thought about her warm room, how I could wait for her there, and explain that I went in over my head. If I could just get back there. I found the main road and started walking. The cars whizzed by. I started to have doubts. Am I going the right way? Should I hitchhike? Should I flag someone down? I'm all alone in an unfamiliar place and I need an adult. I walked for an hour. Finally I noticed the familiar orange lights and the tiny windows of Margaret's box of a barrack building in the distance. Relief washed over me. I was going to be okay. I didn't have a key and Margaret didn't have a cell phone, so I sat on a concrete slab in between 2 dead trees by the dorm's front door. I started to feel flakes of snow and realized I was wearing a t-shirt and shorts. I pulled my shirt over my knees and huddled by the front door. About 30 minutes later, I heard the sound of screeching tires and a redlining engine. A Mitsubishi Eclipse with a barely attached body Kit flew into the dorm parking lot, sparks flying, and skidded to a stop. The passenger window rolled down, and a cloud of pot smoke billowed out. It was Margaret. She asked me what I was doing. I told her I was waiting for her. She told me to pile into the back of the car, where 4 other people already were. They found another house party to go to. At that moment, an urgent thought prodded its way forward. I have to get the fuck out of here, as soon as possible. TLDR, first chance for college head, went in way over my head, chickened out instead, night filled with dread. I was playing darts by myself at my regular pool hall one night. A couple and their friend came and started playing, and they needed a fourth. After a few games and a few beers they asked if I wanted to smoke some hookah with them. I was having fun, and they seemed cool, so I figured why not? Once we got to the couple's condo things started to get weird. First I noticed plastic over all the seating surfaces, kind of like at an elderly person's home. I didn't think too much of it, and we started setting up the hookah and hanging out. Out of the corner of my eye I noticed a camera on a tripod above the fireplace on the mantle. Then my mouth was dry from smoking, so I asked if I could get a cup of water. The guy from the couple was like, I got it, I'll be right back. Meanwhile, his girlfriend, who had been pretty flirty and touchy-feely with me the whole night, sat right next to me like touching legs, even though there was lots of room. She was kinda starting to touch my leg and I look up, and her boyfriend is creepily watching from the kitchen over the bar with this weird grin. When he notices me noticing him watching, he looks away. It's then that I notice he's stirring my water with a spoon. I acted like I didn't notice this, and he set it down, and it felt like he was just watching me, waiting for me to drink it. During this whole time the other guy, who I guess is his friend, has been on the phone with what I presumed was his girlfriend, and it seemed like he was arguing with her. Anyway, I do the whole lift the glass to my mouth, like I'm going to drink it, and I sort of just pretend to take a sip. Then I say I gotta go grab my smokes, and by their reaction I could tell I needed to go. The guy started fumbling around looking for cigarettes, and then he stood in front of the door telling his girl, go get your cigs from the room, in a weird tone. Right as this is happening, the friend who was talking on the phone outside the door opens the door to come in, and I bolt out, because at this point the vibe was so weird I didn't care what they thought. When I was roofeeding college, I went out to a bar with a whole bunch of co-workers. We were all RAs, and it was the last week of training before students showed up. So it was like a big party for us all. After about 2 beers I started feeling odd, like really drunk, but this was a time where I spent the summer pounding down drinks every night with my summer job co-workers. So I'm thinking, well, this is odd. Then I just felt off. I said that I needed to go home. The DD was making a run and said they would come back and get me. As soon as they left I started to freak out, just stood up and said I need to GTFO. The people I was with tries to calm me down and get me to wait for the DD. I ended up yelling at one of them, you take me home now or I'm walking. I was in no shape to walk. I could hardly stand. I went from hey let's go to can't stand up in a matter of minutes. The guy I yelled at ended up giving me a ride home. We had to stop by his brother's apartment. His brother I knew fairly well, and was 1 street over from where we were. In that time I passed out, woke up enough to open the car door, fall out and puke. The 2 of them knew something was wrong, and so did I at a primal level. My instincts were to get home. They wanted to stay at his apartment, but in my ramblings refused. The driver took me to my place, got me in my dorm, stayed for a bit, and then left, because I was insisting that he leave, which again I think was just a primal level something is wrong, and I need to get away from everyone. Well, a few hours later, after forcing myself to vomit, drink water, vomit some more, and pass out in a shower, the original DD showed up, keyed into my room, got me out of my shower, where I had passed out, and put me to bed. It was then in my bed when I realized he had crawled in with me naked and tried to wrap me. However, at this point the time and fear I was able to fend them off, but not really. I think they left when they realized that I wasn't passing out and would remember what was going on. The rapist was the original DD that said they would be back to get me prior my freak out. Later I learned that the rapist got hung up with some mutual friends who said hey let's go check on drawers for food and started to walk to my place. Rapist stopped them and gave them some shit as excuse on why they couldn't, which my friends said made them uncomfortable, but they were not sure why. I told my friends I was pressing charges, and what happened they went pale and told me about how Rapist was stopping people from checking on me. That's my GTFO story. Could have ended much worse than it did. Still makes me shake to this day just reliving it again. Also my college totally faked me over and did nothing to the guy. Rapist is now a cop somewhere. So, this is going to get buried, but whatever. One cold morning, I was driving into work at about 4 AM. I normally go in later, but I was covering for my boss. I noticed I was low on gas, and I had plenty of time to get to work, so I pulled into a gas station to fill up. The gas station was well lit, and there were 3 other people there at the pumps, so I felt reasonably safe. I happened to notice a guy loitering at the side of the station building standing next to a van, and my first thought was this guy's going to ask me for money. I had been getting a lot of that lately, and those people kind of have a look to them. They just stand around not really doing anything. I pulled up to the pump and got out of the car. Music was playing over the speakers really loud, so I could barely hear anything. I took the nozzle off the pump and inserted it into my car. Right before I squeezed the trigger, I heard a loud voice. I looked up and saw the guy who had been loitering next to the building saying something to me. I walked towards him so I could get out from under the speaker and understand what he was saying. He wanted to know if I could give him a jump. I was hesitant at first, but it seemed like a legit problem, but I didn't have any jumper cables with me. He said he had some, so I agreed to give him a jump. Then, he said that he'd need a ride back up to his car. I was thrown for a loop. I had assumed the van he had been standing next to was his car. He told me he had gotten stranded up at the gas station up the street, but they were closed, so he borrowed a bike and rode down to this station for some help. Without thinking, I agreed to give him a ride. Then he said he was going to go into the station really quick and ask if he could leave the bike there for its owner to pick up. After he went in, my senses came back to me. My brain started forming a bullet point list of facts about the situation I was in. It's 4 in the morning, it's cold, this guy says he was stranded at this other gas station up the street that has been closed for hours. Said gas station is old and is in a dark, secluded spot on the road. The neighborhood near the station is kind of iffy. Why would anyone go to a closed gas station in the middle of the night and get stranded there? Who would be out riding their bike in the middle of a cold night? Who would let a complete stranger borrow their bike in the middle of the night? It all came to me within a few seconds. As soon as he was in the building, I put the gas nozzle back. Thankfully I hadn't pumped any, jumped into my car, and sped off. First middle school teaching job out of college. New state. Interview went great. Couldn't find much info online. Principal described the culture as upbeat. All sounds well. Get there. Find out we walk our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to the bathroom, like kindergarteners twice daily. The school is old, so the girls' bathroom is on one end of the hall, while the boys is on the other. Girls go one by one, boys wait. Walk the whole class down to the boys. The boys go one by one, the girls wait. Imagine how long this takes. Here we unlock the bathrooms. They remain locked because girls have been wrapped in the past. If a student has to go during class, the resource officer has to be bussed to escort them. There is no such thing as soap. The teachers carry around a bottle of hand sanitizer that they buy with their own money. Students aren't even allowed to touch the sinks. They get a squirt of sanitizer afterwards walking down the hall. Notice something on some random 7th grader's ankle. It's a damn house arrest anklet. Where the hell am I? Student says fuck you. White beach directly to me on first day. Goes to office. Comes back with basically no punishment. 6th grader is consistently out for stomach issues. It's only September. She's pregnant. Principal announces we can have swag day on Friday instead of school uniforms. You can imagine what swag day looks like here. Copy paper. What's that? Teachers buy their own. Catch note passing in class. Note says who I'd let fac. That it's a list of 10 plus other students. Mind you they are 11 and 12. Students finally have a school-wide assembly about behavior. There is a gang initiation in the locker rooms outside of the gym. Hear the other new teacher screaming next door. A student literally slammed her whole 110-pound self against a wall. School is in session from 9:05 to 4:05. Kids get there at 8:30 to eat breakfast in the classroom. They don't leave until 4:30 because of bus issues. My job is to keep them quiet the whole time. There is no recess, no changing classes, no locker visits, no sit wherever you want to at lunch, no talking, not a single ounce of freedom for these young adolescents. My job was to keep them silent 24/7. One class went in single file, one went out single file simultaneously. No learning took place, not in my class, not in any class I observed. This is just a snapshot of a day. Countless other stories remain, as well as what it took to drag myself in there for as long as I did. Call the parents. There are no parents. 11 years old and these kids are grown. They are raising themselves. Unbelievably sad situation. Yes, I know it's not their fault. I tried. I thought I could do it all. It ripped me apart mentally. It was quickly souring my desire to continue in education. I quit my first real job that I just spent years in college for 9 weeks in. Toughest decision I've ever made, honestly. I studied abroad in Edinburgh, Scotland, my junior year of college. My third night there, some new friends from orientation invited me to a house party where I got very drunk, so much so that I wasn't allowed into the university's bars. Yes, they have those there. They're really fun. I decided to walk myself to my dorm room, located about 15 minutes away, thinking I knew the right streets to follow. I quickly realized that all of the buildings looked the same and couldn't figure out the correct way back. I came upon a bus stop where I thought I might be able to catch a bus to my place, or at least hail a taxi. I had no idea buses had stopped running hours earlier. The only other person at the bus stop was a pale, nervous-looking guy in his mid-20s. I asked him when the next bus would be, and he awkwardly stammered that he didn't know. After a few minutes of waiting in silence, he suddenly asked me, "Excuse me, would you mind if I sucked your cock?" This has never happened to me since, but I immediately snapped out of my drunkenness, stammered, no thank you," and walked off in the correct direction of my dorm. I found a taxi to get me home and went to bed, but not before texting the friend who threw the house party, "Hey, I made it home okay. A guy tried to suck my dick but everything's fine." Thinking back on it, the guy was just being polite. TLDR, I was offered a blue job while I was drunk at a bus station in Edinburgh. Once I was invited to a birthday party by the best friend of the birthday girl. The BFF and I were new friends, and she wanted to introduce me to these friends of hers. Despite asking multiple times after she had invited me if it would be okay that I was attending, and being told that it was totally fine, the two best friends had a shouting match in front of me, and the crazy birthday girl shouted for everyone else to get in there and pick sides, because apparently 35-year-olds do that. I sat there at the bar in the kitchen, frozen in fear, and debating if I should just sprint out of the house for what felt like eternity. After the adult guests had all congregated in this crowded kitchen, because some of the people had brought their kids to a party where booze would be served, what the fuck, and there was a pause in the fighting. The guy who owned the house looked at me and coldly said, "Okay, well, I own this house, and you're going to have to leave." That asshole didn't have to tell me twice. I mumbled sorry, threw my plastic cup into the trash and speed walked the fuck out of that house. Fucking Okies, man. It's a tie betwixt that, or the time that I went home with a guy, found out that it wasn't his house, but his friend's, and the guy's roommate came home and screamed that we needed to leave. He left the bedroom while I finished getting dressed, and they were shouting for a few solid minutes. I'd had quite a bit to drink, had worn my highest heels, and my car was 1.5 miles away, but I clearly remember debating on if I could get the goddamn window open. This was an older house, and a lot of times, the windows are painted shut, or are very noisy / difficult to open, and climb out without anyone noticing or remembering that I had even been there. I hate men yelling, and it was fucking terrifying. What a coincidence. This happened to me last week and I have made a post about it on another subreddit recently. It's a long read, but here it goes. To give a little background, I find rooms from Craigslist to live in because it is cheaper. The house I lived in at the time had a few issues here and there. I had been living there for a year and there were a pair of parrots in a cage downstairs that bothers everyone, but the landlord loves them. Anyway, I was sleeping in the morning and I was so tired. Finals for me was over, so I was catching up on sleep. In the morning and daytime everyone was at work. So while I was sleeping I hear very loud knocking and banging on the door, and then hear "Open your faking door now." I did not recognize his voice. I was thinking it was maybe the police. I then asked, "Who is it?" He just kept saying, "Open your faking door now, or I will kick down this door." If he was police officer then he would have said it was the police. I did not commit any crime, as far as I'm aware of. At this point I was assuming it was someone to rob me or kill me. I was then getting panicked. I said, "What do you want? Who are you? What happened?" He just kept screaming at me to open the door. His tone of voice sounded like he was going to rob me, or kick my ass, or kill me. I started calling my landlord and other roommates. No one was picking up. I had to make a decision fast. I have a handgun that I keep in my safe. I live in a state where it is legal to own this gun, as I have a concealed carry license. I usually don't take the gun out of the safe unless it is for emergencies. I started going into fight or flight mode. I took the gun out of the safe and loaded it up. I'm an engineering student and I like to think I have a bright future ahead of me. I was thinking that if I did shoot through the door or open the door to shoot him, he could die and I could be found guilty in court, even if it was self-defense. The guy started saying, "You have 10 seconds to open the door. If you don't open then I'm going to break it, and you are going to pay for it." Luckily I live in a townhome. Although I did live in his second floor, I thought a better option was to jump out of the window. It wasn't that high up. I grabbed my wallet, cell phone, keys, and I decided to just hang myself from the ledge and ease my way out. I made it down and ran to my car, which was not parked in front of the house. Luckily, I drove off. I kept calling my landlord, but she didn't pick up. Eventually she called me back and was furious. The reason why she was mad was because she told me to watch out for her birds while she was out of town. Turns out the cage was opened last night while we were all asleep, but they did not escape. I have no idea how the cage was left open. My roommate called her and ratted me out saying my name opened the cage last night, even though I didn't. When I was sleeping, I did not hear her phone calls. So she sent one of her friends over because she was crying on the phone to him because she was worried about the birds. I quickly now found someone on Craigslist and just met them, and they seem nice. I moved in with them, and lucky they have a lock on the room. This was one of the scariest situations I have been in. My landlord was totally messed up for this. I'm innocent and did nothing to the bird cage. Luckily I felt like I made the right decision. I like to go for walks late at night in high school. Often, and sometimes in the middle of a storm, so I've had a few of these, because this isn't farm country. This is a major city and there are people everywhere, even at night, but not necessarily a lot of people everywhere. Most amusing was the guy who mistook me for his date when I was 16. I was walking by some houses at the beach, and when I walked past him, he started talking to me with bad poetry. After confirming with me I was his date, I told him I wasn't, and in this mind this confirmed that I was, and he talked about how we were going to walk into the sunset together right then and there. At 11 PM. He ended up following me for several blocks, but by this point I was an adept speed walker already. Most dangerous and or irritating was on the opposite end of town about 6 months after this first instance. After dining in a diner circa 10:30 PM. There was a pit bull outside and a loud couple at one of the tables, and at some point their conversation turned to the skanky hole located conveniently near my station, and so I looked around to see who the unfortunate soul around was and if she needed any help/support in case the conversation turned ugly. Unfortunately I was the only other person in the diner besides the employees and they were nowhere to be found right now, so the obvious conclusion was that I should throw down some money and GTFO as soon as possible. Such is life. That happened precisely when her boyfriend ducked into the bathroom and I saw in the woman across the room several signs of abuse, crack and otherwise. So of course she follows me out, and of course being rather inexperienced in the ways of GTFO, freeze. She politely informed me in a variant of AAVE that I was familiar with, that she did not like the way I chose to dress, jeans and a sweatshirt, practically Steve Jobs, if Steve Jobs were a terrified 16-year-old blonde high school girl, and that her dog was going to fuck my sheet up. Turns out her dog had a hair trigger temper and was showing some of the same signs of abuse my counterpart was, so fun ensued in a manner not unlike, but distinct from, the type of fun a DF player would be familiar with, and long story short, I think the dog did too and unfortunately the woman that had the rights to it, and I was happy I had worn boots my mother's way too old Vietnam vet boyfriend had given me. Loved those things, but I felt bad for the dog. The last of my high school stories, and the one scariest to me personally, is about a furry little critter that I had only recently become acquainted with in my fine city. It starts with me taking a sit on a bench in a park, because by this point I didn't have the good sense to be afraid of anyone. At this point I had dealt with a fair share of creeps, murderous beaches, and drunkards on the beach, and decided that my nighttime walks would continue in spite of all of that. The air was nice, and it was good exercise. But there was one thing I feared above all else, one thing that I had even done a report on in the 5th grade many years prior, read quite a number of accounts of, and decided I did not wish to ever meet this thing. Also that they were otherwise very cute. Animalia chordata mammalia carnivora caniformia mephitis. Aka the striped skunk, and I had only recently become acquainted with the fact that they had pretty much always inhabited my city, but only ever saw them a handful of times as my walks had started to approach the 5 AM mark with increasing frequency. For those of you unaware, a striped skunk will not kill you, it will simply deliver such a punch to your olfactory as to make you wish you were dead. I had read the accounts, I did not need to experience it myself to believe them. Still don't. It also has a few ways of telling you to fuck right off first, before delivering said punch, and most of the time they even have the courtesy to do so properly right where you can see them, and even then, only if you bother them in some way. These warning signs are in summary. First, the skunk will be a skunk. It will be visible, and thanks to the stripe on its back, very obviously a skunk. The threat at this point is more implied than anything else, but certainly not theoretical. The second warning sign, and one you ought to pray you never see, is that it will turn its back on you. At this point you are faked, and have to think very quickly how to get unfaked, and take control of the situation. This is just the skunk's way of politely stating that it is in a bad mood and you really ought to GTFO before it takes it out on you. The third warning sign is that it will raise its tail with the tip down. Danger is imminent, and you have only seconds, if that, before you are filled with much regret and covered in a scent only your French mother could love. Doesn't matter if you are French or even have a mother, because for the rest of this conversation, you do now. So there I'm sitting on a park bench, minding my business, right in the middle of one of the more concrete-laden parts of the park with plenty of lighting, chosen specifically in case I needed to quickly stand up and deliver a crushing blow to the nearest set of testicles with my boot-laden feet. Said boots, by the way, were at this point showing my love for them, and quite a bit of wear and tear, but I digress. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. I smelled nothing. All I had to go on was a powerful feeling that I should look behind me right now, which showed me a skunk in its final warning stages with the tail up and tip down and totally completely 100% obviously a skunk. Said overwhelming feeling was very quickly overtaken by another even more powerful feeling that I should run very quickly and perpendicular to the position of the skunk's asshole, not because it was going to fetched, but because of a gland located very near said asshole that would make every fetched I ever smelled from that day on smell like roses by comparison. I ran all the way out of the park, startled two more skunks nearby, and kept running. I did not get sprayed by skunk that day, and up to this point in my life, ever. I also decided that skunk in particular was an asshole, for it did not even bother with the courtesy I'm a skunk beach swagger that would have put me on guard. Just showed up behind me and decided to spray me for whatever reason. Fuck that skunk. This literally happened last night about 11:30 p.m. Me and my friend went to our usual smoking spot next to these 3 derelict garages. Not going to say where I'm from, but we live in a pretty rough area where 9 times out of 10 there's some ropey sheet going down. A couple weeks back all 3 of the garages were just open and free to go inside, but this changed a couple days ago when we found a lock on one of the more sturdy looking ones. So anyway, last night I noticed the lock had been broken off, but put back in place to make it look like it was fine and still locked. So I decided to pull it open to briefly look inside, curious as to what could now be in there seeing as it was empty for about 2 years. And as it swings open, this dude wielding a knife in one hand and a hammer in the other shouts, "Who do you think you are?" and comes out looking pretty mad. So at this point both me and my friend are getting ready to book it from the area. I noticed there was a car inside the garage now that he'd seemed to me kneeling down beside when I opened the door, which I've come to the conclusion he was trying to steal. So he stood in front of us asking us what we are doing here, and clocking that he's probably doing something illegal. I instantly told him we wanted to have a spliff in there and didn't realize he'd be there, to which he started telling us the guy that owns the garage is paying him to protect it from people that want to steal the car. We just kept agreeing and being extremely friendly with him while he's telling us his life story, waving the knife and hammer around, and the entire time I just wanted to get the fuck out of there, but talked it out with him so he didn't chase us. We'll add pics of the garages next time I'm round my friend's house if anyone is interested. This is probably far too late, but here goes. I was visiting a family member's home with my wife, and one of the older male relatives took a punch from a neighbor kid after a verbal altercation outside. Some 15-ish-year-old punk that thought he was a gangbanger. It was a very bad part of Milwaukee. He came inside and cleaned up the blood from the bloody nose, etc., and I figured that was that. Unfortunately, my wife's adult brother decided to watch out the window and scream they are signaling to their friends to raid the house. They have guns. The brother was told to call the police, which he aimed to have done. He didn't. We later discovered, next thing I know, the brother and older relative are armed with a shotgun and handguns, getting ready for combat in the house. I go into a back bedroom, as the brother is now claiming they are hiding in bushes in case anyone comes out, and when asked where the cops were, he claimed they probably won't come. They said they are too busy. This is when I realized that my wife's brother was exacerbating the situation for attention/drama and no one was going to come at the house. But we have people with guns in here that think there's stuff about to go down. I tried to calm myself by calling one of my best friends and telling him how messed up this situation is. After a while, when nothing else happened, my wife and I left as quick as we could back home from that insanity. The worst part was the older relative sided completely with my wife's brother, saying yeah, the cops never come around when he calls. They don't care, and would not listen when we told him what was really going on and how dangerous those situations were. I'm a guy. When I was 18, I traveled around Europe by train with a girl. We wanted to get the overpass train from Vienna to Prague, but chose an indirect route to avoid a train that was notorious for robberies, where whole compartments were gassed as people slept. This was nearly 20 years ago. At about 4 in the morning we got onto the final train after a pretty weird and creepy experience in a godforsaken station on the Czech side of the border, during the course of which we picked up a Korean girl who spoke neither Czech nor English and basically had no idea what she was doing, and taken her under our wing. The fact that my friend and the Korean girl are both tiny girls is important context. Each carriage is separated into compartments, the curtains of which are all closed with the lights off, so it's hard to see what's what. Eventually we find a compartment with 3 spare seats. The other occupants are 2 really scruffy backpackers, male and female in ex-military clothes, scrappy tattoos, wild hair, that sort of thing, both asleep, and a Czech guy who is so drunk he's passed out. We join them, and the girls immediately fall asleep. I'm completely on edge and trying to stay awake because I'm worried about getting robbed. However, I'm really tired and keep on drifting off. Then I notice the male backpacker has woken up. I open my eyes fully and he looks straight at me. I look at him. He looks quite aggressive. I try to act cool. He keeps on staring straight at me. Then, without breaking eye contact, he reaches into his backpack. He starts to draw a knife, then keeps drawing it. The knife keeps on coming out and out of the backpack. It's enormous. Best part of a foot long. I'm still trying to look unperturbed, but bricking myself. Everyone else is asleep or passed out. The only other people in the carriage are my slightly built girls and unconscious Czech and the backpacker's girlfriend who looks only marginally less ferocious than him. He then reaches back into his pack, again without breaking eye contact, and slowly withdraws a piece of bread. Then some cheese. Then he uses the knife to make a sandwich, eats it, puts everything away, and goes back to sleep. There was no AHH. Got you. With a wry smile. I'm pretty sure he was just being an ass. I was a weedy little kid, and he was an ogre, so it certainly wasn't a warning about jumping him whilst he slept. TLDR. Scruffy guy on a train made a sandwich. I nearly shat myself. I spent 8 years in the military, USMC. 2 enlistments. People always ask why I didn't stay in. I mean, come on. I was almost halfway to retirement. I was good at it. High PFT, good rifle range scores, and pretty damn good at my actual job too. My first enlistment was a textbook case of military professionalism. Sergeant within 4 years, fast promotions. I re-enlisted to an even faster promoting MOs with an almost guaranteed E7 position within 8 years, plus a 25k bonus. One problem though, I was a drunk, had been since I was 16. Usually this gets looked over in the military, but after Iraq it got a lot worse. I started drinking to the point that I was showing up to work drunk, missing formations and generally faking up almost weekly. I'm about 6 years in at this point and highly respected by my peers, but they can only ignore so much. I started to develop severe anxiety and depression, which I couldn't communicate to anyone, because that would only paint the red flag I was becoming into a clearer shade of sheet. Soon my drinking became the only escape from the constant fear of some SNCO breaking down my door at 6 AM. Or calling me while I hid off my hangover. To this day the sound of someone knocking on the door or a phone ringing sets me off, but it was also making my problems that much worse. I started having these very weird blackouts. Not from drinking, but just midday periods of confusion, where I would just snap out of some dream state and not know where I was or how I had gotten there. I went to the ER twice because of panic attacks, so severe I thought I was having a heart attack. That was it, my career was over anyway. I came in as an E2 and left as an E2. One day I woke up and said, quite literally, I have to get the fuck out of here. I made it to my ES, but only because I was so afraid of living a life on the run, when all I wanted was to find a more peaceful existence. When that day came I left and never looked back. Finally a place for this story. This takes place in the early 90s. I was in high school, so I was hanging out with 2 girls, driving around and just having fun. I was excited because well this didn't happen often. I was in the back seat and was going wherever they wanted to go. I remember the song Today from Smashing Pumpkins coming on, so it was a perfect day. Honestly, I can't remember all the normal stuff we did. We probably saw a movie based on the location we were in. We ran into someone who told the girls their friends were in trouble and that we needed to go see them. This is the part one remember very well. It's now nighttime and we arrive at a strip mall which is mostly close. There is a section of the parking lot filled with cars which we drive over to and get out. Most of the people are angry and trying to rile everyone else up. The girl's bald friend comes over and he is bleeding from his head and is noticeably upset. Turns out, he is a skinhead and overcomes his skinhead buddies. They were at a house party and initiated an attack on a group of black people they saw there. I then learn that this group of men are coming to our location to put to rest the dispute that began earlier. So here I am, skinny Jewish kid surrounded by angry skinheads waiting to go to war with a group of angry black men who they previously attacked. I started to realize that these girls were no longer on my favorite list. I also started to realize that I was going to be here no matter what, and if I was going down, I was on the wrong side. I seriously believed I was going to get hurt, so I made up my mind that when the other group came I going down for them. Then the pretty girls were told they had to leave because no one wanted them hurt. I was in the car before the door opened and we got out of there and I never looked back. I did hear no one actually showed up, but my time with that crowd ended, and I moved on with my life. A few summers ago me and a few buddies went up to one of the guys' cottages for the weekend. We did things that you'd expect from a bunch of 20-year-olds, drank, wakeboarded, played golf, drank, ate, and drank. Friday night we rolled in around 9 and all cracked celebratory beers. We made it through the 3-hour drive. The guy who owns the cottage pipes up and lets us know that his cousin has a bunch of her friends up across the lake if we want to go party with them. Needless to say we agree to go over, pack a few coolers, and make the trek over. We get there and have a great time around the fire, playing drinking games, talking up cute girls, all that good stuff. This is a fairly large gathering, close to 15 of them, and 7 of us. Amongst the good times I start hearing murmurs of one of my buddies talking shit. Not your typical wow nice shot bro, but far more serious I'd like to smash this bottle and stab you with it kind of stuff. I try to find him among the crowd and start hearing some of their guys talking about wanting to kick the shit out of him. After a few minutes I finally find him out on a dock stargazing with some girl. Dude, we gotta go. What? Why? I'm having such a good time. No, we need to leave. Now. That girl was a girlfriend of one of the guys wanting to kick the shit out of him. Not helping his case at all. We round up our guys and start towards the road, and then the shit talk starts flying. Oh fuck. To paint a picture, there's close to even numbers of guys here, all of them playing either hockey, rugby, or wrestle, all drunkenly fueled with anger. If anything were to go down, no one is stopping that. No cops coming to break that up. No parents. Just a bunch of jocks that would beat the bloody pulp out of each other until they are tired of doing so. We get walking down the road. My guys still all pissed about leaving. The one guy sorry about almost getting us killed. And then we see it. A light following us. It follows us the entire way back to our cottage. We stopped at the foot of the driveway waiting for the inevitable rumble to go down. I keep telling my guys to go to bed, lock up inside the cottage. I eventually am able to talk down the other guys, with the help of their girls, and agree to part ways. We left our cooler there that night, but it could certainly wait for the morning. This is a different kind of answer than others people are giving it, but whatever. I had a job in healthcare for many years, and it was an awful poisonous toxic place to work. My coworkers and I joke that if you worked there for more than 2 years, you were either an alcoholic, on antipsychotics, in therapy, or some combination of the three, but the joking was too close to the bone. One of my coworkers was a friend from college, who had started working there right out of school, and had been there a bit longer than I had. He hated the place, and the two of us commiserated about it often. Finally, he grew enough of a backbone to quit. I was so happy for him. Then, 1 week before his last day, he had a seizure and died in his sleep. It was so shocking to me. He was only 34, but he had spent his entire professional life working in a place he hated, where he busted his ass every day and got treated like shit for it. It's cliche, but it made me realize how fragile life is, and it drove home strongly how I was wasting precious time at that place. I have never lost someone close to me unexpectedly like that before. I was having a hard time dealing with it and didn't really know how to funnel my emotions, so I made a post on FB about how much I was going to miss him. I didn't really know what else to do. It seemed appropriate to me. Almost immediately, my boss texted me a harsh message telling me my post was unprofessional and that I had to remove it. That was it. I realized this could be spun some other way, but at the time, I felt like my boss was using the death of my friend as an opportunity to chastise me about my social media professionalism. I resolved the next thing I said to her would be I quit, and it was. It was one of the best decisions I have ever made. TLDR, my coworkers and timely death convinced me to quit my terrible company before I wasted my life there. I was studying abroad, and a friend and I were visiting Budapest. He convinced me to go to a strip club, as I'd never been to one before. It was in a basement, and when we got down we didn't see one patron, just a pack of dancers in the corner smoking cigarettes. This is when we should have known we needed to get pho. Alas. We sat down, ordered some cheap drinks, and one by one the dancers gave us a little tease and tried to lure us to the VIP lounge. My friend had talked to me beforehand, so I knew to decline and continue sipping my drink. Finally, the manager came up and said his girl wanted to give us a free show. Awesome. She started dancing. I think I saw a nipple. It was pretty underwhelming, but now the manager is telling me I have to buy his girl a drink to show my appreciation. Of course, she does not drink Pilsner. She only drinks wine. So I buy this girl a bottle. I estimate it's at like $45 based on the exchange rate. More than I wanted to spend, but whatever. She sits on my lap, gets all up in my ear, caresses my thigh, etc., and tries to get me to go back with her. I have a litany of excuses not to, and after a while she makes a motion over the top of my head and leaves abruptly. The bill arrives. I do the math in my head, and it doesn't make sense. It looks like I owe more than $600, and my friend owes around $200. I ask the manager if I was missing a decimal or something, and he insists that it's correct. He flips to the front of the menu, where it says in 4 languages that, if you don't spend a certain amount, a courtesy fee is applied. He asks if I'm a faking idiot who can't read. Of course, when he handed us the menus he'd quickly flipped to the back page, where the drinks were. This is when I knew we really needed to get the fuck out. But it was way too late for that. Within a few minutes my friend is at the bar, telling the bartender that they can take him out back and kick the shit out of him, but he won't be paying $200. I have been surrounded by 3 very large Hungarian men and a pit bull of a woman, the owner, who to this day stands as the single most vicious piece of shit I have ever met. She screamed at me about how rude it was to decline to pay for services rendered, and how if I didn't have the cash they could escort me to an ATM to get it, or I could call my girlfriend in the US to have her wire it. I had made one up to try and avoid the VIP lounge. It was looking really bad. Finally, one of the men said that if I refused to pay, they would have no choice but to call the police. At this point, I was looking at getting the shit kicked out of me, losing $600, and or spending some time in a Hungarian prison. When he turned around to make the call, I decided the time had finally arrived to get the fuck out of there. I sprinted towards the exit and the entire place erupted into screams and chaos. If you remember, this place was in a basement, so I started taking stairs 2 or 3 at a time. I could hear the footsteps of the 3 men chasing me down. I heard the pit bull shouting in a language I didn't understand, but all I was thinking about was whether this door swung in or out. My friends and I had noticed that most doors in Eastern Europe swing in, which we thought was a pretty thoughtless fire hazard. I threw myself against the door because the guys were way too close to pull it in, and just prayed it was the only door in Eastern Europe that swung out. It was. I spilled out into the street and ran as fast and hard as I could. It wasn't very far because I was smoking cigarettes at the time, but it was good enough. You may remember my friend at the bar. Obviously I couldn't go back, so I just waited in the hostel lobby. I was in the middle of contemplating calling the police when he suddenly strutted through the front door with a huge grin on his face. Apparently, when I ran, the gig was up. Everyone knew it was a scam, and when I booked it everyone just broke down laughing, except the pit bull who was still furious, and they more or less let him leave. Later on, we looked online, and as it turns out, this establishment was a well-known Russian mafia operation, to be avoided at all costs. TLDR went to a Hungarian strip club run by the mob by accident, was extorted, escaped with life. In college. Friend calls and says, hey man, I'm at a party on South Street. He wants me to come and be his wingman. Tells me that a bunch of girls we know from this one sorority are there, and they're all in the background telling me to come over. From the sound of things, it was a pretty big party. But the girls were there, so I went, obviously. I get dropped off by the DD and have a 30 rack of Natty Light in hand. I approach the party and there are people faking everywhere. I mean, this apartment was literally too full to get through the front door. As a result, the party had bled out into the parking lot, where multiple cars and trucks had their stereos playing music. Now, I just wanted to hang with my friends, but I couldn't even get inside. I call my buddy and ask if they wanted to come outside where it wasn't so crowded. He says, dude, we've been out front waiting on you this whole time. Which apartment building are you at? It was at this point I realized that I was dropped off on the opposite end of the street and that I knew exactly nobody here. I was about to cross the lot and start up the street, but then I heard someone in front of me yell, "Turn that bullshit redneck shit off, man." Realizing this was a party hosted by university football players, I just turned and started walking back home. Football parties always got out of hand always a fight or got busted by the cops. I was about 5 minutes and 2 blocks from the house when I heard a loud boom and 3 loud pops. Realizing they were gunshots, I started running my fucking nuts off. My beer case tearing from all the movement, individual cans flying out as I pumped my arms. Cop cars flying past me, couldn't be bothered to see if I was of age or to worry about the trail of full beer cans that littered the sidewalk. Finally, I wound up across town and back to the house. I wake up to my friends talking about someone they know being at the crazy party last night. Apparently, what happened was one football player, guy from big city, had his friends up, and another player, from small redneck town, had his best buds visit. Well, when you have a group of ghetto dudes right by a group of rednecks, all drunk as fuck, and trying to drown out each other's music, some shit may go down. Ghetto dude had told one guy sitting on a tailgate to turn down their country sheet where I walked away. Redneck dude ignored him. So, ghetto guy gets closer and yells at him. Country boy tells him to shut the fuck up. So, drunk ghetto guy throws a punch. Redneck guy barely flinches and slugs him back several times. Ghetto guy's friends jump in and start beating country boy. Country friends jump in. Crowd breaks it all up after a small brawl. Ghetto guy pulls a pistol, aims it at main redneck guy. Redneck dude just says that's how you wanna be, and puts his hands up. Ghetto guy says he and his farmer homies needed to leave. Redneck goes to his truck as if to leave, pulls out 12 gauge shotgun instead, and aims it at ghetto bro. Ghetto kid tries to call his bluff, saying that he'd bet the shotgun wasn't loaded. Redneck aims the gun at the ghetto kid's car and pulls the trigger, shattering the back windshield. That prompted the other guy to pop off 3 rounds from his pistol, one of which found its mark in redneck dude's torso. Then everyone in that party scattered like fuck, but thankfully I had a head start. Nobody died or was seriously hurt, but the good old boy spent 2 days in the hospital. Pro, didn't get caught up in a gunfight. Con, lost a lot of beer. When I was 20 I took my girlfriend for a walk to tell her we should end things. The days before we had a fight happened quite often, and she assumed we would be making it up, and even prepared a little speech to tell me she was sorry. By then I already realized she wasn't expecting what was coming, so I told her straight that I didn't see any future for us as a couple. When I dropped the breakup bomb, she looked me straight into the eye for a couple of moments and then just collapsed. Started crying, hyperventilating, shaking, and I was just baffled. She had never been scared to reveal a little act of drama, but this was just out of proportion. I panicked and realized she had to get home, so I picked her up and literally carried her to her house. When we hit the street she lived in, her father passed us with his car, and it must have looked bad, me supporting his daughter to walk home, cause he made a 180 and returned to the house. By that time I already rang the doorbell and her mother opened the door. So there I am, loaded with my crying / hyperventilating girlfriend. I don't know if it was officially over by that moment, with my confused mother-in-law to my left side and my agitated father-in-law to the right. I couldn't just drop her off at the porch, so we went inside, and I put her on the sofa. Meanwhile she is being questioned by her folks what the hell was going on. Because she is not capable of answering incoherent sentences, I took it upon me, nailed to the ground, to explain the situation, and the mother just starts yelling at me how disappointed she was, and asking me what the hell I was thinking. When I thought it couldn't get any worse, her 2 younger sisters and brother came home from school, being welcomed by this contagious scene. The same questions were being raised all over again, and by that time I was on autopilot with just one mission: getting the fuck out of there. Next thing I realize is that I'm in the hall with my begging girlfriend, her crying mother and oldest sister, and her father, who is trying to defuse the situation. As hard as I tried to explain my way out of there, the more questions came my way, and 20-year-old me just wanted to go cry in my mother's lap. It lasted until my father-in-law convinced his wife and daughters it wasn't a productive situation and I could go home. It still gives me the chills when I think about that awkward afternoon. My first post, I can think of several times I've thought I have to get the fuck out of here as soon as possible, but this one stood out to me. I went for what was going to be my first solo backpacking trip. I had called ahead to the ranger station to confirm there was a water source near where I planned on camping, and they stated there was. Turned out they were thinking of an adjacent trail with a similar name. I arrived at the trailhead early for the 9.6-mile hike. Around 6.5 miles in, I passed a creek, the road trail ended, and the real trail started. I arrived at the fire lookout, my destination, with just 2 cups of water left and no water source to refill my bottles. I changed my plans to stay back at the creek after a break at the lookout. I noticed the door to the lookout was open, and I could hear voices from inside. The lookout is for emergencies only, but since there was a large fire to the southeast, I assumed someone was staffing it. I called up to ask for permission to climb the tower. There was no response. I realized the voices I was hearing were from a radio repeater and thought maybe the last people to visit the lookout had failed to close the door. I climbed the tower, but the trapdoor to the catwalk was closed. It wasn't locked, but I couldn't budge it. That meant it had to be blocked from above. Fear ran through me as it dawned on me. I was a solo female hiker, unarmed, on a deserted trail, and 9.6 miles from a road. I got real quiet and left quickly. I stopped at the water source to fill my bottles. I'd been rationing water for a while, and then ran out, and guzzled about 4 cups. I immediately felt sick, and sat on a log, while my stomach accepted the water, and tried to figure out where to pitch the tent. As the nausea faded, the fear came back. I knew I had to get out of there. I hiked back to the truck and stayed at a campground. I ended up hiking 19.2 miles in one day with a full backpack, around 35 pounds. I'm not sure anything would have happened to me, but I always trust my gut. I'm always late to the party, but about a year and a half ago, my friend and I, 2 women, went to a concert on South Street in downtown Philly. At one end of South Street it dead ends and you can take a footbridge across I-95 to a parking lot and also to access the waterfront on the river. To the left of the footbridge entrance, there's a long public parking lot you can also park in if street parking is unavailable, a frequent occurrence. Obs, we are both adults, early 30s. We've been to this venue many times since we were teenagers. After the show lets out, it's only about 11 PM or so on a weekday night. We leave the venue on foot, animatedly discussing the show and how awesome it was on our way. Delta E, whoop whoop. We've got about 4 city blocks to walk to get to the lot next to the footbridge, in a very well lit area. Most of the regular shops were closed, but the clubs and bars were open. We've been there many times. This is old hat for us. I started getting a weird feeling in my gut. I also have a very wide peripheral vision span. Cars don't generally also go whipping by on the one-way route for South Street because it's fairly narrow and most of the time people are also scouting for a parking spot. However, there was a grey car that was inching along the road not too far behind us. I was on the inside of the sidewalk with my friend closer to the street. I glance at my friend so I can watch the car, and she notices almost immediately that my expression has changed. I told her not to look, but there was a creeper car coming up on us. I pulled my phone from my pocket, even though I knew it was dying. At that point, the guy in the car rolls his window down and started trying to talk to us. We both tell him we are not interested and to keep rolling. At this point we cross to the last street we have to walk to before crossing into the parking lot. The guy is still trying to get us to join him. He's alone in the car. I whisper to my friend that I don't want to go to her car in the parking lot since there was no one else around outside past a certain point, so I didn't want the dude to follow us and block us in with his car. She nods in agreement. On the corner, before crossing to the parking lot, there is a bar. I stepped back from my friend. We had been telling this guy for a solid block and a half by this point to beat it, so I made sure my flash was on my camera and I took a picture of his license plate as I say, "Keep following us and I'm calling the cops to warn them about you." He pulled his own phone out and started filming me, which I had no problem with, since I wasn't the creeper. When we were about 10 yards from the bar's door, I grabbed my friend by the arm and we hightailed it into the bar, Downers, to nope the fuck out of the situation. There were a few people inside. It was a weeknight and all, I guess, that looked up when we came in. My phone battery died and I stowed it in my pocket. We immediately asked the bartender to use a phone and started to explain what was going on. As my friend is telling the bartender what happened, someone at the bar was like, "Oh, were you at the Delta show?" Because he was waiting for someone he had dropped off for the show. So while that conversation is happening, I look out the window and the dude in the car has pulled around the corner and parked in the space at the end of the block, the illegal space you're supposed to leave between the curb and the end of the block, haphazardly, and has jumped out of his car and is coming for the bar's entrance. I turned to face the door and backed up until my back hit my friend's arm and announced he was coming inside. The guy came in. He was a foreigner, but I don't know where he came from. I mention this only because he had a fairly thick accent and he was demanding that I erase the photos on my phone of him and his license plate. I flat out told him no, that we had called the cops and that I would give them every detail of what happened. The guy started saying he was a tourist and flipped out his phone, said he hadn't actually filmed me, and was showing me a gallery of photos which were almost all entirely photos of the skyscrapers of the city and nothing else. I just kept repeating that we called the cops, and as he kept getting closer I put my hands up and out in front of me and positioned myself so that if he stepped one more step closer to me, I could huck my heel around the back of his leg and push him by the chest as hard as possible to knock him away. At that point, two of the men near us at the bar, the ones who knew about the concert, stood up and cut in with some the lady said to leave them alone comments and basically forced the guy out of the bar for us. My heart was pounding so hard by then, I thought I might pass out. We watched through the window as the guy got into his car and left. We had not actually been able to call the police by then, but I wasn't above that bluff. 10 minutes after the creeper left, the two men that helped us walked us out. One stood on the corner by the bar and the other walked us to our car, just to make sure we got to it alright. We thanked them profusely, got into the car, and immediately left the parking lot. As soon as I plugged my phone in, when we got in the car I contacted the local precinct for the area to give them a non-emergency rundown of what happened and sent them the pictures so that they would be aware and could track any lurkers. My biggest fear, after we were safely in the car, was that he was going to get someone else, maybe younger girls, who were leaving the concert and still milling about South Street after we left. TLDR creeper followed us down South Street in a car after a concert. Wouldn't take no for an answer. Ducked into bar with my friend to avoid him following us to the car. Two guys stepped in when he followed us into the bar, but I was ready to throw down if necessary. If your gut tells you something's up, start looking for escape routes. 1997, California, El Nino. I used to live in a house down by the river, and my dad and I heard that Tuolumne was rising and wanted to see how high the river got. We had been in contact with our neighbors all night. Sometime between leaving the house and heading over, the levee had burst and all of the lowlands were filling with water. Between the house and the uplands was just about 3/4 of a mile. My dad and I saw the house, said wow the water is high, and left. As we were leaving down the dirt road we noticed water rushing across it. My dad floored it. We bounced through water and potholes in that 78 Chevy pickup and made it about 52-75 away from the hill to the uplands. When the truck died, my dad yelled bail out, and we started wading through the rising water. He grabbed my wrist with a death grip and we trudged through and got out of the water. I still remember almost losing a shoe the most. Luckily, our neighbor had known about the levee break and saw us go down there. He went and grabbed his tractor, and when he saw the truck die he took the tractor down there, huked to the bumper, and pulled the truck out of the water. It was so amazing how fast he moved. I shook and cried my eyes out for 10 minutes, while my dad and I talked to them, while the water kept getting higher and higher. We let the truck sit and drain, and being a Chevy she fired right up, and we drove home. A bit late with this story, but here goes. I was traveling through Cambodia a few years ago and met a guy in a nightclub one night. Asked him if he could score me anything to get the night going. He said yes, but it's in another neighborhood. He offered to take me to his friend's place on the back of his motorbike. I was pretty well wasted already, so I agreed. We went weaving through side streets and main roads for what seemed like a long time. I had no idea where I was or what direction my hotel was. We got to a very dodgy looking area and drove up to a warehouse. He yelled out something, and the steel gate opened up to reveal what looked like a meth lab with 4 or 5 guys with face masks on. The original guy spoke to them, and they pointed to another room. He took me into the other room and pointed to a grime-covered couch, told me to sit and wait. At this point I was getting fairly nervous. All I had originally wanted was some MDMA. Now it looked like I was in Dome big time meth dealer's sales room. Then a guy comes out that looked dangerous as fuck with a taped up parcel in his hand and throws it to me. As he throws it, he says 1 kilo. He then walks back out the room. My original guy says, "Is this okay?" I then started feeling sick and panicky. I thought to myself, actually that's too much, I just wanted to get high, not set up a distribution network. What the fuck have I got myself into? I put the package down on the table. My original guy starts taking dollars and I try to explain I just wanted a couple of pills or a gram or 2. He leaves the room quite angry, and as he leaves, a small child maybe 4 years old walks into the room wearing just dirty threadbare shorts and holding something in his hand. He opens what's in his hand and it's a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. He lights one and hands it to me, then lights another one and starts smoking it himself. This scene is totally surreal, and this is when I realized I was in trouble and had to get out. I finished the cigarette, and by this stage I could hear heated conversation in the next room. My guy comes back in, and I say to him I need food. He says no problem, there's a place a few minutes away. We leave and I promise that we will come back to finish the deal, as I had to go to get food and visit ATM. We walk to the nearby restaurants and visit ATM. I took out the maximum amount, maybe $300-400. I hand it to my guy and jumped straight in a taxi to get back to my guest house. Never went back to that nightclub again. And counted myself as luck to get out of the situation alive, or at least without having to walk around with a kilo of meth in my backpack in a country with a death penalty for drug smuggling. TLDR, due to a miscommunication in a noisy nightclub, I nearly accidentally became an international drug smuggler, or perhaps a prisoner on death row in a Southeast Asian's prison. During Hurricane Hermine in Tallahassee, I was asleep on painkillers as my back was thrown out. It's like 2 a.m. I wake up to a house shaking crash. I shot straight up out of bed. Something was wrong. My fiance looks at me, pale. He goes to check what the hell happened by shining a light out the front window. Ding dong, hello, a big tree limb is blocking the front door. I knew right then we had to leave. There was this terrible feeling in my gut. My back was spasming as I started packing up some clothes and toiletries, books, and medicine and hurricane supplies, flashlights, food, etc. My fiance went outside to see the damage. The gutters were pulled down with the tree, so we got a good look into the attic. Gusts were predicted to be strong enough to take the roof off, were it to happen. He came back in and told me what happened. I calmly, whilst internally screaming, of course, told him to pack up his essentials. We have to evacuate. We ran out the back garage door and drove to my sister's house, 4 minutes away with the traffic light, in a Cat 2 storm. We had to row out a couple of times due to large trees blocking the road. The next morning, we go to leave the complex because we need to know whether or not we are homeless. One of her neighbors stops us in our car to tell us we physically can't leave. I get out and walk to the entrance of the complex to see 2 downed power line/street light combos on either side of the driveway. Adrenaline kicks in and we walk toward our house before our good friend picked us up and drove us the rest of the way. Once home, we found that a large pine tree had gotten caught in a cyclone and slammed into the peak of the house, and that took a large oak limb down with it. Inside, there is water damage in the ceiling and walls. We called the rental company to inform them of what happened and that we needed a tarp as soon as possible. The internet and cell towers were down, and we didn't have power for 5 days, 3 of which were rainy as fuck. It took 3 days for them to take the tree off the house, and they didn't put a tarp up after they did. Suffice it to say, without a tarp, and with a big gaping hole in the roof, the ceiling collapsed in the dining room and the living room. We all livid at this point. We looked into the attic from the hole in the dining room, and saw that 2 support beams had broken, and sunlight shining in through a substantial crack in the roof. Our property manager kept eking us around. The contractors who had come out to us the damage said we needed a new roof, new floors, that 2/3 of the house had to be fixed. The manager of the property looked us dead in the eye and said the house was still habitable. We decided that, since the company had failed to maintain a habitable living situation, so much mold and fiberglass, we couldn't breathe. My fiance has a skin condition where he is allergic to everything, and I needed to be on bed rest. It was time to terminate the lease. We moved into a hotel and started packing our sheet with the company of very good friends, to the choir of power tools taking out walls and floors and ceilings. 3 months later, we are all moved into a way nicer house, with landlords that remind us of ourselves a couple decades from now. TLDR, had loud crash during a hurricane. Nope the fuck out, because our property managers thought we could live in a house with no roof point pics, or it didn't happen. I'm pretty late to the party, so I'll keep it short, but I have a good one. I used to work at a dry dock facility for huge ships. These dry docks are like 1,000 feet long and 200 feet wide. Usually there are 100 people on it at any given time. Ship's crew, laborers, welders, inspectors, etc. One day we're all loading onto a dry dock that was just loaded with 2 smaller ships, when I hear the sound of groaning steel. Abnormal but not noteworthy. Then a big crash and the steel floor bouncing, like it's a trampoline. Then churning water sounds. Some guy starts running to the gangway and I just instinctively follow him, full sprint. The dry dock was holding an icebreaker that was loaded the wrong way somehow and caused a ballast rupture. The entire thing sank within 10 minutes and anyone on it when it hit the water would have drowned for sure. A lot of equipment was lost that day. It took weeks to get the dry dock moved, and repairs took almost 4 years. It's back in use now. Almost 100 men could have died when it sank. If it wasn't for that first guy who noped the fuck out, I probably wouldn't have started running. Strange noises and crashing sounds are normal in ship repair. The bouncing floor didn't seem strange either. Maybe the crane operator made an error lowering a generator and it hit the ballast wall or something. Lot of different crews. Little communication between different firms, etc. Shit happens. You can't be a bussy in the port. That guy could have been running for any reason. But when I saw him start running, something told me to drop what I'm doing and run. That led to a chain reaction of nopotherapeutic and everyone bailed. Not a single man was injured. I honestly don't believe in miracles, but that is exactly what it was. It was a miracle nobody was killed or injured. We had no idea it was sinking. It happened so fast, faking crazy. I get chills thinking about it still. People in my life who have heard that story always make me tell it at parties or over drinks. It's a cool story I imagine, but it's not cool when you're the one recalling the day you could have drowned at work. I was 10 years old and my parents had flown to another country to help a family member become a US citizen at his request. They reluctantly left me and my siblings in the care of some family friends so that they could go over there to help him and sponsor him. It took a month of working with the embassy day in and day out, not even time to sightsee or vacation while they were there, to get him through the process. A few months later, when he finally came to the US, he had very little money, so my family let him live with us until he could find a job and get back on his feet. He helped my dad around the house as a way to pay us back, but to be honest he wasn't very helpful. One night, I was in the living room watching TV and he came to join me. I had my legs up on the couch and he started to rub them. Next thing I know, they began to travel to places they shouldn't be. I was paralyzed with fear, especially growing up with an ingrained respect for my elders, not to mention being an awkward and timid girl to begin with, in the middle of puberty, no less. I didn't know what to do. Everything in my head screamed that I needed to get out of there right now. I don't even know how I mustered the strength to, but I got up and went straight to my room. I didn't sleep that night, or very well for the next few weeks, staring at the door worrying that one night he might come in, and I wouldn't know until it was too late. He never did, and a few weeks later he moved out of my house. To this day, I haven't told my parents, because I know they'd go ballistic if they knew. Especially my father after all of the sacrifice that he made for him. I know he would go to the ends of the earth to protect me, and I love him too much to tell him and put him through that. But this hands down has been the biggest moment in my life thus far where I needed to GTFO. I'm a bit late to the party, but I never turned down a chance to share the story of the old pill man. This even really kind of sketched me out at the time, but in retrospect, is both a bit funny and also a little sad. I took my grandma to go shopping. She didn't have a car at the time. While she was doing said shopping, I sat down in the McDonald's in the Walmart and had a burger. I was sitting at a table alone, silently eating my burger, when out of the blue an old man comes up rather quickly and sits down right across from me without saying a word. He introduces himself. I do the same, a bit bewildered. He looked like a normal old man, whiskey white hair, mustache, one of those flat golfing caps, old man pants, the works. He then asks me, plain as day, if I have ever been prescribed prescription painkillers. I had, recently for a root canal, but I said no. He then asked me if I wanted any. He informed that he was man who made pain go away. To which I nodded in an understanding manner. I told him I wasn't interested. Suddenly, he started talking about his pie. He had 2 of those McDonald's pies. He ate one and then informed me that President Barack Obama had given him a mission that very morning, in person. This mission, which he obviously chose to accept, was to give me the other pie. And he did so. It was very important that I ate this pie, because if I didn't, they would know, and an attack helicopter would be on my tail in no time. I thanked him, took the pie, and made my exit. When I got to the trash can, another man approached me. He asked if that guy had offered me pills or a pie. I told him both had happened. He said the old man had some the same to himself few days ago. The old pill man basically every time I go to Walmart, waking around different areas. He must be making a killing. P.S. I did not eat the pie. Decided to take a job at a pain center. The job description ended up being different from my professional skill set, but the money and hours seemed good. Well, during the interview and subsequent days of training, I started getting a bad feeling. First, the doctor running the place is an avid Trump supporter, not too unusual. This was the Deep South. Then I noticed things all over the office. Like in the lobby, there's a sign that says sorry for all the paperwork. Blame the government. Okay, that's odd. Then I saw the sign posted inside one of the exam rooms, going on about how, if the pain medicine benefits you, mention it because the government, in their infinite wisdom, is trying to take it away. Though I doubt this applies to members of Congress, their families, etc. During the times where I was in the exam room taking doctor's notes, he mentioned how the D made an official recommendation trying to limit prescription of pain medication. And he said this to every single patient. You could tell he wasn't a fan of Obama. Also, only 3 of the 4 exam rooms were ever in use. The 4th was permanently locked, since it was used to store alcohol and surplus boxes of ammunition. Then there was the prospect that I would be regularly doing drug screenings on the patients, who may or may not test positive for cocaine or opiates or other illicit substances. I seldom get a gut feeling, but I had one hard. Every impulse in my body told me I absolutely should not continue working at this place. And I had only done 2 days of training. Called on what would have been my first official day and told them it wasn't going to work out. To my knowledge, nothing bad has happened there yet, but I'm certain I'll eventually catch a news story about someone with chronic pain holding up the place, or a raid by federal law enforcement. I applied for a live-in nanny job in another country. I had done it before and all the arrangements were made with the dad of the first family, so I didn't think anything when I was communicating with another dad to set up the next position. Well, I arrive and it turns out that the child's mom and him have separated. The boy would spend 3 days a week at his house, the rest with mother. The house is a wreck. He said they had just moved in, but it was also just extremely small. As it turned out, we were all expected to sleep in the same bedroom. Dad on a bed and me and the son on bunk beds. It was very late, and I didn't really have any options, so I got in my bunk and slept trying to plot my way out of this. To this day I'm not sure whether I just slept deeply from being tired, or was my drink, possibly, drugged. This kind of living situation is never allowed by the agencies, by the way. Not normal. The next day I woke up alone in the house, but the guy showed up just as I was getting up. He smelled of alcohol and was walking around in his underwear. I realized that it was dark not because it was early, but because it was late. He asked me why hadn't I unpacked, as if there really was anywhere much for my things to go, and I mustered all my courage to say that I wasn't going to unpack because the living situation has been misleading. I didn't accuse him of anything and didn't imply anything. I just said that I would be going home now. He got super pissed, yelled at me in a mix of his language and English. Then he tried to convince me to stay, and when he realized that that wouldn't be happening, he threw my stuff out the door and told me to go. With much relief I did. Just picked up my stuff off the sidewalk and started going in a random direction as fast as I could. I had walked for about a mile or two when I found a phone booth at last. I rang a taxi and got myself driven to the airport. It was a small regional one, so I had to wait until the morning, until I could fly out. I couldn't sleep, so I just sat there. By the time I got on the plane, I hadn't eaten for nearly 2 days. All my money went towards the taxi and the ticket, so I just got the in-flight meal, and it was the best dry sandwich I've ever had. Tasted like heaven. What a total train wreck all that was. I'm just glad I got out. I don't know what all he was up to, and I'm glad that I don't. I reported him on all sites and to the most popular agencies. I hope he hasn't managed to get another nanny. Was driving around with a friend smoking in a shadier neighborhood next to where I grew up. As we're driving we have to stop behind a school bus where there are parents picking up their kids. This one woman walks up, and as her daughter walks off the bus she just starts screaming at the bus driver. My friend was getting real uncomfortable and was telling me how this is faked up and we need to get out of here, but I can't, as I can't speed past a school bus and couldn't back up. So this woman is still screaming, and then suddenly she's pulled out a gun and is pointing it at this bus driver. So of course my friend and I are both now a bit freaked out, but stuck. I don't want to drive forward. What if this woman thinks I'm coming at her? It was faked. Thankfully though the bus driver just stops yelling, closes the doors to the bus, and speeds off. The woman with the gun not shooting or doing anything crazy. The thing is, right as the bus is driving off, the woman with the gun looks at my car and flashes a huge smile and screams, "Hi Branson." Turns out it was someone I had gone to school with since middle school. Needless to say it was a bit awkward. Edit. Another instance, I was leaving my apartment to go downtown, in which you had to cross a river. So I'm leaving and smoking a joint as I'm driving, and as I'm just about to get on the bridge a cop car comes screaming up behind me, passes me, and then screeches to a halt, blocking both lanes of traffic. Now since I was smoking, I'm freaking out, to say the least. Point V. So I come to a halt, and suddenly the cop comes over the loudspeaker stating that everyone needs to back up and proceed down the other bridge to downtown, that this bridge was closed. So of course I'm super thankful that this dazzling display of police prowess wasn't all for me and my lowly joint, but was still wondering what was going on that would cause this whole bridge to be shut down suddenly and in such a dramatic fashion. So upon backing up, which took forever mind you, I went across the other bridge to get downtown. Along the way I glanced over to see what was going on, and to my surprise it turns out there was a jumper, EMTs, fire, cops, all the first responders were out there now, with this one dude threatening to take a plunge off of a 300 feet tall bridge into the Cooper River. So at this point I just want to get downtown and want all this suicide by river BS to be behind me, but due to taking the alternate bridge I had to come into downtown in a different way than normal and had to cut through a rather shady part now to get where I needed to go. So I get off the bridge and start cutting down side streets trying to dodge traffic and get where I'm heading, when I turn down this one road, only to come face to face with a bunch of people in the street, crowded around a car. I'm creeping down the road now trying to be mindful of the people standing around, wondering what's going on when I realize some of them are holding guns. More shocking though is as I pass the vehicle they were standing around I can see a very visible and very dead individual hanging out of the driver's side with multiple bullet wounds to himself and the car. At this point, people around be damned, I started speeding up, not flowering it, but definitely picking up the pace, and got out of there as quickly as possible. I never found out what happened there, nor do I want to. I was going to AA meetings a few years ago, when I was like 22. There was this guy there who was a newcomer. It was snowing outside, so he asked me for a ride back to his house. I said yay sure hop in. Well we get to this house and he invited me in for some water, or whatever and I didn't think anything of it, because I had been to a few other people's houses from the meeting. Well we walk in, and I immediately notice the floors are all covered in plastic sheets. I assumed maybe he had been painting or something, so I brushed it off. So I'm sitting here sipping my water chatting with this guy and I noticed all the pictures on the fridge were of a family. Kids, mom, and dad. This guy wasn't in any of them. So I bring it up, and he tells me he's staying at his buddy's house, and his buddy and the wife and kids just happened to be gone. This was about 10 PM. So I started to wonder what was going on. So this guy starts telling me about how he just got out of some prison in California, and how shitty it was. I guess he had been there for about 20 years or so. Anyway, all he keeps talking about is how he just wants to do something really bad, so he can go back to prison. This guy starts giving me the craziest look I can't really describe, but it made me uneasy. I texted my friend from in my pocket, since I had a flip phone at the time. Had him call me and get me out of there. So he calls and I say oh shit what okay, I gotta go now. I rushed out the door and never looked back. I did remember the guy's name and he had a horribly long and violent history and had indeed been locked up for about 20 years. I'm pretty sure that guy was planning on murdering me that night. Safe to say I never did go back to those meetings after that. A friend and I met a couple in a bar. They were nice. We drank together for a bit. We called my friend's boyfriend to come and pick us up, but we found the girl of the couple sitting in the gutter having a cry. She claimed the guy had hit her and run off. Being drunk, brave, and fearless women we convinced her into the car to drive her home. We got to her house, and he was there. So brave, drunk, and fearless we decided to go with her into the house. He grabbed her, pulled her in, and slammed the door. Q was hitting every window and door trying to get in. We didn't realize she was in a duplex, and, after waking and terrifying the neighbors, she let us in the house. My friend decided she was braver, probably drunker, than I and started to pick a fight with the guy, who then pulled a knife from his knife block. He backed my friend into the corner, and then slashed his own arm. My friend took this as her cue to stop being brave and fearless and ran. I however between the door and I was the guy with the knife and now the blood that was squirting from his arm. I offered my first aid help. He raised the knife to me and I took that as my cue to run as fast as I could. My friend was already on the footpath. Her boyfriend, sober and sensible, was on the phone to the police and was waiting at the top of the stairs for me to get out. He said he barely saw me as I went from inside to outside. Once I decided to GTFO I did. I have no idea what happened to him, to them or anything. That was the last time I saw them, last time I went drinking with my other friend and last time I decided to be fearless and brave while also drunk. So I worked on a cattle station in Bumfuck, Australia. It was 100 kilometers to the nearest pub and 400 kilometers to the nearest nightlife. My boss had a mate helping out, who we will call Q, and in return I got to help out on his mate's farm, which was another hour away. So we arrive at the Q's place and he says that we have to go to his neighbor's place and get his phone. I'm thinking, cool, what a nice bloke lending his neighbor his phone. We drive the 20 minutes to his neighbor's house and Q tells me to stay in the car. He'll go in and grab the phone. As soon as Q opens the door he shouts, "Give me my faking phone, cunt." We spend about 5 minutes of the neighbor shouting, "I don't have your faking phone, you cunt. Now leave my faking house, you cunt," and Q demanding to know where is my faking phone, you cunt. Then I hear a woman scream, a door slam and the sound of the two guys fighting. This only lasts a couple of minutes, and Q comes out with his phone and says, "Take this, or you should have seen the blood coming out of him." And as he's saying this, Q gives me a friendly fist bump to the chest which transfers the neighbor's blood to my shirt. Great. As we are driving back to Q's place, he goes, "So we are not going to sleep at my place tonight. It's probably safer if we sleep on the old airstrip as old mate there has a gun." Fact that. Fortunately he called my boss, and he said something along the lines of, "Hell no, Pulley 89, and you are driving back to my place and sleeping here." So Q and I drove back, which is another story in itself, and bumped into my boss, who upon seeing me went, "Welcome to Bumpfuck Australia." As a teenager I saw myself as a bit of a player, but more importantly a complete numbskull, as I thought I could date 2 women at the same time. This went along great for a while, and I continued having a great time sexually. The important numbskull part was that I was fully aware that they lived together and thought they wouldn't ever talk about the guy they were hooking up with. One day one invited me over for dinner, and I of course let my other head do the thinking for me and attended. After macking out at her apartment door I was invited in, but found the table set for 3. I'll never ever forget that absolute sinking feeling as the other lady came out of the bedroom to join us. Absolutely speechless, but still being Mr. Coolio, I offered that I forgot a bottle of wine in my car. Left and never went back. Still my stupidity continued to flow, and a few weeks later, with my little buddy doing the thinking for me again, I selected the best one and dropped her some flowers. She wasn't home, so I left them on her doormat. A few days went by without receiving the intended response. Getting boinked, I phoned her. I asked if she got the flowers I sent her. She flew into rage and said those flowers were from her old boyfriend. He obviously arrived after I dropped off the flowers, jettisoned my card, and used them as a tool for his own makeupsech. Guy was a genius. So it's been 43 years, and thinking about that dinner date still breaks me into a cold sweat. Please, ladies, please be reading this. Free me from my eternal embarrassment as I offer a heartfelt apology for being a complete ass. When I was first starting to get into urban exploration 4 years ago, I really didn't know much aside from using common sense. There was a small, abandoned rehab hospital near my house at the time, and my hometown never had many good abandoned spots, so this was my go-to spot during the summer. The first visit was fun. Nothing weird or abnormal, just generally creepiness. The second time was more of the same, but the third time was when it was pretty terrifying. Anyone who's done urbex more than a few times can attest to some explores just feeling off. You never really know what it is, but something in the atmosphere doesn't feel right. Well, that night, I had a very uneasy feeling, but went ahead with my friends. We are about 30 minutes into exploring the place, which, keep in mind, I had practically memorized by now, when we decide to go up to the top floor. As we are walking up the steps, I got a very strange feeling and told one of my friends. I stayed behind the rest of them and cautiously looked in the doors we passed in the hallway. Within about 20 seconds of us looking around, we hear someone grumbling down a corridor to the left and what sounded like a bag of some sort dragging against the ground. It got closer, slowly, and we agreed to get the hell out of there. We ran down the steps pretty loudly and ran to a shadowed part of the hospital which was directly underneath where we just were. As we catch our breath, we look up and see someone shining a very bright flashlight in each of the rooms like a madman. It sounds stupid, but the way this person was going through the rooms was terrifying. We could hear him too, since the windows were busted out, and he was like grunting very loudly, like he was saying something. It was scary at the time, but I'm more than sure it was just a homeless guy thinking we were trying to steal his stuff or something. Still, it's terrifying. Funnily enough, my friend, whose first time it was exploring, dropped his knife in the hallway where the man was and almost ran back inside to get it, and we had to physically stop him from going back in. What gets me though is how that's still the only time in my 4 years of exploring that I've run into someone up to no good. I'd like to keep it that way. I was introduced to a girl through a friend of mine. We started talking online and moved over to talking on the phone pretty quick. Next week, we're on a date at a diner. Everything is going really well. She's this 5'0" petite punk rock girl with black dreads, blue eyes and freckles. She's unapologetic, a little crass, but funny and smart. We talk for hours, until she resigns for the evening, since she has work early in the morning. I offer to drop her off. We get to her place, where I'm a little unfamiliar. The city train line ends a block away. This isn't my usual hood, but it's a nice residential spot with a big mall across the way. We pull up to her complex, and she invites me in. Wheels are spinning in my head. This is a sign to a good start. I step inside, and my jaw drops. "Excuse the mess," she says with an embarrassed laugh as she casually strolls in with her shoes on. "You should keep your shoes on," she warns me. My first look was what once was a coffee table right in front of me. Piles upon piles of empty pizza and takeout boxes littered the table. On, around and under. Across from the table is a mattress on the floor, bare with a dark stain in the middle of it. I can't tell what it is. I'm desperate to know. Period blood, coffee, chocolate? Is it pup? I hope it's coffee. I hope it's period blood. Anything but pup. I don't have a strong nose, but the scent of sweat and sech hit me hard. My nose overloaded at the smell of garbage, stale beer and something wet, best way to describe it, and I felt nauseous. That's when I looked into the kitchen. The kitchen was designed like a hole with counters and cupboards on either side of whoever stood in the middle. There was no counter space to speak of as they were covered with dishes. Dishes. I used to work in a restaurant and don't remember so many all in one place. Who the fuck owns this many dishes? It's like she stole all the dishes from her neighbors and never cleaned them. The sink was full. The counters were covered. There were stacks of more plates on the ground. The floor in the kitchen was a linoleum with a green kind of color, but there were spills, stains and flecks of stuff, food, broken glass, juice, beer. I got out. It wasn't easy. Things got complicated, and she insisted I stay, said the mess wasn't hers, but I got out. Nope. Little late, but I'll chime in. About 5 months ago I went to a massive party with a few friends. This was one of those Project X style parties that rave rats search for. A giant house, relatively secluded in a forest. There were probably about 400 people there, and I didn't know a single person except for the 4 people who I arrived with. After me and my guy friends snuck in, the girls didn't have to pay. I pretty quickly found that the spot I was most comfortable was in the backyard where the swimming pool was, because the EDM inside was too so loud you couldn't have a conversation with someone, even if you yelled in their ear. I was comfortable observing the partiers and smoking cigarettes on the far side of the swimming pool, right next to the fence. Fast forward about half an hour, I was in the middle of finishing a text when I was interrupted by a very angry looking African American man who stormed outside. He stopped on the opposite edge of the swimming pool, about 25 feet away from me, and shouted, "I'm gonna fucking kill someone," and proceeded to fire 4 or 5 shots into the air. I could tell that his handgun was very real. Everybody in the backyard, about 40 or 50 people, cleared out so fucking fast it was like they were running from ISIS. For some reason I didn't feel the situation worthy of total panic. This guy's just angry, I thought. There's no way he'd actually shoot someone. In hindsight I'm rather surprised I didn't run for my life right then. But then, as everyone was running around and in front of me, I saw him point the gun directly in my direction. That was when I realized that this was real. My reaction though was still rather conservative. I simply reached to my side to pick up my backpack and made my way to the fence, which I was lucky enough to be close to. Those moments where I was pacing to cover were the ones where my mind started racing. What's gonna happen if I get shot? Is this how I'm gonna die? I wasn't scared exactly. I just knew that this was fucking nuts. I heard a couple more shots after I made it to cover. One of them was followed by a blood-curdling scream from a woman. It was harrowing, sounding as if she just watched someone get killed right in front of her. I waited for a couple more minutes by some bushes and then made what could have been a stupid decision. If the situation had been worse, I simply walked back through the house, taking the most obvious and convenient route, as if nothing had happened. It was barren. Not a single soul out of the hundreds that were there minutes ago was inside that place. It wasn't until I got out onto the path that I called my friends who were already waiting at the car. The mood was similar to the one inside as people made their way to their vehicles. The traffic was a nightmare. About halfway to my friends a single file line of about 7 police cars and an ambulance came down and everybody let them through and pointed them to the house. I heard that 2 people got killed, but I never saw anything on the news or online, so I have my doubts. I certainly should follow up with the local police department though, just for closure. TLDR, went to a massive party at a house in the woods. Some angry man burst outside in a rage, shouting about killing someone. Proceeded to fire his gun into the air about 25 feet in front of me, then pointed it in my direction. Quite frightening. This happened about 5 years ago. My girlfriend at the time had been on vacation abroad for a week, and I borrowed my dad's car to pick her up from the airport. When we met up there, it turned out that she had promised 2 people she had met on the trip that I would give them a lift home too. One of them lived pretty much on the way, the other one across town. I agreed to take them, since I didn't want to turn them away to their faces. If she had asked me in advance I probably would have said no. It was an hour's extra drive at least, and it was already late at night. My girlfriend and I finally got home to the apartment we shared at the time, and I started fixing us dinner. She immediately started commenting on my manner of cooking, and I asked her as politely as I could to just let me do it and to relax after her trip. Instead, she started going through the kitchen cabinets and found a jar of something she didn't recognize. I don't remember what it was. She asked me about it, and I explained that I had had a female friend of many years over for dinner a few days earlier. At this time, around midnight, after I had picked her up from the airport, while I was cooking her dinner, she chose to start a fight about me not calling her across the world to ask if it was okay to invite a friend home for dinner. I went into the bathroom, where I had a long, hard think. Then I returned to the kitchen and calmly announced that I was leaving her. I packed a few things into a bag, put my jacket on, and went to the closest bus station. I had just ended a 4-year relationship and made myself homeless in one single night. It had been a long time coming, but this instant was when I lost faith in us ever being able to go on together. 5 months later, after staying with my parents again at age 29, I got my own apartment, and a year after that I met my present girlfriend. I also got my first proper job that year. Looking back, walking out that night was one of the most important decisions of my life. A guy started following me one night when I was walking home, broke, during a public transport strike in London. I'm a well-built male, about 6 feet 3 inches, about 225 pounds. This guy was about my height and in a tracksuit, and he spotted me walk into a dead-end street and retraced my steps. So he knew I wasn't from that part of town and that I was lost. It was dark and pretty late, and I feel like a fool now, but I didn't have much of a choice. I had about £10 to last me for the rest of the week. I was a student. There were no other realistic transport options, and I could see the Gherkin building in the distance. I just had to get to that, and I'd be able to figure out the rest of the way back. I clocked this guy walking a ways behind me as I passed through some sort of well-lit, but very quiet financial/business area on the banks of the Thames. Feeling nervous, I stepped into the shelter of a well-lit building where the desk security guard could see me and pretended to use my phone. The guy walked past me and turned up a street that I wasn't intending to take. Happy days, right? No. When I resumed my journey, it involved passing that street opening, and moments after I did so, the guy reappeared. All he'd done when he walked up that street was to wait, out of sight, for me to walk past, and he resumed following me. I walked a little quicker, so did he. I walked quicker still, so did he. Something nasty was going to go down whenever he chose it to, and he likely had a weapon because he was cheerfully going to tangle with a big guy, so he must have had something up his sleeve. There was a left-hand curve in the pavement ahead, next to a high wall, so I walked quicker, and as soon as I was out of his sight temporarily I sprinted away, reached a crossroads where numerous taxis were coming and going, and flagged down a black cab that was passing. I had time to get in and hunker down out of sight. The cab, incidentally, had to turn and go back down part of the street I had just run up to begin its journey to the Gherkin building, and I was able to see the man who had followed me once again. He had reached the crossroads and was looking about with a bemused, "Where did he go?" look on his face. I had to spend most of my week's budget just to get to Mile End Road, and even then I had to walk the last mile or so to my halls. Did not regret losing a penny of that money. I dodged a major bullet that night. I would hate to think what would have gone down if the guy had reached me. Big London guy in a tracksuit. Let's not meet. Going to make this very short. I'm on mobile. I'm sorry. I met a girl on Tinder. I met up with her at her dorm the same day we met on Tinder. She kept asking me to go over. When I get there, she's with 2 other female friends. We watch movies, get some food delivered, and the friends leave. I'm by her bed and everything has been going so well. She then asks me to go with her to a meeting she needs to be at. At this time it's about 2 AM. I go with her, and she brings me to a meeting room in the campus, and there's 4 other guys and a girl. They all start talking to me and being really nice. One of them has a laptop out with some notepads out. They bust out with some pyramid scheme sheet to make me get into it. I owned several business at the time, and this girl I met got that out of me. The guy with the laptop starts out explaining it's not a pyramid scheme and asks me about my businesses. Starts telling me I have a lot of potential because I know so many people. I overhear someone ask the girl I met up with who I was. She giggles and tells them she found me on Tinder. They all start laughing and tell her she's smart for that. I left as soon as possible. The whole time I wanted to make an excuse, but I just flat out said I'm leaving and walked out. Apparently they were all friends who have classes with each other at the university. This was the biggest waste of time. I worked 11+ hours at the time. I was at work before I got to meet up with her, and I really wanted some sleep and some vagina. All I got was some pyramid scheme tell me his instructor was super rich and bought his mom a Mercedes, and showing me photos of his cars like that was going to get me into this. I stopped using dating sites. Edit. Reason I went with it was because I've had Tinder work for me many times before. Back in 2008 I was 17 and this was happening in my hometown. The whole thing started because of the murder of a 16-year-old kid by a policeman. I didn't know him personally, but we had common friends and the whole event gave us all a feeling of this cold being me. So participating in protests at the time felt almost like an obligation. First demonstration I went to started out normally, but from the beginning I could see groups of people gathering and basically making an account of their weapons, iron poles from construction areas, gasoline-filled bottles, motorbike helmets. About half an hour into the march we met up with the police forces that had been sent to contain any danger. The whole demonstration started breaking up as the organized hooligans made their way to the front and started shouting to police, while some were starting to light up the Molotov cocktails. I somehow found myself split up from my group and basically in the middle of that group. Police fired about a dozen canisters of tear gas, and then I found myself in the "I have to get the fuck out of here." I could barely see anything other than figures appearing and disappearing in the smoke. Some running away and some running towards the police. Then I saw riot policemen only a few meters away and literally sprinted in the other direction. If riot police gets a hold of you during riots, they're not gonna check if you're carrying anything dangerous. They're first going to beat the shit out of you just to make sure, and probably not even arrest you, so you can't make a formal complaint. I was lucky enough to find an open space where I had time to compose and orientate myself. I grew up there, so I thought the best way to leave and took it. A small street that slowly got filled with people that were there to peacefully demonstrate and wanted to avoid confrontations with police. That day completely changed my opinion on demonstrating, specifically back in Greece. I always thought of the police as the evil guys who were opposed by the courageous anarchist groups. But in fact these groups are just there for the violence. The same people that were fighting police in the memory of the dead kid will also probably be found in sporting events, prepared for war again just against a different enemy. I was studying abroad in Rome in my early 20s and wanted to find a real apartment to live in during my stay. I was staying in with a lady and other students in her apartment, arranged by the school. Went to visit a potential place, had to use public transportation. I get on the bus, expecting to have acquired enough knowledge to know when to get off. I was wrong. The bus kept going and eventually left the city. After some time I abandoned my plan and got off the bus in the middle of freaking nowhere, intending to catch a return trip when the bus came back the other way. Sat on a log and waited. About 10 minutes later, I see 3 people in the distance, walking up the road. By the way they were dressed and covered in filth, I assume they were homeless. They took a moment to rummage through a dumpster on the other side of the road, and then they started walking directly toward me. Just to be clear, here I am, a young, black, skinny American in the middle of nowhere with a limited knowledge of the Italian language. People have been kidnapped/murdered for less, is all I'm saying. The 3 people, a woman and 2 men, all with dirty hair and rotten teeth, surround me on all sides. 2 of them sit to my left, 1 to my right. Very close, almost touching, staring at me. I'm 300% sure that I have seen daylight for the last time. No one says a word, they just stare. There I am, smiling weakly, trying to show that I'm not a threat. I want to run, but there is nowhere to go, and the bus is nowhere to be seen. After about 5 minutes, they all get to their feet and continue up the road. To this day I'm not sure why I'm still alive. Many years ago, back when I was a young 20-something and serving in the Royal Navy, I picked up a girl in a club, I'll call her Kelly, and she invited me back to her flat. One thing led to another, and we ended up in her bed getting down and dirty, but not before she had made a point of locking the front door. After a while we hear somebody trying to open the front door, and then knocking on the door, before a male voice calls through the letterbox, "Kelly, it's me. I've forgotten something." He did specify what it was that he had forgotten, but I can't remember. At this point Kelly jumps off me and says, "Shit, it's my husband. He's supposed to be working all night. Hide under the bed." The bed was a high wooden bed with lots of space below it, so stark bollock naked I threw myself under it, lay there, while Kelly went to answer the door. From my position under the bed I could see his combat boots enter the room and the bottom of his camouflage uniform as he opened his wardrobe to retrieve whatever item it was that he had forgotten. I shifted my head slightly to get a better look at the guy and nearly shit myself when I realized that the guy was not only huge, but also a Green Beret, Royal Marine. I also suddenly remembered that my clothes were in a pile in the corner of the room. If he spotted them there was a high probability of being caught, and that meant that I may have to fight my way out of the situation naked, or make a run for the front door, leaving my clothes behind. Luckily he didn't spot the clothes, and as soon as he retrieved the item that he was looking for he kissed his wife goodbye and left. I overheard him say something about her being naked under her dressing gown, and how she should stay like that for when he gets back in the morning. As soon as the door was closed and locked again, Kelly appeared in the doorway, having discarded her dressing gown, and said, "Now where was we?" I, however, was getting dressed and preparing to GTF out of there. Spring break 2012 in South Padre. I made the trip down from college with my best friend, but we shared a condo with some people we knew back from our hometown. Well, 3 dudes we actually knew. They were a year older than us, and we had hung out plenty before, when we still lived in the same town. They brought this girl with them. Neither me or my best friend knew her, but she seemed cool enough when we first met up with everyone at the condo. First day went fine, your normal drunken spring break shenanigans. We all go out to a club that night. Me and my best friend left a little earlier than everyone else to get high instead. We are just smoking weed and relaxing in the condo's living room when one of our other friends and the girl they brought crashed through the door screaming at each other. I don't even remember what they were fighting about initially, but it turned into full-blown burn every bridge down personal insults. It was kind of entertaining just sitting there smoking a joint with my best friend on the couch after a long first day of spring break watching this meltdown, until the guy called her a ghetto nigger dyke. She was a black lesbian, and she went for a butcher's knife in the kitchen. That was the oh shit moment where me and my friend jumped up to get the fuck out of Dodge, and right when one of our other friends showed up, the racist friend from before stood his ground as she stomped up and postured with the knife. The dude who just showed up actually got between them and talked the knife away from her while me and my best friend are stoned as shit watching through the glass from the balcony whispering about what a bummer a shanking would be on the first day of spring break. The two were fine the next day, apparently getting drunk and coming to blows is a normal thing for them and no one warned us. College was fun. I used to live in a crappy apartment building with my now ex-boyfriend. Most of the people who lived there were kind of sketchy. Drug addicts, pervs, alcoholics, and some lonely old people. But the rent was cheap and we were alone for the most part. Eventually, a midget moves in. He's in his mid-20s, a little older than us. He's very outgoing and we made friends quick. He was kind of erratic and hyper and also very clingy. We learned a bit about him. He spent some time in jail, which he seemed to be proud of. I think he did time for drugs, I can't remember. Anyway, one day me and my boyfriend leave to go visit his father. We were walking because neither of us had a license. As we're leaving, our new friend is leaving and offers to drive us. We agree and he says okay, I'll be back down in 5. So, we sit in his car and wait. When he comes back and sits/stands, he drives standing on the driver's side. I notice him sniffing a lot and wiping his nose with his finger. He also seems a bit more hyper, but it's too late. We are driving. And rather recklessly. I'm thinking, this is it. I'm gonna die. He stops at a gas station, nose still sniffing. He gets out, and I look at my boyfriend and say, did he just snort something? He thinks the same as me. Before we can try to hatch an escape plan, we see him running away from the gas station attendant with a wad of cash in his hands. Now I'm thinking, well I'll survive, but I'll go to prison as an accessory. I panic and try to figure out what to do. Do I get out and run? Do I stop him? Before I can decide, he stops, laughing, and hands the money back. Turns out, they're friends. He gets back in, drives us to our destination. I'm happy it's over, expert. It's not. He sits with us there in the car for what must grease been close to an hour telling us all about his life. I think I remember him crying a little bit at one point. I wish I could remember anything he had said, but I just wanted out, and that's all I really remember. TLDR, made friends with new neighbor. He snorted something before driving me somewhere, pretended to rob a gas station, told me his life story. I guess most recent one was in Krakow, Poland. Was walking down a main road when my friends and I saw a Harry Potter look-alike. Guy had on a black robe, garnet and gold scarf, and glasses, etc. There was a broom up against a wall with the words leaky cauldron we invite you to new magic coffee, butterbeer, % free, pumpkin juice espresso patronum and many more magic delicacy on it. My friends and I are huge Potterheads, so we walk up to the guy handing out flyers and say where is this place. He doesn't speak good English, but can see we are interested. So he points to an alleyway behind him. Now Krakow is a very old city, and this alley is enclosed between two buildings. There's construction going on between the two buildings. Very bad low lighting. It has a very rappy vibe. So the guy points down the alley and proceeds to follow us, not lead, but you know, block the exit in case we happen to be walking towards men with burlap sacks. He doesn't want us to run back out. So we are walking down this alley, and the friends in the front of the group are very cautious, while the girl closest to me starts freaking out hardcore. She says it's okay guys, I'm just going to go back to find our other friends and tries to push past me. I look behind me, and Harry Potter is fumbling around in his cloak, you know, like he's getting his gun out. Then all of a sudden the people up front go, oh my god guys, you have to see this. The girl pushing past me starts to waver, and we keep going toward the leaky cauldron. We start going down the stairs and the first thing we see is a Dementor mannequin meant to scare you. Turns out it's a below ground, B-rated, off-brand magic cafe. They have various LOTR and Harry Potter drinks, lots of D&D pictures on the walls, and the like all over the place. The butterbeer and pumpkin juice was alright but man, all signs pointed to I gotta get the fuck out of here as soon as possible, but turns out it was just a bad and awkward front man with a very sketchy environment for a cafe. My first date. It ends with violent animal death. But here's the full story. I agreed to go to a movie with this girl from work, who I really wasn't all that into. I was 16 at the time, and we both worked at the local supermarket. Anyway, we agree to meet at the mall at X time. I'm sitting in the lobby of the mall, and she's running 10 or so minutes late. I start wondering if she cancelled when she walks in, but oh boy is she not alone. Behind her is this giant lumbering man, swinging his arms as he walks, dirty jeans and t-shirt, balding mullet and faking Yosemite Sam mustache. I assume they aren't together until they both head right for me. Turns out he's her freaking dad. She brought her dad to a date. Awesome. He looks like a backwoods serial killer from Alabama. Also awesome. He growls that he's going to be in Barnes and Noble until we are done, and the whole time he's just leering at me. When he ambles off, I ask her, wait, your dad is going to wait in Barnes and Noble while we're at the movie? I was actually asking because I was stunned he didn't choose Dick's Sporting Goods or some unknown taxidermy shop with a shady backroom. That's when she tells me she doesn't have time for the movie and asks if we can just walk the mall instead. The next half hour is agony as we wander the mall and barely says two faking words. I'll remind you that she asked me for this date, so I was faking stunned when starting a conversation with her was like trying to start a rusty chainsaw with a broken pull cord. We wander around the mall, I help her pick out something from Pandora for her mom's birthday, and we make it back to the entrance. She asks if I want to come over. I'm already singing the word no in my head, and then she fucks it all up. We can hang out and play Mario Kart FAQ. My only weakness. Mercilessly beating down scrubs in Mario Kart. I don't even remember agreeing. I blacked out for that part, but I do remember her walking away with backwards Bill bringing up the rear. She gave me her address, and I'd go home to try and win down first. I drive there, and her house is in the middle of faking nowhere, like the backwoods of the backwoods. As I pull up, I spot a small pen of chickens in the yard, which while not surprising gives me pause. There's also a goat, because, you know, obviously. Anyway, I get out of my car and see Goddamn Deliverance Dan standing in the faking window and say to myself, yup, I'm gonna die today. But when the door opens, it's his wife who wanders out, wearing a pink pajama robe and what was probably her third or fourth margarita in her hand. She introduces herself as Sherry, oh, the irony, and welcomes me inside. She gets in the house no problem, but kind of closes the door behind her. Okay, rude, fine. I get to the door and the girl meets me there, but again, the door is barely open. Like, not even a little. It's like they're afraid I'm going to steal the plastic utensils, so they want to ask me some Monty Python style these questions 3 bullshit before I can come inside. So I wedge the door open a little, and out sprints the terrier. What happens next happens in goddamn slow motion, as the dog runs into the chicken coop, grabs one by the head, and then violently snaps its neck by shaking it back and forth like the faking Hulk. And then her dad comes out. He starts screaming his head off when he realizes what happened, and he grabs the dog by the neck and lobs it onto the porch like a live grenade. The dog sprints inside, and I'm just standing there, horrified, trying to blend in with the junk on the porch as he wanders back inside. Have you ever played one of those horror games where you can only run from the killer, like Outlast or Alien Isolation? Yeah, that's how I felt. The girl invites me inside, and at this point I'm too afraid to say no. So we get inside, and there's a cat sitting on the fridge. Finally, something cute I can bond with. Of course, the second I go to the cat he lets out the world's most disgusting belch right in my face that smells like someone ate an entire large onion ring order and then died, and the gases were left to stew inside them. The girl basically ignores me again, and pulls out some faking cottage cheese from the fridge which she begins to eat by the spoonful. It's only then that she tells me she just had her tonsils out, and she's nursing a sore throat. That would have been bully to know. So finally she says, let's go play Mario Kart. Thank God, right? Nope. Her dad is sitting watching the faking Price is Right on the TV. So she asks if we can use it, and he starts hollering about how it's his TV, and he works all day and blah, blah blah. I'm not listening, I'm looking for faking escape routes. And then I get a phone call. It's a friend who was just trying to catch up with me, but this is what the girl hears me say. Hello. Oh, hey Anna, what's up? Wait, what? Oh no, that sucks. Wait, is she okay? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, I can come over. Which hospital? Okay. Yeah, I'm on my way. Thanks for letting me know. Of course my friend was telling me I'm going to rot in hell for doing this all the while, but I tell this girl that my dearest friend has been in a car accident and I have to go. She barely has time to respond before I sprint out the door, back to my car and peel the fuck out to there. Ended up quitting that job a few weeks later for other reasons, and thankfully I really didn't see her after that. Crack. And that's where I found myself, passed out, hungover, and pissed a sheet, to wake up to the knocking on the door of brother's home. In his living room, there was an ancient beige western style couch. The dust of a decade of corn chips, cigarettes, and stains made it look like finely worn leather. A dirty cotton blanket hung over it. It was ringed by empty bottles and cans, guarding this monument to mediocrity. And as if to mimic the Lincoln Memorial, there I was, being guarded, covered by what should have been thrown away, leading my pissant kingdom. And my kingdom, slipping from drunk to hungover, was being interrupted. Like a startled armadillo, sheety, fast, and scared as fuck, I was at the door, 12 gauge pump action in hand. I popped the door open. Bam. The door caught on its chain lock. Through the crack, I shoved the barrel and I bellowed, "What the fuck do you want?" Mumbles were all I heard. Panicked but angry, I grew to realize that the barrel of my gun was in the knocker's mouth. "Get the gun out of my face," was what he was trying to say. While tough, I saw fear in his eyes. Like my weapon through the door was a rattlesnake disturbed from its rest, out of its den and ready to strike. As I backed down, sweat dripping and my heart rate subsiding, the intruder was able to ask, "Where's my girlfriend?" "No girlfriend here," I grumbled, musing upon the empty monument to mediocrity that I had just crawled from. "I know she's here, bro," came a curt, confident, and snarky as hell reply. It seemed he did not think that I would fire. I said, "No girlfriend here." I slammed the door, but not before I heard, "Yeah, well I'll be back, and you better be ready to use that gun." As I turned around, finally coming out of the red, I saw my brother, his friend, and two girls. The females stood, aghast, staring at me. Sweat dripping from my stubble, torn up cotton boxers, tattoo on my bicep, and white knuckles from the firearm still clenched in my hands. They mirrored me in a way. Pajama shorts slipped on, and oversized men's t-shirts thrown on at the last minute so as to be clothed at all. I looked over to see my brother holding his replica Brotherhood halberd, sharpened to a razor edge and ready for war. It would appear that I wasn't alone. "Yeah, so his girlfriend is here," the friend said with emphasis on the is. "That's the local drug dealer, and he's been looking all over town for her. They fought at a party, and she left against his wishes. We gotta get the fuck out of here," I said with panic in my eyes. TLDR. I put a gun in a drug dealer's face who was pounding on my brother's door. He was looking for his girlfriend who I was for sure wasn't there cause I was drunk and passed out on the couch. She was there, and he said he would be back with friends. He got the fuck out of there. So I went to my first rave tripping face. I get there, and it's littered with every person I never wanted to see again post high school. I wanted to leave as soon as Bobby Shmurda came on. Don't get me wrong, Hot Nigga was a great song when it first dropped, but not something you wanna hear at a rave. I started walking in circles trying to get out of this maze of a club and my phone died. I get out, and I'm lost in Jamaica, Queens. Noted is not the best place to get lost in while alone, high, and barely over 100 pounds. Luckily a group of ravers saw me, and we got to the subway together, but on separate trains. I'm the only person in the car and some sketchy dude won't stop staring at me as I'm in a costume that was very skimpy. I can't read the stops coming up, and the floor is dancing around me, and I'm trying to hold what's left of myself and my ego together when this guy sits next to me and starts grabbing my thigh and asking me if I was good. Nope, the fuck off at the stop coming up, and I was 30 blocks away from my dorm with no money for my Metro card and too paranoid to hop. I walked it and had to keep reminding myself who I was and where I was going because my ego was basically on life support and I was petrified of the thought of never being able to remember who I was again. Out of nowhere some guy comes behind me, bear hugs me, and tried to lift me off the ground. I noped the fuck out by punching him so hard in the gut we both fell to the ground and I heard him puking while sprinting 20 blocks to my dorm where I locked my door and put a chair against the knob so nobody could disturb me and listened to Animal Collective and accepted the inevitable death of my ego. I still trip every now and again but nothing holds me back since my ego already died. TLDR went to a rave and noped out of it once the music got shittier than the people I was around. Noped off the train I was supposed to take to my dorm and ended up 30 blocks away from my dorm. Then noped out of possibly getting abducted. Fuck raves though. When I was young and very stupid, my friends and I used to go to weekly 18 plus club. We'd get there early and get absolutely wasted in the parking lot. Once we got inside, we could usually get an acquaintance to buy us a couple Red Bull vodkas to keep the buzz going. It was usually pretty fun. Hot girls, booze, a 19-year-old guy's dream. So, one night we head out there, and we are all feeling good. My friend, let's call him Richie cause that's his name, is a known fighter. He has a temper, and he likes to fight. I can usually calm him down, as I have about 90 pounds and 6 inches on him, and I'm the calm one. We're in line to pay cover 5 of us. In front of us is about 7 black dudes. One of them takes a step back and steps right on Rich's foot. Richie, never the calm one, is also a racist. Racist in that sort of nap, I have black friends. I'm not racist, I just hate niggas, and there's a difference between niggas and regular black people. So, of course, he escalates. Why don't you watch where you put your faking feet? This dude is 6 feet 5 at least. Maybe 190. Athletic. Richie is 5 feet 8 and skinny. Now, I know Richie can fight. I've seen him knock guys out that were at least as big as this gentleman. Appearances can be deceiving. But this guy doesn't know any of that. What the fuck you gonna do about it, white boy? I grab Richie, tell him to calm the fuck down. He mutters a whole bunch of shit under his breath, but we avoid further conflict. We get inside, we have a pretty good time. Meet up with some acquaintances, flirt with some girls, the usual. The night ends. Everyone is walking to their cars in the parking lot. One of the guys we met that night was an absolute giant of a man. 6 foot, 250 pounds, built like a faking tank. He also had 51, 50 and 100% white tattooed on his neck and throat. I see Richie talking to him and pointing at the group of black guys that we had run into earlier. The black dudes are looking at our loosely scattered group, now numbering about 10 or 11, and their group has expanded to about the same. This is when the bad feelings started. There was so much tension. The cops were parked at the end of the massive parking lot, maybe 200 yards from us, checking sobriety of people leaving. The black dudes start yelling at us, why the fuck you looking over here, white boy? You got something to say it. We are right here, Peckerwood. That does it. I back out of the group and head away from my friends. Start walking towards a low wall with an embankment on the other side. I look behind me and see my friends scattering towards our vehicles. 100% white dude gets in his truck and comes out holding a handgun. I look across to the black dudes and can see at least 5 of them holding up their shirts to reveal pistols and waistbands. Shit is absolutely heated and I'm moving faster. I get behind the wall. I'm completely sober. I see Richie holding a baseball bat. A couple other friends have makeshift weapons, but none have range. A tire iron, a length of steel pole, a box wrench. 100% white is on the phone, calling someone for backup or some shit. Another guy we had met that night also has a handgun. The two groups apart moving towards each other. People are waking guns around, talking shit. It's tense. Just as it feels like it's gonna go off, lights and sirens start up. Everybody splits. I'm running towards my car. My friends are scattering towards this, faking chaos. The parking lot is still pretty full, so we can't speed out. Plus there seems to be some kind of delay in the traffic movement. Turns out, the cops had someone not stop at the sobriety check, and they lit up after them. That was the lights and sirens. They weren't even for us. I'm sure there would have been shots fired if it weren't for that guy blowing the checkpoint. I stopped going to the club after that and had a falling out with Richie about my black girlfriend. A couple months later, I heard the club shut down because there were 2 shootings in the parking lot. I was in high school and I spent a lot of time at a friend's house whose parents just didn't give a fuck what we did. We usually roved the neighborhood, a very wealthy neighborhood, in groups of 4 to 10. It just depended on who was hanging with us. However, on this particular night it was just the 2 of us. At about midnight, we decided to take his dad's very nice golf cart out for a spin. It was actually a go-kart that his dad made look like a golf cart in order to be able to use it on the golf course near their house. Our favorite thing to do was to take it out and go sneak onto the golf course at night and do donuts on the sand driving range or take it down some of the big hills. This night, something caught our eye. One of the homes being built, there was a very large housing development underway. Imagine 3 streets worth of unfinished homes. It was spooky to go through at night. We noticed a light on in one of the more complete houses. It still had signs, tools belonging to the construction crew, and all that laying around. But a light in the big living room window was on. We got the bright idea to go check it out. So we parked the speed demon around the corner and went into the house through the open entryway. No door was on it yet. I pretty much shit my pants when I realized what was going on. The light that was one of those construction lamps. Someone had pulled it in from outside and positioned it over a workbench. The workbench was covered in blood. On the floor was half of a cat. You know, the half that would make it obvious it was a cat. On the other side, bloody prints were on a window and footprints were in the sawdust on the floor. Someone was in the middle of chopping up a cat, and the only reason they stopped was because they saw us. We missed the weirdo or weirdos by just a few seconds, and I had this very bad feeling they were still around watching us. So we bolted back down the street to the golf cart and took off. I looked back, and there was someone standing in the yard area of the house next door. I still shudder to think what he was planning on doing. Either he was just trying to scare us, or he was trying to beat to the front door before we got out of the house. 15 years old, was working at Circuit City before I was able to drive because it was by my high school, so I could walk there after class and my parents would pick me up. I was the youngest employee by at least 3 years, but relatively mature for my age, so I got along well with the older, but still young, people. I got invited to the 24th birthday party of a coworker the next Saturday night. I get the address, my parents agree to drop me off and pick me up. Turns out, it's just a few blocks from my place, so it was pretty convenient for them anyway. Point my dad drops me off. It's about 7 PM and still light out. He tells me to keep my phone on and leaves. As soon as his taillights are gone, they start pulling kegs out of the trash cans. I'd never even seen a keg at this point and was immediately concerned, so I went in the house. There was drugs everywhere. I mean bongs, pipes, bags of this shit all over the house. I go back outside to the backyard where there are tents set up. I didn't get it until a partially dressed girl that I knew from high school tumbles out with a much older guy right behind her. I called my parents, told them I needed them to come get me immediately, and had a total and complete breakdown in the car on the way home. That's the day my parents decided they could pretty much trust me, no matter what. 20 years old, my girlfriend, now wife, was having a group birthday party at the rental house of a friend in college. I think it was her party, along with 2 other friends, since they all fell within about a month of each other. We are hanging out, drinking a little, and then I walked into the kitchen to see people snorting white sheet off the kitchen table. I have a very healthy phobia of drugs and I immediately turned around, told my girlfriend I was out there, and she followed me with 3 more friends in tow. Told them I was sober and going to leave, that I wasn't going to be hanging in a house with who knows what in it. They all agreed and we bailed. Turns out it was Adderall, which is not the worst thing it could have been, but I was still beyond freaked out. TLDR, I get scared around drugs if I don't know what they are, or that they are going to be at a party. A few years ago my friends and I were bar hopping in Manhattan when someone had a bright idea to visit the local Scientology center. Apparently if you watch a stupid video, they give you free cookies, my friend claimed. We went, and when the ridiculous video was over, they coerced us into taking a personality test. If you've ever seen the South Park episode about Scientology, it's spot on. The test took forever. One of my friends stood up and demanded to leave the weird prison-like room we were in, but was told to sit back down and finish the test. Shortly after this tense interaction, we are told the test is done and we may receive our cookies while we await our test results. I whispered frantically to my friends that we should leave, but cookies are apparently really important to them. We sat in a lobby bedecked in what seemed like a tribute to Tom Cruise, eating Pepperidge Farm cookies for about 15 minutes when they returned with our test results. The man who handed me my results looked very alarmed. He said, "I must talk to you about your results. Please, it will only take a few minutes." He literally dragged me by the wrist to another room. In this room was an old man poring over a large manuscript, very staged looking. He looked at my results and gasped. Apparently, I was dangerously depressed, and they needed to help me. I begged them to let me go, but they said that their consciences would not allow it, and one of them stood in front of the door. I needed to buy their stupid book, or else I would probably end up killing myself. I started crying, and they began consoling me, saying they knew how hard it is to be depressed, and that they promised they would help me. I said okay, I'll let you help me. Is there a restroom where I can clean up my face? I'm so embarrassed. Of course, they said. One of them opened the door. I pushed him out of it and ran past him into the lobby. I grabbed one of my friends by the wrist as I ran out, prompting the rest to follow. The staff of the center yelled at us to stop, but we escaped. Fuck that sheet. At 14 I went to a friend's birthday party. His parents were aging alcoholics. They were giving beer bongs to my only slightly older friends, and over the course of the night, the parents got faking weirder as they got drunker. Imagine that. The mother, an obese tweak-ridden sod, starts screaming at one point, "I've been to every Rob Zombie concert in faking history," to which I informed her was entirely implausible. She starts slapping the shit out of me for calling her bluff, so I punched her in the gut as hard as I could, and she collapsed like a Jenga game. The dad starts laughing at his wife gasping on the ground and tells me I had better dip before the wife gets up. I make it to the door before she is up again. Now instead of going after me, she grabs my buddy Tim and says that until I fight her, she's going to literally hold Tim hostage. Tim looks at the dad who does nothing, so he shoulder checks the drunkard broad and we make our way out the door. I call the police and tell them what happened and that we left. The police ask us to walk back to the end of the block where the house is so we can visually identify the nasty woman. Then we see the smoke and hear the gunshot. As we would later learn, the crazy old bitch had set the couch on fire and shot the husband through the hand. The police were fighting her to the ground and had to tase and mace the shit out of her to make her gentle enough to throw in a cruiser and abscond into the night. We were questioned. Our story matched the dad's who had pretty well had enough abuse by now. She's still in jail, and I visit my friend and his dad and new stepmom once a week in that same house. Post remodel. I met this guy and he seemed okay enough. A little down on his luck and himself, and I have a soft spot for everyone. I guess I have a lot of empathy. Well, I figured I'd keep being friendly and chat. Didn't really have anywhere else I had to be, but didn't really like the guy in a significant way either, if you know what I mean. Maybe I led him on a bit in retrospect, but hey, girls are allowed to make platonic friends. It wasn't creepy yet. We go outside because he offered to give me a ride home. Because I don't drink and drive, I thanked him and accepted the offer since it would save me a taxi/Uber/ or calling my brother to get me. Upon getting in the car, I notice he has so many random things in there. Mail, books, knives, clothes, etc. We all have clutter. Well, he had a faking realistic looking bloody detached plastic arm on the backseat. I looked at him in horror and he said, "Oh, it's fake. Someone had signed it." I'm not sure that justifies driving around with it, but whatever. I think my life with odd circumstances and acquaintances makes me super want to see the good in people, so I've been known to overlook red flags. After a minute, he starts driving in the opposite direction of where I live. I'm like, hey, I live that way, and he says, oh, I just need to go to my house first on my way. I'm like, okay, no problem. So we get to his place, and he parks in some grocery store lot across the street. I walk over with him, mostly out of boredom, not out of any interest whatsoever. This becomes relevant. I just didn't want to sit in the car with no keys and alone. So we go in this apartment. He runs upstairs to grab something. I start looking around. There is moldy food on most of the surfaces and they're gross, but not serial killery. Then I look around another corner and there is a wall with stuff missing off it like the TV and whatnot. Weird. Then I was like, okay, kinda ready to faking go. I would have called a ride if this was happening. I start up the stairs, then get a weird feeling something was up. When I saw him, he started saying all these things like how I want to perform such acts on him. I was like, whoa, no dude, I'm not comfortable. Right as I say this, I notice that the room's full-length mirror doors on the closet are smashed in like a person was thrown through them. I look closer and see actual blood that no one even bothered to clean up. I turned around and ran down the stairs and out of the building, called an Uber, and sat there clutching my pocket knife until they arrived. Pretty sure I narrowly escaped on that one. Something was definitely off with that dude, and not in an innocent way. It's probably a long shot that somebody sees this, but whatever. This past March was when I went on a school trip to Spain. I'm Spanish, speak it fluently, and was extremely excited to see the place of my heritage. The first day of our trip went off without a hitch. We were able to explore some beautiful sights around Barcelona, like many of the cathedrals and marketplaces as well. Day 2 was a different story. We had our trip guide take us to the Sagrada Familia, and as soon as we got there I realized I had left my glasses back at our hotel. It was an amazing time, but I'm blind as sheet without my glasses. We took the same bus back to the main Plaza Catalunya, and I my dumbass decided to take the metro back to our hotel to grab my glasses. Sup, I'm an American from Washington State. I had only ridden a metro once the day before, so naturally I assumed I was going to get lost and murdered in the middle of Barcelona. Thankfully, I managed to make it back to the hotel in one piece. I grab my glasses, run outside, and start walking back to the metro station. A guy starts following me. I get creeped out, and my gut is going absolutely crazy. My father is a detective, so I do the most rational thing. That is, I pull out my cell to call our main chaperone, a teacher I know and love from my school. We talk the entire time, and she helps guide me to the metro. About 5 blocks later, the dude gives up, and I thankfully hop in a cab to take me back to the plaza. A tip from someone who was raised by a law enforcement officer: if you are being followed and have a way of communicating with someone, call them. Describe the person following you as best you can, tell them what street you're currently on, and always try to walk with the crowds. The cab driver was super understanding and they will try their best to get you out of there as soon as possible. Lifelong Mormon here, relevant to the moment. I served my mission in San Diego and Alpine, CA, then finished up in Lake Havasu City as. To get there, I had to go to the missionary training center for a month to learn the system the Mormon church used at the time. It's changed since then to introduce people to the church. Anyway, both men and women serve missions, so at the missionary training center, MTC, there are both male and female housing arrangements. For clear reasons, they are typically separate buildings. So, now for my moment. Orientation lasts about 15 minutes. Whomever brings you to the MTC, my older brother took me there, but usually it's one's parents, sits through the orientation with you. When it's done, they leave and you go through the rest of the events. At the final point, you're given a map of the campus, the name of the building you'll be sleeping in, and your room number, think small college dorm, and time to get you and your 2 suitcases to said dorm before it's time for lunch in the cafeteria. So far so good. Except after lunch, I realized I forgot my map. No worries, I remembered where it was, so I just went back. Walk into the building, but something is different. There are decorations on the room doors. I make it up to the 3rd floor, where my room would be, and suddenly there are ironing boards in the hallways, and more door decorations. None of these things were there when I first went to my room. Then I realized I was on the 3rd floor of a women's dorm building on the first official day of my 2-year LDS mission. Immediately, the ops phrase is hammering my brain over and over and over as I make my attempt at a subtle escape. I encountered 2 furiously grinning sisters on the steps to the building I had obviously just exited. They were most helpful in directing me to the correct building. Needless to say, I never needed help with that issue the rest of my time there. A couple of weeks ago I was having lunch with my mother and her friend at this little local restaurant. It was a late lunch, but it's a popular place, so they were still maybe 3/4 of the way full. There was plenty of hustle bustle, people going back and forth to the salad bar. The whole place was buzzing with chit chat and laughter. Everyone is having a good time. We, the 3 of us, are sitting in a corner in the back in this kind of nook with just a couple of tables in it. It's us, and then behind us against the wall was a large table full of border patrol. This lady finishes her meal, gets up and starts to walk out. Looks like the people she was with had already gone. Suddenly she stops, stares straight at my table, and yells, "What are you laughing at? Huh?" Stop laughing in a tone of voice I've only ever heard come out of someone who was about to shank a beach. The entire building fell deathly silent. She then stares straight at the table of border patrol and keeps yelling. Then whips around, personally staring down 2 or 3 more tables. Don't give me that look. Don't act stupid. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You don't have any right to be laughing. And she storms out. The girl eating alone at the next table starts frantically eating faster, trying to finish her meal and get pho. Most of the restaurant is sitting there in stunned confusion. I say get the bill. Get a to-go box, if you have to. We're levy. The lady bursts back through the door, stares straight back into the dining area and yells, "I told Oyal to stop. Don't be talking about me behind my back. You think I don't know? I'll be back," and disappears out the door again. At this point my mom looks over at me, scared shitless. "Do you have your pistol on you? Just in case." Internally I'm like fuck, but manage to keep calm and just stoically say I'm not carrying today. We're leaving. Now the way things are these days I figured our chances of making it into the news had just grown exponentially and kept getting bigger the longer we stuck around. And I sure as hell didn't want to wait around to see if she was serious. And by the sounds of it most of the people in the restaurant had that exact same thought process. I glance over at the cops and they look like they'd been taken off guard too, but give us this look like "Don't worry, we've got this," and by got this, they meant they also decided to pay and get pho. So I was there, trying to drag my arthritic mother as fast as possible to the door, so she could slowly make her way to her car while I paid. Luckily we got out and as far as I know nothing ever came of it. In the moment I had all kinds of alarm bells going off though. It wasn't the first mortar, or the second or the third. It might have been the 5th or 10th. I can't really remember. When we first got there we didn't think much of them. Our ears didn't pick up on the distant whoomp of the rounds being fired from the tubes yet. I remember we could hear the warble whistle of the rounds flying through the air. It sounds like when an airplane decelerates quickly after the initial climb from the airport. With the light just right you could make out the mortar, like a football, lobbed high above you. The fear began with that captain that ran outside while we watched and pointed at the rounds flying over us. He was yelling, no, screeching at us to get inside, to take cover. Then there were explosions, like someone dropping dumpsters off a building. That wasn't the nope moment. It was the never-ending crescendo of moments afterwards. The RPG rounds that missed my tower by a few feet. And the mortar round that clicked sparks across the wall next to me as it bounced around and didn't explode. Impact marks on the Humvee right below my turret. I never heard the shots. The VBIED at my checkpoint that didn't explode in front of me. The one that did across the street at the police station. A random friendly dog with explosives tied to it. A light buzz of bullets around me with no positively identified target to return fire on. More of those mortars not exploding around me, just making sparks and holes in the ground. The mortar that got the Gurkha I was just talking to. The metal rain when Iraq won the World Cup. The destroyed cafe I was just looking at, or maybe the few seconds of silence after it ceased to be. Maybe that was the moment. Somewhere in there was the moment I realized I needed to get the fuck out of there as soon as possible. The moment I realized I wasn't in a war, that I was just a target at the hot end of the range. We, a group of 4 good boys, were in a shop with only one very tight entrance. While waiting for our powerful hot dog tasty thing, a group of teenager one-ape thugs, I was teen at the time too, walked into the shop, speaking loudly and flailing their hands around while talking. They wanted to buy cigarettes, but the shop owners didn't allow, because they were too young. They went out without kicking a fuss, but they were visibly annoyed. After like 5 minutes, we got our hot dog thing and we proceeded to walk out of the store. The one-ape thugs were still hanging around the entrance. I get this gut feeling they were onto us. Accurately, they stopped us once we got out of the shop and confronted us. Said we were staring at them. Sucker punched one of our guys suddenly. We ran and slowly spread out, but the guy who was sucker punched was all groggy, so I had to pull him along with me, while getting hammer fisted at the back of my head. After repeatedly getting hammered from behind, I turned around and tried to push away their indiscriminate flailing. They were all a fence and were all open. Then I decided to punch one of the in the throat. What the fuck, vulgar spews, fuck up that guy. He screamed, or rather, more like gurgled from the punch, while pointing at me. Well shit. I released the groggy friend, and faking all of them chased after me. Ran a whole round around the neighborhood and somehow I ended back at the one entrance shop. I ran in, and they stopped chasing me. Called the police and blah blah, the rest is uninteresting. The adrenaline rush made me feel very little pain from all the hammering and I experienced tunnel vision and all. It was really fun actually. I would go through it a second time, provided I was guaranteed the luck to escape unscathed again. So my first semester at college, actually before classes had even started, my roommates were going to a PNM party. PNM is potential new member for a fraternity or sorority. Basically a PNM party is how the fraternities advertise, by getting people who still have not chosen a fraternity, or whether they're even going to join a fraternity. I did not. Really shitty on bad alcohol, and then making themselves look fun as a result. So we go to this party, and we had to bring alcohol with us, I guess, partly because these parties attract a lot of people the fraternity will never choose, and they don't want to pay for all the alcohol, and also because it proves we can acquire alcohol, so I guess sort of a rite of passage type thing. We brought some big box of shitty beer, maybe PBR, and we walk in. The party's theme was white trash, and since I didn't have any cut-off jeans or plaid shirts to Daisy Duke at the time, I came up with the idea of wearing a white trash bag over my clothes. I thought it was clever anyway. So I walk in, and one of the dudes from the fraternity, this was my school's chapter of Sigma Alpha Epsilon, for anyone wondering, was trying to get my roommates to like his fraternity, so he wasn't going to kick me out, but he basically quietly gave me shit for my outfit, and told me to not come to the next party, which was fine, because I only went to those parties to fill up my Nalgene bottle with liquor, and I crashed plenty of their parties in the future anyway. But a few minutes after he says this to me, and I'm watching my roommates play beer pong, and the party is starting to get going, I get the weirdest feeling. Today I describe it as my spidey senses. I tell my roommate, who drove, that I was feeling really sick, and I needed to go back to the dorms. He was reticent to leave, but he decided he could drive me back to campus, it wasn't that far, and come back. He dropped me off, and I'd go in and hang out with one of my friends I'd made who decided she didn't want to go to this party. So we are sitting watching a movie in my dorm room and suddenly both our phones start blowing up. Turns out the party got busted by the police, and they decided, rather than doing the normal sort of okay everyone go home, they decided to make an example of this party. They covered every exit from house, and had everyone walk out in single file line, show their ID, and made every single minor blow a breathalyzer. Every person I knew at that party, including my now best friend, got an mic, a minor in consumption. Except for my roommate who was among 6 people who hid in a crawl space behind a panel in the house, and a friend of mine who was actually only 17 at the time and miraculously blew a 0.0 back, despite having been drinking. Anyway, that experience taught me that my gut is pretty finely tuned. 2.5 years later, I still have no criminal record. Close faking call though. I was in Santa Rosalia, Baja California for a few days waiting for the ferry across the Sea of Cortez to mainland Mexico. One night my buddy and I met a local dude at the taco stand who ended up coming for drinks with us. I was feeling generous, so I bought us a few rounds as we talked. He told me that his uncle had a fishing boat that he often took across and we could go with him for cheaper than the regular ferry. I figured it was a lie and he was stringing me along for more beers, but beers were like $1 a pop, so I didn't mind. We still had a day to wait until the regular ferry left, so I figured I had nothing to lose. I'd go with him to the wharf and see if he was full of shit. He ended up picking me up in Ensav, which got my radar up because the wharf was like a 5-minute walk. People tend to drive what I think of as walkable distances pretty regularly in Mexico though, so I'll let it slide. We get to the wharf, and I'm listening as he is talking to the ticket lady. He thought my Spanish wasn't good. Granted it wasn't perfect, but I could clearly tell that the lady was saying she had no idea what he was talking about. He then turned around and told me his uncle's boat would be in later that day. My radar was pretty faking alert at this point. I figure I'll just get them to drop me off at my hotel and wouldn't return any calls. As we were getting back to town, they were trying to convince me to go for more beers. It was like 10:30 am. I said no, I had to go meet my buddy, so I'll just get out. As they were trying to convince me, they stopped at a corner and a big fat guy started getting in beside me. I was about to be trapped between two of them in the SUV if I let him get in. Fuck that. I squeezed past the fat guy as soon as he opened the door. Before he could get in and I jetted. I got my buddy as fast as I could and drove us the hell out that town to La Paz where we got a ferry the next day. I still have no idea if they thought I was a high roller and were going to kidnap me or just wanted free booze. TLDR, shitty locals in Baja California potentially tried to kidnap me. I got the hell out of there before I figured out exactly what would have happened. Many years back, when I was but a lowly service tech for Comcast, I'd go through my work orders each morning to give myself a little time to look into jobs that I thought might cause me issues. Mostly I would look up addresses in our systems and see if there were any area issues before getting out there. I had this one job that day on the 14th floor of a high-rise I frequently got sent to that stated something along the lines of 1 DCT not working. CX wants tech to bring change of name form. DCT being the set-top box for a TV, CX being customer. So, big red flag there, as we were not allowed to process forms while on a job. I talk with my supervisor, point out the job. He had already seen it and knew I was going to ask him, and all he could say was run on it. Let her know she has to go into a service center to process that. The policy for changing the name on an account required the customer to show up to a center in person with 2 forms of ID, and a supervisor or higher had to approve it. I showed up, I was on time for the appointment, and checked the main lines before going to her apartment. Her line was hooked up properly, the levels were good there. I knock on her door, and she lets me in. I take a few steps in, and she locks the door behind me. Of course, the very first thing she asks for is that damn form. I start to tell her that it's against policy for techs to bring the form out, and that it wasn't possible for me to bring it to her. But before I get most of that out, she literally starts screaming in my face. Now I'm locked in an apartment with someone who is either crazy or on some serious drugs, and in my opinion it was likely a mix of the two. She starts screaming at me that her boyfriend was really abusive, she has a protective order against him, and the bill is in his name. She screams that she doesn't have a car and can't get to the office. She screams that I'm a heartless asshole that doesn't give a shit about his customers, and that I should just kill myself. As she's going on and on, I start looking at the set-top box. It's not working because it's completely disconnected. I never turn my back to her, but I start working to get it hooked back up so I can make sure it works. At this point, at the very least, I wanted her hit with a technician fee, as well as having the account notated with what was happening. She screams that she's going to have me fired because I'm such a lazy, worthless tech. She starts walking into the other room, screaming that she's calling customer service to report my sorry ass. That was the window I was looking for. Her phone, thankfully, was in her bedroom. She couldn't watch the door from where her phone was. She managed to get through hold relatively quickly, and I hear her start screaming at the person on the other end about the worthless, no good tech who can't do his faking job right. That someone needs to start the process of firing me. As she's going on and on with the customer service rep, I slowly, quietly start making my way to the door. I very quietly unlock the deadbolt. I turn the handle, open the door, and slowly move outside the apartment. I didn't even shut the door all the way, because I was too afraid she'd hear it. Down the hall I ran, to the stairwell. I took one flight of stairs down, and caught the elevator the rest of the way. Once outside I called my supervisor, to tell him how badly things blew up. I should note that at this point, I had been a tech for a few years. I ran most of our escalations. I even had some line and supervisor training, and had never had a complaint against me. He laughed his ass off about it, and had the account flagged as a safety issue which would require two techs, or a tech and a supervisor, to go there in the future. My best friend and I had decided to see the Struts at the Masquerade in Atlanta a while back. I was underage at the time, since you had to be 18 to get into the concert, but we were going to risk it anyway. We went and bought parking in one of those event parking lots. You know, the ones where there is a guy out front with a makeshift sign and a lawn chair? Yay, one of those. The guy seemed really trustworthy and told us he would be there till 2 AM. It was 7 PM when we got to the parking lot, and the concert started at 8 PM. Keep in mind, I'm a 5 feet 3 inches, 100 pounds white girl and my friend is a pretty scrawny, 5 feet 7 inches white guy. Well, fast forward to it being 8:30 PM. I had parked way farther from the venue than we thought, but we had walked before, right? I was following the directions on my smartphone. It got dark a good amount of time before. Suddenly, my friend and I come over a hill and my heart drops to my stomach. This is my first red flag. Taco Bell. This Taco Bell was one my sister had previously brought me to. She had been nearby during a robbery there, and had warned me that nothing good happens in this area. So, shit. I guess I should keep going though, right? We continue right past this Taco Bell. We saw a huge group, probably 10 guys, ahead across the street. 2 by 2, they began crossing over, all walking towards us. 2 of the guys stayed on the other side, but went kind of hurried, so they were behind us, further than the other group. I felt bad, like I might have been making assumptions, but I noped the fuck out of there. I was scared shitless and the guys yelled stuff after us. I don't remember what. I just wanted to leave the situation. To make things worse, we lost the car. I'm a dumbass and somehow didn't mark the spot of the parking lot on the GPS. We had some ideas where it was, but it was so dark and sketchy we couldn't find it. Long story short, we surrendered to the horrible night at 2 AM and called my mom. She picked us up with my sister, yelled at us, and they laughed so hard they cried at how horrible the situation was. It was one of those psychotic, misery cackles. Ultimately, after an hour of searching we decided to go up and down the numbered streets. We thought we were near the end, but for some reason we started at the beginning. We ended up finding it on our very last street. Nobody else was there, and my friend had to drive home, because it was after midnight. That was the day we invented our favorite game. Where is the parking lot on Nth Street? Very late to the party, but for me, it was the time myself and my cousin, at the time, we were about 10 over 11, were playing in some woodland up in the Lake District of the UK, just as we had done for many years prior. This one day in particular, something felt off to me as I was swinging around like a loon on the rope swings. I stopped, glanced to my left, and saw what I immediately identified as a black panther. It had its head down, prowling, just like they do when they stalk prey. This thing was no more than 40 feet from us. Fortunately, a sizable tree had been struck by lightning and subsequently felled during a very recent storm. It was right beside us, and so I decided to use it for cover. I grabbed my cousin off the other swing by cupping his mouth and dragging him to the ground. I then made the universal STFU signal and pointed in the direction of the panther. Now on the ground, we couldn't actually see over the aforementioned fallen tree, so I again made a very stern STFU gesture and beckoned him to follow. We crawled over to the fallen tree and slowly hoisted ourselves up, so we were peeping just over the top. I gingerly pointed in the direction of the panther and turned to my cousin, but he'd already seen it. I've never seen someone's eyes so wide with fear. Never before and never since. The air was faking electric all of a sudden. This panther was huge. Way too big to be a dog, and it was definitely displaying the same behavior as a prowling big cat. I was well into wildlife docs etc. as a kid. I knew my sheet. My cousin turned to me with a look of horror on his face. Calm as anything, I said on 3, we run. He nodded in agreement. Now, clearly I didn't know my sheet at that age, because I didn't know that rapid horizontal movement triggered the hunting instinct in big cats, but that didn't matter. Here's the thing, I was always the fastest runner by a very long way in my family/social circle/school, whatever. I was so fast I could compete against teens and win. I was always incredibly fleet of foot, but this day, my cousin left me trailing behind, and I can tell you for sure that I was running faster than I'd ever run in my life. Adrenaline is a wonderful thing. Everything around me became a blur. I was aware only of my cousin in front of me and the odd branch or leaf whacking me in the face. Everything was silent. There was no panic, no fear, just my body doing everything it could to get me out of harm's way. After an amount of time, we burst through the tree line onto a familiar dirt path and continued to haul us all the way back to camp. Neither of us ever looked back to see if we were being followed. I guess not, because realistically that thing probably cold caught us if it wanted to. After we caught our breath, we told the adults, and, obviously, nobody believed us. They said it would have been a dog, or whatever. To this day, myself and my cousin remember the event with great clarity. That was no faking dog. In fact, given the news which came out years later, it very probably was in fact a black panther. Crazy fakers up in the lakes purchased sheet like that for pets back in the 60s and 70s I believe, when they were deemed unsafe, and thus illegal. Heartbroken owners just released them into the wilds, rather than see them put down, or taken to zoos. I seriously believe we narrowly avoided becoming lunch for an apex predator. On my 19th birthday I was with my 2 little brothers and their friend just exploring this old warehouse. We got to a part that was a fenced-in area with a bunch of shipping containers and some cool miscellaneous stuff. So we hopped the fence and went about exploring. We got to the other side of the fenced-in yard and my brothers were squeezing their way through a gap in the gate to get out. The other kid and I were just standing there waiting. Once the second brother was halfway through, out of nowhere this homeless man comes running at us, inside the fence, with a baseball bat, screaming obscenities. OC'd the friend and I, knowing there was no time to squeeze through the gate, took off running to the other side of the yard where we had entered. The friend was significantly slower than me, so I made it to the gate with time to spare, but as I clambered over the fence, I guess I realized that the friend wasn't going to get over in time. So, it's kind of a blur, so I don't know why I decided to do this. I stopped and decided to help the friend over the fence first. He got over the fence about the same time the homeless guy was closing in, bat ready to swing. I just turned to face him and put my hands out in a stop right there motion. Before I could register, there was a baseball bat embedded into my torso, just under the ribcage. I didn't even feel it initially, so I snapped to it and went for wrestling the bat out of this guy's hands before he could hit me in the head. I just about got the bat away, then I thought fuck this, I'm running back to the other gate where my brothers had exited. I managed to get there quickly and squeeze through with record time. I had gotten away from the homeless guy, but it was twilight and I was now hobbling through a dark alleyway that bordered the warehouse. At this point I had no idea where my brothers and their friend were. Scared shitless and ridden with exhausted paranoia, I came to a 10-foot fence with razor wire atop, the only way out. I climbed the fence and dropped to the other side, traversed the gnarled rocky path back to the van, hoping to find my brothers there and not die. I made it to the van and they were there waiting for me. I vomited a few times and in my disorientation, demanded that I be driven to the hospital. I couldn't even think clear enough to remember where it was. Luckily I got to the hospital in time. They told me I had a lacerated spleen and shot me up with morphine to kill the now agonizing pain in my side. It took a week to recover. No surgery TLDR. Was exploring a warehouse on my birthday. Got jumped by a hobo with a bat. Busted my spleen. Barely escaped with my life.